Hey, everybody. How you doing? Glad to be with you again here on this Saturday night, the 30th day of January in the year of our Lord 2021. The first thing I need to do is I need to see if y'all can see and hear me. So if you're in the chat mode, give me a 1, which means you can hear me okay and you can see the video. All right. Please, dear God, let this thing work. Okay. I need you people in the chat to give me a 1 if you can hear me. Give me a 1. All right, here we go, baby. Here we go. We're going to rock and roll tonight. Listen, I know there's a lot of you on here that I see your comments. You've been wondering where I've been, what happened to me. Well, I want to take just a minute and explain that to you. On Black Friday, YouTube decided to take my big channel down. You know, the one that had 50,000 plus what do you call them? Subscribers, okay? And then about 2 weeks ago on that Friday where they went out and terminated Twitter, terminated about 75,000 Patriots on that Friday night. Was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, 2 weeks ago today. Oh, today's Saturday. Shit, I'm so mixed up. I tell you, it's crazy times, friends. God bless you all for being here. Thank you so much. What I had to do, okay, so I had an alternative YouTube channel, which is retiredmarinesoundsoff.com. So if you go there, you'll go to that new channel. I think I got about 33,000 followers. It hasn't been up that long, but that's where you all need to go. But I did a video a few days ago that they took it down. They deleted it. YouTube did, said I was violating community standards. And so they gave me, I think, 20 days. I can't remember. So I didn't think this YouTube channel that I'm on right now, which is the retiredmarinesoundsoff.com. Now, it may show up as HempWorx Steve. I don't know exactly, because that's what I originally created that YouTube channel just for my HempWorx business. But because the main one got taken down, I just shifted everything over, started doing my political current events videos on that site. So bookmark that, and that's where I'll be. Now, if that one goes down, because they did take down a video, gave me another warning. So you only get 3 strikes with YouTube, and then they take it all down, right? And so right now, it looks like I'm back. I didn't think that this live was going to work. So I called up Deedie, a good friend of mine and business partner. I asked her, I said, do you still have StreamYard? Have you used it recently? And she said, no. And I said, well, look, I need your help. I said, I need to set up, I want to control the, workings of the control panel here, but I need your help. She said, what do you need? I said, well, I need to use your account and run it on your account, because all I wanted to do was get a good live presentation. Hopefully I can interact with all you wonderful souls. I see Kelly, Keith, Michael, Jeff, Daisy, Michelle, NZ. Hey, NZ Light, Jeff Scott, Josh. Hey, Josh, what's up, my brother? Anyway, I'm glad to see so many of you back, and I'm glad. Hey, Ken Evans, where you at, Ken? You on one of them boats? Yeah. No, I'm not on Rumble yet. I'm going to get on Rumble. I understand Rumble's a good place to be. You can upload your videos directly. But here's my deal. Listen, if any of you are into video and you're doing what I'm doing here, here's what you got to do. You got to get a Brighteon account, BRIGHTEON, EON, Brighteon.com. Now, that's an alternative YouTube channel that Mike Adams, the health ranger, has put together, okay? It's a great place. So what I do, every time I shoot a video now on YouTube or anywhere else, I download it to Brighteon, because Brighteon is the most secure platform that we currently have, to where you can put videos. You don't have to worry about them being taken down. So like as soon as I get done with this live feed tonight, it's going to be downloaded to Brighteon. Now grab your pen and paper, because you may hear something tonight on this live feed that will, help improve your life, or it might be somewhere you want to go. Hey, Bruce, right on, brother, number 17. I can't say that. You can't say that word on YouTube. I did a video, my last video that they took down. I had the letter 17, just the letter 17. That was part of the subject matter. and they took that sucker down. I think it was up about a day and a half, and it came tumbling down, right? And so you can't say that word because the bots pick it up, and they'll just terminate your ass just for saying that word. Because, you know, the Congress, I don't know how many of you know this, but Congress came out with a House resolution a few months ago called 1155. And House Resolution 1155 says that that organization, number 17, is a domestic terrorist group. And they're harm, you know, they do rioting in the streets, and, you know, it's just a bad situation. And so never mind. Y'all know this. You should know. I know. I see BitChute is good. Brighteon is good. Hey, Steve. Okay. Love you too. All of you wonderful souls. God bless you. But I'm so glad that y'all showed up tonight. I had no idea what was going to happen because like I said, I thought that we were using Deedie's account. And I figured, hey, okay, if we use your account and we put some keywords in, maybe you can get some new traffic. So anyway, I want to introduce y'all to Deedie Gruenewald. If you haven't seen her on any of her YouTubes, I'm gonna let her tell you her story. But I encouraged her to start her own YouTube, and I think she's doing great. And I thought by doing this tonight together, it might be able to drive. I can't believe all these wonderful souls that are in here. Oh my God, Foxhole! I've never heard of Foxhole. What is that? Kansas City, Missouri's in the house. Go Chiefs! All right, I tell you, man, that is going to be one hell of a Super Bowl. Okay, because to think that Brady at 43 years old, brand new team, leads them to the Super Bowl. But, you know, the Chiefs are a better team. Come on, let's be honest, okay? They got that speed. Hey, King 8 Lopez, thank you for your comment. I won't say that word, but King says that number 17 is a scam. And then Kathy's saying, go Tennessee Titans. They were really good this year. Steve, we missed you, bro. Missed you too, Michael. Really did. I've missed all you guys. And God bless you. I'm glad y'all are here because so many of you didn't know where I went. You know, I get emails and texts every day. Steve, where you been, man? Where you been? Let me take care of this. I'm going to take care of something here. Well, I'll do that in just a minute. All right, look, without any further ado, I'm going to bring Deedie on in here and then let her, basically, I'll let her introduce herself because there she is. Hey. And I'm going to go ahead and let's see.
Hey, let me get my camera set up. Can you hear me?
I get myself out of here.
Steve?
I want to get myself out. No, that ain't it.
Oh, my gosh. Can you hear me?
They changed this damn thing up. I hate it when they do that. They got all these. Let's see now. No, shit. How do you do this thing? It's, you know, why would these companies put programs like this together and make it so damn difficult? Oh, I got it. It's not difficult. It was Steve. It was Uncle Steve was all screwed up. He done got all messed up here because he's so excited to see all these wonderful people in here. So how do I? Oh, Deedie, can you hear me okay?
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Okay, Deedie, can you hear me? You can hear me. Okay, everybody give a number 1 if you can hear Deedie. Deedie, say something, please.
Hi, everybody.
All right, you can see Deedie, Josh says. Can you hear her? Give me a 1 if you can. Steve, you're such a rookie. You damn right I'm a rookie. And I'm proud of it, too. I don't deny. There she is. Okay, now. All right, so Deedie, start speaking. Let's see. Give me a 1 if you can hear. Okay, we're good to go.
Can y'all hear me talking? Give Steve a 1 or just tell him if you can hear me or not.
Okay, wait a minute, everybody. I see that you can see Deedie. You can hear her. So we're good to go. Let me get back now. She couldn't hear me.
I could hear you.
Okay. So
can you hear me, Steve?
Okay.
I can hear you, Steve. Can you hear me, Steve?
Now y'all can hear. I can't hear. Shit.
That's not good. Well, at my site. So this is pretty cool that we can do them both at the same time. Can you hear me yet, Steve? Oh my. Uh-oh. Now we don't hear you, Steve. Oh no.
Hello, can you hear me, everybody?
I hear you
Can
now.
you hear me? Emily says can't hear. I'm sorry about this, folks. We'll get this technology stuff worked out real quick. Give me a 1 if you can hear me, please. Somebody just a quick 1 if you can hear. No, maybe not.
Wow. Can you hear me, Steve?
Shit, I don't know what the hell's going on. Okay. We hear both now. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. All right. So Deedie, I guess everybody hears us. I can't hear you though. All right, there you go.
Steve, can you hear me yet? Oh my. I think there's still problems. Everybody, we're running 2 YouTube stations.
Damn.
And I don't know what went wrong. Steve has got it all set up and it should have been working. And he sent me the link and here I am. And I can't see the chat either. There's no chat showing up for me either. So I can't even respond to anybody. So I'm going to say, hey, everybody, it's good that you're here. And we love you all. And I'm glad you're here. There's so much stuff going on in the world that we want to talk about tonight. It's not going to work real good if Steve and I can't talk back and forth, though, I don't think.
I can hear you now, Deedie. I got it.
You
okay,
can hear
on
me?
my end.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh my gosh. Now, Steve, I won't be able to see the chat, so you're in charge of chat, okay?
Yeah, okay.
All righty. Well, hi again, everybody. And I have been out in this world of the political scene and the red pill scene since 1998. My name is Deedie Gruenewald, and my website is Deedie Speaks Truth. That's on YouTube, and I have a Brighteon account and BitChute and Rumble and Brighteon.social, and I'm all over the place. And I would love to have y'all follow me. We keep up on all the politics and everything going on, and I love President Trump, and I love our country. I'm a prayer warrior, and I love to help people. I love to help people find healing and peace and love in their life. And, you know, in spite of all the craziness, we're going to make it. We're all going to be okay because we're going to stick together and we're going to all do our best, and we're never going to quit. We're never going to give up. We're going to have our country back and better. That's the way I see it. So anyway, we have been looking at all the stuff going on today, and we want to talk with you guys and share things. Steve, what's the most important thing that you saw today in the news and what's happening? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you caught me sleeping. I think the most important thing today is the fact that the swamp is being drained, okay?
Yeah.
I guess most of you saw those buses that showed up outside the Capitol this past Monday morning at 3 a.m. If you haven't, you need to go online and find this guy. You think I'm an amateur? This guy, shit, he went back to D.C. for the 6th. You know, he wanted to go to the rally up in D.C., so he planned to be back there 2 days, and he's still there. And he's got these people calling from all over the world that want him to come join them as a journalist. But he's the guy that shot the video at 3 a.m. Monday morning outside the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
Deedie, I think you saw that with all these freaking buses and vans and you name it. Mustang Medic. Thank you, Tina Marie.
There you go.
Tina Marie, how you doing?
Hey, Tina Marie.
It's been a long time.
Hey, Tina Marie.
Okay, anyway, so I think the biggest thing is that, you know, nobody really knows what the hell's going on, okay? So if you get out here, and I don't care if it's Patriot, Street Fighter, he's one of my favorites. If you guys do not know, what is his name, Deedie? Patriot, Street Fighter.
Hey, you know what I heard today? I got to tell you this before I forget. I heard that those people that got arrested there, I heard that they're in the ankle monitors and that they take them down below, but then in the day they let them go up to go do their work, and then they take them back down again.
Well, I know one thing. The White House is locked up.
Yeah.
The White House has been dark the whole time. And y'all know that all of the things that are being signed, all the executive orders that's being done out there in Hollywood at Castle Rock Entertainment, those are sets. I mean, the other day, get this. There's video footage of Biden sitting at, I guess is what's supposed to be the Oval Office, but it's a damn Hollywood set.
Right.
And right out the window over his right shoulder, you can see a car parked through the window. There's no damn cars outside the White House. I'm sorry, as much as you might want to believe. Oh, get this. Somebody has, Americans are so damn ingenious. It's amazing. They've taken that video footage of Biden sitting on this Hollywood set, signing blank executive orders, okay? And they've got, that window where that car is that you can see? Yeah. They've got a silhouette of Trump going back and forth out the window, okay? I mean, it's absolutely amazing. Y'all got to see this, right? It's great. But anyway, everything that you're seeing right now is like, you got to look at it like it's a complete facade. There is absolutely no truth to this shit. And I don't know why they're going ahead and doing, they're doing come on, man, the inauguration, okay? I guess is there anybody out there watching this that thinks the damn inauguration was real? Hello? My friends like Charlie Ward and others he's in Spain, and he was watching the inauguration, the same one that we thought was live. He was watching it at 7 o'clock in the morning, insane. 10 hours before the freaking inauguration. And don't even get me started. Look, you can look at those videos of the inauguration. Yeah. I mean, all of the changing of the color of the shoes, the two Hillarys. There was the tall Hillary and the short Hillary in the
Jill Biden, and the Jill Biden in the blue suit or the red suit.
Oh shit! Yeah. How about that? What'd she do? She go change from the blue? Oh, she started out in the red. Then she started out in the red at the swearing in. Then next thing you know, she's wearing blue. And then you see it. Oh my God, that was the biggest CGI Hollywood production ever. Okay, I mean the weather during the inauguration was, beautiful and sunny. Bullshit. On that day, the cams on the Capitol building showed it was a dark, dreary, rain overcast day. Okay, so anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Deedie. I'm gonna let you go back in here. Come on, tell these people some truth. No, seriously, will you? Give them some knowledge.
Yes. Steve cracks me up. I'm sure he does all of you too. I wish I could see the chat so I could see your responses and stuff. But there is so much going on. And it's like I was telling Steve, because I've researched for so many years, and I've helped other people do their channels and stuff. And, you have to, it takes experience to figure out legit sources and legit sites. And what I'm finding is there's a lot of troll work going on that are trying to water down even the good places. And I don't know why, Drudge used to be good, and holy cow, that changed. And some of the other good sites, it used to be Breitbart, you could get good. They're still good there, but you got to be careful. And there's a lot of really good people, researchers out there. And then they had the huge purge over on Twitter and all these other places. And we know that that's on purpose because they want to stifle everybody's voice. That's why everybody, like last night, I'm signing up on all these news sites, trying to get our voices out and heard. And I've had visions and dreams for many years. So I knew the China thing was coming. And back in 2015, I posted that on z3news.com. It's a site where you can put prophecies and stuff. And so I've been sharing and getting my voice out for many years. So some of this stuff doesn't surprise me, but to see everything so upside down and backwards is completely amazing. And I was telling Steve, it might it might be really difficult at this time when you feel like it's like you're going through the grieving kind of stuff. And what I keep saying to him and everybody else is God is in control. And I know sometimes in my life when I've had things that were tough to get through, it's on the other side. You look back and you realize, oh, okay, things are better now than they were before. And I think that a lot of times information and truth, knowing who's really going to be there for you on the other side, those things are valuable. And I think President Trump feels that way too, that he wants to know who he can really depend on to be there for him and who's going to be a real loyal kind of person. And those are all good qualities. There's nothing wrong with being loyal to somebody. And I think our country, we need to be loyal to one another. And this is about a year and a half ago, the Lord asked me to spread the word about, well, he called it the voice of Esther, to be the voice of Esther. And when I asked God, what did that mean? God told me that it was to share through him, through that Holy Spirit. It was to share, speak truth, to share healing and God's unconditional love. And that unconditional love and that touch from God was going to heal people, and it was going to give them peace, and it was going to heal our country. It's going to stop the divisiveness and anger and all the craziness going on. So God came to me and asked me to do this. So I started this back about 10, 11 months ago. It was before the COVID stuff got really bad, not knowing that part was coming. So then I realized why God had me start when he did. He had come to me with that vision months prior, though. So anyway, so this is why I'm a huge part of why I'm online, is to be here to share the visions and dreams, but to pray for everybody, to bring us together, to heal, and to learn about unconditional love. It's to pray for this country and pray for our president, pray for each of you. And if you've ever got needs, you can leave them in the chat. You can leave messages for me and I will pray for you. And God answers my prayers. So let's pray together and let's get our prayers answered. And we're going to get everything back. It's going to be all right. It's going to work out. One of the visions I had was that President Trump would have his second term. God didn't tell me when, and that's okay. I just trust that the Lord knows what's coming, of course, because he's the creator of all. And this is, when the Lord brought Steve and I together, it was through other Patriot channels. And it was actually, I had gotten asked to pray, and it was Steve that asked me to pray that first time we ever talked. And I was sharing my background's medical and med school nursing, and then went into speech therapy, audiology, doing work I was at Tyndall Air Force Base, and I was in colleges and in school settings. And I used to do IQ testing and curriculum and consulting. I did all kinds of things. And I had even homeschooled through all those years. And so there was a show that I called. It was the first time I'd ever called, but the Lord said, do it, and explain to everybody about some of the homeschooling stuff. So that was how he and I had met back in 2017, I guess. And so anyway, God brings us all together for wonderful reasons, because we're going to be in one another's lives and we're going to help each other. And you are all a blessing to us. I want to tell you that. I can't see the chat. I can't see who's here, but I love you. And every time God puts somebody in my path, it's because I'm to pray for them and help them. So I just want to tell you, God is good. And no matter what's going on crazy out there, we're all going to get through this, because I'm hearing crazy things today, like without the COVID vaccine papers, you can't fly even in America. You can't drive across state lines. They're going to tax us on our gasoline. There's so much crazy stuff that they want to do, but we just can't let it happen. We can't let it happen. And I'm strong enough to say, no, I'm not going along with some of this stuff, because if it's not okay, it's not. And I've seen a lot of the research on the vaccines. I watched a video recently. I've got it on my Brighteon channel, Deedie Speaks Truth and .com. And Dr. Lee Merritt, and Alex Newman interviewed her, the doctor. And he's a wonderful man with lots of information. Actually lives here in Florida in the same county I'm in. Good guy, wonderful guy. And Dr. Merritt, highly, highly well known and has done so many things, surgeon, all kinds of things, has flat come out. You can go to that site and you can watch that video. And I'm telling you, that's worth listening to. If you know anybody that's on the fence that doesn't understand, go listen to that short video with Alex Newman and Dr. Lee Merritt. And it's on my Brady-on page, deediespeakstruth.com. Go listen to that. You will be shocked at all the stuff you're going to learn. What about you, Steve? What are you hearing going on right now? Are you there, Steve?
I am here. And I'm ready to say something to you guys. There's so much. Listen, somebody suggested, Deedie, that I have you go pull up on another computer so you could see what the comments are. I don't know how to do that because I can't share my screen with her. I don't know. What I want you to do, if you've got questions for Deedie, type them in the box down here on the chat, and I'll pass them on to her when I turn it back. Now, I promise this is not going to be an 8-hour video. That is my record. About a year ago, I got on here one night about the same time and ended up 8 hours later and still had 150, 200 people. That's when I had that bigger channel. So I don't know how long. I'm committed to go as long as we need to, but I've got a plethora of information that I could share just about things that are happening right now. But I really don't want to do that. But I want to answer one young lady just asked. She said, "Oh, Steve, what are your thoughts about what is in front of the White House?" I'll tell you what I think it is. Okay. Now, those of you that don't know what we're talking about here, in front of the White House, they've got a big tent-like structure, and something is being built underneath this thing. So when they remove the tent, we're going to all get to see just what's going on, okay? But I can tell you that there's a lot of carpenters in there. So there's a lot of banging of hammers on wood. So my best guess, I hope it's gallows. I hope we're going to have a public hanging of all these freaking pedophiles, okay? Now, I say all pedophiles. They're not all pedophiles, but 90% of them are. It's the pedophilia. It's the human trafficking that has ruled this earth from the beginning. This shit has been going on for at least 6,000 years that we know of. And finally, we've got a man, a freaking prophet, I guess. I don't know. I can't find the words to describe the love and admiration that I possess for Donald J. Trump. He was a direct answer to our prayers, and I've been attacked so hard lately by I coined this phrase, and some of you out there watching right now, you've been with me from the beginning. You've been with me for 4 years. I started my damn YouTube channel on the 16th of February, 2017. When QAnon came along, I was the first damn YouTuber to put anything on YouTube about QAnon. I am the guy that was the first person to let you know that Q plus is President Trump. Now, I had a couple trolls already come in this chat and say QAnon is, you must be listening to Alex Jones too damn much, okay? I'm friends with Alex Jones, but right now we're not on the same sheet of music because Alex has decided he's going to take it upon himself to personally attack the QAnon movement. He's gone so far as to say that QAnon is a Chinese communist operation. Now, who in the hell are you talking to, Alex Jones? I am a 22-year retired Marine, and I know more about QAnon than any of you out there, okay? But I don't give a shit. I'm not trying to impress you. I don't even talk. Now, I hope I don't get this damn video banned because I threw out that damn name. I know the freaking bots had picked it up. But here's the deal. It doesn't make one damn bit of difference. Not one iota of difference whether you believe QAnon is real or not. I don't give a shit. And you could come on here as a troll and show your ass. people say, Steve, why don't you delete all them damn trolls? I said, no, that's a historical record, friend. Those damn trolls are showing just how stupid they are. No, I'm not going to calm down, Carla. I'm fired up. And you need to be fired up. Everybody out there right now needs to be fired up and needs to understand that here's the deal. I'm going to go back further than that. To hell with that. I was going to say after the assassination of JFK, I'm going to turn it back to Deedie in a minute, so get ready, Deedie. The real deal started with Eisenhower, okay? The alliance formed after the damn Majestic 12 or MJ-12, those freaking politicians who decided they were going to control all the information about ETs and UFOs. And look at here, I'm going to say this right now. If there's any of you out there that do not believe that ETs and UFOs are real, you're dumber than shit. And you need to wake up and smell the coffee and start putting some dots together. I'll say this too. If there's anybody out there that does not believe that 9/11 was an inside job, you need to go back to damn square one. So if any of you have taken the red pill lately and you're waking up, there's several checks in the box you got to have. Number one, you got to find out for yourself if 9/11 was caused by a bunch of ragheads living in a cave, or if this was a sophisticated inside-outside job. Why do I say inside-outside? It was the U.S. that planned it. It was Rumsfeld. It was Dick Cheney, George W. Bush. They planned it. Now, if you don't believe me, go look up this thing called the Project for the New American Century. The Project for a New American Century was a group of these so-called elites, these dumbasses, that got together and decided that they needed another Pearl Harbor type event here in America. So they came up with this idea. They said, well, in order to do that, we got to have a massive attack by a foreign entity, and then start the war again. So that's exactly what the hell they did. They created 9/11. They got the money from the Saudis. They had Mossad agents drilling holes in the elevator shafts in the middle of the night. And then they created 9/11, and our lives have never been the same since. Well, there's going to be a new investigation into 9/11 as soon as President Trump comes back on board, which is going to be very soon. And we'll talk about that a little later. I'll let Deedie come on and talk about that. But let me tell you something. 9/11 was funded by the Saudis. It was, three-ring circus that pulled it off, and it changed everything. And we are today where we are in large measure because of the events of 9/11-2001. And I probably know more about that than 99% of the people on the planet. If you haven't seen the little 8-minute video with yours truly, Uncle Steve, called themaninthemagahat.com. Can you remember that? Grab your pen and paper, write it down. Themaninthemagahat.com. Those of you who don't know about 9/11, it'll be a good introduction. It was me being interviewed by some reporter from LA. I thought he did a great job. I think you'll like it. Themaninthemagahat.com. Okay, Deedie, get ready.
I'm there. Hey, guys. Do y'all ever feel like you just gotta trying to be okay? I want to give y'all, I was listening to Steve and I was thinking, what I want to do is I want to give y'all some sites to be going to where I've gone to for a long, long time. And I share these with everybody. You go to, everybody's got to know about the Gateway Pundit, I'm assuming. And then beforeitsnews.com. There's rumormillnews.com. Natural News, of course, and that's with Mike Adams, the health ranger. I like Zero Hedge, but I'm careful. I check everything out. And Breitbart I love, but I check it all out. The Western Journal. A lot of people don't know about that. It's a great site. ANP.com. Just look it up. They've got 2 stories every day with all kinds of documented links and things like that. Because what I like to do is I like to make sure that the research is there to back it up. And I don't like sharing something if I haven't really checked into it. I like lots of sources. And of course, you can go to Flag and Cross. I know General Flynn posts a lot on Western Journal and the Flag and Cross. There's also WND.com. There's a whole lot of others. But what I want to say to you is, don't you even say it, Steve. I know what he was going to say. He's going to say Corona or something like that. But what I want you to know, guys, is pedophilia is real. The things you've seen and you've heard, all these things that are going on, they're trying to suppress it because it's real, because it's true. It's stuff that I would never have wanted to believe, even just a few short years ago about that part. Even that part was newer to me. I had seen and heard a lot of the other things. I'm just blown away. And every single one of you out there that never quits and never gives up, every one of you that seeks out truth and shares it with your friends and neighbors and wherever you can, God is going to present opportunities for you to share the truth that you've discovered. And that's what I do. I share truth with other people. And a lot of times all I do is I wait for them to say something. And then I share, the way I share it with people is well, number one, I always ask God to have me say only what I need to say and no more. And I don't want to run people off from truth. So I'm careful, and I'm figuring that if God's told me to say something, that I know I'm supposed to. And it's the same with sharing healing and visions and dreams. I don't think any of you would be here if you weren't supposed to learn from this experience tonight, something that God wanted you to know. It could be something Steve is saying, could be something we're both saying. God is an awesome God. Absolutely awesome God. And right now on this planet, this entire planet, we all need to be closer to God. And I'm a Christian. I'm not a church attender much. And that's personal choices where I want to commune with God. I don't want to be judged or condemned by others. I just want everybody to be okay. I want all of us to heal. I wish all of us would find joy and love and peace on this planet. And a lot of times I've had trolls that end up, by the time they're done listening to me, they actually say, oh, well, you make a lot of sense. I'm going to switch sides. And, hey, that's great, because you know what? That's what truth should do. It should remove the scales from someone's eyes. It's like something goes off in the brain. It's like, oh, okay, that makes more sense than maybe that did. Anyway, so what I'm going to tell you is I even had a vision this past week. And if Steve doesn't mind, I'm going to share that this week, because I shared it with a couple people today and they got excited. It was just a real simple thing. But a lot of times God will give me, I can see into the past and the future and the current, and I'll see in color, black and white, whatever God wants me to see. And in this case, it was an actual vision that was in color, and it was in the daytime. And what happened was I was outside in this vision with one of the little stray cats I take care of, and I had a towel because I cover furniture and stuff because of the cats. And I was in the yard with the cat, just kind of walking around playing with the cat. And all of a sudden we both heard something, and the cat looked up and then I looked up, and there was this goose above our head that was just fluttering in circles and squawking and squawking. And while we're looking up, then this egg came down, almost hit the cat. The cat backed up and I threw the towel down to catch it on the grass, and then a second and then a third, and they were real plain looking. Then the fourth one that came was a golden egg. And I thought, oh my gosh. I thought, thank you, God. God knows I've got a sense of humor. And it was just funny that I was given a message in this funny kind of way. But what I really think it means is a timeline of the 1, 2, 3 without, and then the fourth is with the gold. And what I'm hoping and praying that this means I'm sure that a lot of you have heard about Nasara Jasara. And what I hope is I hope this is related to that. That's what I hope. Someone else told me, well, it might have just meant it was a personal thing to me. I don't think so. I think maybe it was for everybody. So that's why I'm sharing it with you. I hope that it means like maybe 4 weeks out from now, maybe things are something like that's coming. That's what I hope. I hope it's not months. I certainly hope it's not years. But anyway, that's one of the things that I saw recently. And I wanted to share that because I think that's good news. And anyway, so I wrote it down on my calendar and I'm watching just to see what God does. God works all kinds of miracles. So I'm hoping for the miracles. How about you, Steve? You're a miracle too, aren't you?
Yes, indeed. We all are miracles. I'm telling you what's the truth. Look here. You know, it just does my heart good to see so many people. Deedie, I wish you could see the chat. I told people that if they got questions for you to ask, and I'll read them, and then you can answer them when you come back on.
Yeah.
But look, the reason I'm trying to connect some dots here because I don't mean to insult anybody's intelligence. I know there are a lot of you people on here that know a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, and it's just being redundant. But you got to remember, everybody's at a different place relative to the awakening. You know, again, I don't really care anymore about what people think relative to number 17, because I absolutely know beyond a shadow of a doubt that number 17 is a military operation that started over 25 years ago. But the reason I mentioned, the MJ-12 and what happened to Eisenhower is then we had the JFK assassination. And something really miraculous happened after that. There were 800 generals. Now, you realize that there's over 2,000, that's like 2,500 generals. I think our military is way too damn top heavy. You know, I don't think President Trump just needs to make me a damn general and then fire about 200, 500. I could do a better job than any of them dumbasses. But anyway, so what you had after that, that's when the alliance, the White Hats, that's when they really came together, was out after the JFK assassination. And that's when they said, never again. We're not going to allow a president who's the real deal, that's trying to make a change for the better in the world, that's going to help everybody. We're never going to let him be assassinated again. President Trump, in the last 4 years, has had over 15 major assassination attempts on his life. But it was the one that occurred on Saturday, the 9th day of January, 2021. It was an attack on he and Melania. But once again, the Marines saved the day. Look, you don't understand the special relationship between the Marine Corps and the president, especially Donald Trump. The Marines love Donald J. Trump, and he has got so much protection. We started out with a 2-star Marine Corps general as the head of the Secret Service when President Trump first came on board. Okay, and then about 2.5 years into it, President Trump brought in another. But I felt much better about his safety when that Marine general was in charge of Secret Service. But what we've got layers of Marines around the president 24/7. And whenever he goes, the Marines are out in the crowds, they're moving around, they're talking, they're shooting, moving, communicating kind of thing. The Marine Corps is considered the president's own. And these Marines right now, and the Commandant, God bless the current Marine Corps Commandant, because he is a White Hat Alliance member and he loves President Trump. So anyway, I wanted to share that. But this alliance has been working in the background for many, many years. And they've always had at least 100 or 800 is the magical number when it comes to the generals. There's been 800 loyal generals to the presidents through the years. But imagine how they suffered as being truth seekers and knowing all these things, but yet they had to serve. I served under Bill Clinton. I served under Reagan, Clinton, and George W. Okay, so I got to see what an executive, a president, can do to a military organization. I remember under Clinton when I was with the 31st MU, 24th MU, and Marine Expeditionary Unit, and I had helicopter friends that they didn't want to fly because they didn't have enough money to perform all the maintenance that they really needed to have on all of these choppers. And then I had to get in those damn things. I had to get in the back of these choppers where one of the pilot friends had told me that these birds are not fit to fly. Imagine that. So, you know, been there, done that. But anyway, I'm going to turn it back over to Deedie. So wake up, Deedie, and get ready to tell these people whatever it is. But I wanted you to understand that the Alliance has been working for a long time. And they are the white hats are the ones that have pulled this together. So I started talking about number 17. Number 17 was started as a military operation. Look, it took these demons, you know, 35, 40. We have not had any real president since Ronald Reagan, okay? And our country, our world has been slowly sinking into a decline. So 25 plus years ago, this elite group of military leaders got together and said, we're going to come up with an elaborate plan to take over these demons and to completely eradicate the pedophiles, which all of these 13 bloodlines are all connected to. And if you don't think the underground, the DUMBs, the deep underground bases are real, and that there's massive amounts of adrenochrome that have been created in these bases, do you know, friends, that there are generations of children in those underground bases that have never seen the light of day? They can't even be brought to the surface because they have pink eyes. Their skin is different. If they were to go from the underground base to the surface, they would suffer bends, just like a diver. When the world starts to realize just how evil these demonic, pedophilic Luciferians have been, it's going to rock the world. But and I mentioned earlier that somebody said, "What do you think they're building out there, Steve, in front of the White House?" And I said, "I hope and pray it's a hanging gallows, because the world has got to get this into their psyche. It's got to come into your being so that generations from now it's like muscle memory. It's like the 100th monkey syndrome. We will still have those genetic inbred things about us as humans, 100, 200 years from now, that will never allow Luciferian pedophiles to rule the world, which is what they do right now. I'm not making this shit up. I don't have to. Truth is stranger than fiction. You can't make this kind of stuff up. And so, like Deedie was saying, what we want to do is just get some of this information out to you. Do with it what you want. You could say that's a bunch of poppycock. You're free to believe what you want. And I used to say on my videos all the time, don't believe a damn word I say. But if I say something that catches your attention and causes you to say, what did that old dude say? Run that shit back again. I got to hear that again. Then that way we know we're on the right path. Because that's what it's all about. It's people helping people. And right now in this world, this divided world we're in, we need more uniters. We need to start getting together as a community, a worldwide community like we're doing right now. And I'm really glad I brought Deedie. I invited her to do this with me tonight because she's adding a whole other element. And let me see if there's any questions here real quick. No, I don't see any. So I'm going to turn it back to you. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, Steve, I don't know if you heard about this week. I just found this today, that on Tuesday of this week at 3 a.m. in the morning, there had been an attempt on the president's life this week. And what happened was he was in bed at 3 a.m. and they had some special windows installed or it would not have been good. And they called in everybody that they had to call in. They even had a group out of Washington fly in. They were there real quickly. And they had, he called in his own group, his own security group, which fanned out over the whole entire place, searching and looking for intrusions. And the Secret Service were looking too, of course. And their conclusion is that it was from above and had come down at an angle. And the building is their building is the highest thing on the grounds. which made no sense. And it would have had to have come somebody within like 400 yards away as well. And so none of it made sense. So their conclusion is that it had to have been somebody hovering with a helicopter, but when they all questioned everybody, nobody saw a helicopter, nobody heard gunshot. In my own opinion, and I was going to ask you about this, Steve, we didn't get to talk before doing this tonight, but I was going to tell you, I'm wondering if it was some kind of a drone, because those can come in a lot quieter, and that's kind of what I'm wondering, because I've seen demonstrations of those. But anyway, so these attempts and things on his life, they still really, really, really want him gone. And I feel so bad for him and his family that they're dealing with all this, because he sacrificed a whole huge way of life to help this country. And by helping the country, then he's helping the world. So I appreciate everything he's ever done. And what I'm going to say to everybody, I hope tonight that you're okay, Steve, with us all praying together even, and pray for our country and pray for President Trump and all the craziness going on, for protection for all of us too, and for wisdom and discernment for every one of us too, to be able to be safe in this world and to make a difference. That's what we all want to do, sharing your truth with others to make a difference. What have you heard breaking today too, Steve? I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I had to mute on. I had to take care of a couple trolls that came into the house. And, the stupidity of some people, doesn't it just baffle your mind? I had a story on oh my God, I got to tell you guys about my new podcast. Okay, if you don't know about my new podcast, grab your pen and paper and jot this down, man. Okay, so here's what happened. When my big YouTube channel got deleted on Black Friday, 50,000 plus subscribers, boom, gone. I said, holy shit, what? And, I really regretted not having sent out an email and asking everybody, to send me their email so that if something like that happened, I'd be able to stay in touch. Well, that was one of them, procrastination things I should have done, but, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I didn't. And so here I am. And now I'm starting to, piecemeal, get my team back together, people that watched my YouTubes for so long. And God bless all of you I saw one young lady say she'd been on here I know Tina Marie's been watching my YouTubes for 4 years, her and her husband. And I see so many names I'm recognizing, and it's just great to be back. But anyway, the bottom line is, I thought I've been wanting to start a podcast for a lot of years. I went to a couple of podcasting conferences. I learned at the last one I went to in March, I was able to go to the Social Media Marketing Expo in San Diego and the podcast conference in Orlando prior to the big lockdown on COVID. Okay. So at this last podcast thing I went to, they were explaining how for every person, for every view like that we get on this video right here, we'll get 10 people that will listen to the podcast. So I looked at my numbers. I launched my podcast on the 1st of December, not knowing what the hell I'm doing, but I pray. I'm a praying man. I'm not religious. I don't go to any church or denomination. I pray directly to God. I don't need a mediator. That's just my belief. Whatever you believe, God bless you. I'll support you in it, okay? Because everybody needs to have the freedom to believe whatever they want to believe. And if that damn Joe Biden, for example, were the real deal, if he wasn't just going through this fakery and all this crap, I wouldn't be sleeping too good at night. And some of you may be all upset right now and worried about the future. Well, if you get anything at all out of this video tonight, you need to get some hope, and you need to get some faith, and you need to realize that all is well, my friends. This government is being ran by the United States military. Okay? The military is in charge. President Trump did, in fact, sign the Insurrection Act. I was one of the first people out here to tell you all that. And I've stuck to my guns the whole time. Yes, And I told you too about look at who's in charge of FEMA. If you don't know this, we've got a retired, 26-year retired Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel, combat veteran, highly decorated by the name of Pete Gaynor. Pete Gaynor. I knew Pete Gaynor. I knew his name in the Marine Corps. Okay, Pete Gaynor's a living legend. And usually FEMA's being ran by some leftist nut job that wants to put your ass in a FEMA camp. I assure you, Lieutenant Colonel Pete Gaynor is not going to put any of us in any FEMA camps in the near future. And he's not going to be removed in his position by Biden. That ain't going to happen. And when the acting Secretary of Defense, Chris Miller, when he recently stepped down, and Ezra Cohen Watnick, when all of these patriots stepped down, they did not leave their government employed. They just moved from their old position to the new position in the new Trump administration, which is going to be launched here very soon. So all you knuckleheads out there that think that Trump abandoned us and just went away and he's not going to come back, then you don't know what the hell you're doing. You're ignorant. And ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is ignorance. I don't care how you twist it. Okay? So this is the real deal. But we talked, I think Deedie was talking about the attack on Mar-a-Lago. I tell you, Mar-a-Lago is not a secure location. When you have a location that has the ocean, well, it's not really the Pacific Ocean. I think there's a inland, one of those, what do you call them, intercoastal waterways. So here, there's a strip of land between Mar-a-Lago and the actual Atlantic Ocean. Okay, but I've been there. I've been to Mar-a-Lago, not as a guest, just to drive down there and see where it's at. And it's in a very, very hard to secure location. Trust me. And I'm not letting any cats out of the bag, because I told y'all on my video about a year ago about the two 14-year-old boys that scaled the fence at Mar-a-Lago and had backpacks with AK-40, with those folding AK-47s, you know, where the stock folds up, had them in the backpack with a lot of ammunition, and they were on their way to the building when they got caught by Marines. Okay, so you know, if I was President Trump, I would be nowhere near Mar-a-Lago right now, and I don't think he is. He's spending a lot of time over in Abilene, Texas, okay, in a very secure location. But nobody right now really knows where President Trump is. Carla, that's not right. Trump was signed in on the 11th of January, after the assassination attempt on he and Melania on the 9th, on Saturday the 9th. And the military came to him and said, listen, we want to inaugurate you right now in this military environment. And it's legal, and it's, you know, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you could say he's the 19th president, because he obviously was inaugurated under the new republic. The new, I don't know how many of you are aware of that, but this, I'll tell you about it after I bring Deedie back on. Maybe she can, Deedie, maybe you can set the stage for how we became yeah, go ahead and tell them about how we were a republic and switched to the USA Inc. And you know, some people may not have heard that story, and I think you could tell it really well. So come on in here.
Well, first I'm going to go back to the Mar-a-Lago thing that happened just this week. And after it happened, it said, the article that was talking about it, they said that they took the president and obviously went somewhere else. So I think he's having to shuffle from place to place with all the craziness going on until a lot of this gets settled down. And what happened in our country, obviously we started out, we had our Constitution, and let's see, Ulysses S. Grant, his service ended in 1977. he came in 69. In 71, in 1871, things got changed. And what happened is, of course, wartime and the need of money. And the UK, actually, City of London, said that they would loan money to our country. And in exchange, of course, they would provide, this loan and all kinds of stuff. Well, and our country needed the money, and they did this. But what ended up happening was the UK had promised that they would, of course, forgive the loan after a certain amount of time and making their money off of the loan and stuff. Well, that never happened. They never forgave the loan. And so it snowballed. More and more money was getting owed. And at one point, then what ended up happening is then the Vatican said, hey, we'll loan you the money. And so our people in our country agreed. So Ulysses S. Grant was the last president of America, the Republic, because then things changed. And so he had been president number 18. So then it changed. And it had historically been held on March 4th, too, is when the inauguration was always held. So then when the Vatican got involved, suddenly a group of the bankers, lawyers, and everybody went over to Puerto Rico and created this thing that became the USA Inc. And basically what they did was they rolled all the debt into one instrument. And then they made all of us, and future generations, they made all of us slaves to the debt. In other words, it was like everything we ever earned was going to get paid through taxes and all kinds of things. And it would go to the city of London, to the Vatican. And it's just never gotten paid off. It just snowballed and snowballed and got bigger and bigger and bigger. And so what President Trump did, he came in and worked out, well, of course, he had to sign in 2018 about the national emergency. So that set the stage. But then what ended up happening was he also started the bankruptcy for USA Inc. Because if there was so much debt owed, it was time to restructure. And he wanted to get rid of the USA Inc. So filed the bankruptcy. And of course, then all the craziness happened. The COVID stuff happened. All the garbage happened trying to shut down our country. And they were all panicking. And I called them the deep state, whoever they all may be. And they weren't happy that he was restructuring and changing everything and trying to take us back to America, the Republic, instead of USA Inc. So then July 4th came and President Trump signed that Constitution and declared us America, the Republic again. The next step that happened is in November, right before the election. At the end of October, everything had gone through to finalize the bankruptcy, and all that was signed, sealed, and done on November 2nd, the day before the elections. So what does that mean, everybody? What it means is Biden and all the people that got voted in, all through all the fraud and all that garbage, what happened is whoever got elected was elected for USA Inc., the bankrupted, no more institution, because we became officially on July 4th, America, the Republic again. So, and he signed that new declaration. So we have our declaration, we have our freedom. He also, because he signed that bankruptcy and got all that stuff done, finalized and over, what it means now is that he got it done by the end of the fiscal year for a reason, because what he wants to do next, of course, is to bring us back to a gold standard, bring back wealth. And I've heard 6,000 patents out there, devices and inventions and things that will help not only our country, but the whole world. So I'm excited. I know these things are coming. And that explains kind of the timeline of what all's gone down. I was listening to a prophetic timeline. Bo Polney, Polny, his latest timeline. He does prophetic things. And one thing about him, he has never missed a date. He's never given out information that was ever proven wrong. Now, he will give dates. He won't tell you exactly what's going to happen on that date. He just tells you based upon scripture, based upon timelines, based upon history and cycles, what's coming. And he named 2 dates that I want y'all to remember and to look for. One was March 6th, and the other is April 25th, 26. It sounds like it's like in a 24-hour window. And what he had to say about the March 6th, it has something to do with Jubilee. And he talked about how the 25th and 26th matches the timeline of when the ark had landed and when the family got out of the ark and stepped on dry land. It was the end of another cycle. And his point is that April 25th, 26th, he sees it as this major shift of it's over, the end, and then a new beginning. He said that the March 6th looked to him more like it fit prophetically with like 400 and 1,000 year cycles. And he said if you looked into the Jubilees, that you would find that information. So I just wanted to share that information too. It's just something to ponder, something to think about. Bo Polney is somebody you can go research and see if it resonates with you and what you might think. I think it's worth listening to, because if you can and look at your history, always go back to history and look. That's a real important key too. Not just what we see getting spread around in front of our eyes. Pray about everything, ponder on it, connect the dots, ask lots of questions. Always ask lots of questions. Don't you agree with that, Steve? You're muted.
Oh, shit. Muted myself again. Okay. Listen, you did a fabulous job of explaining how we went from a republic to a corporation back to a republic. And that I second the motion. That is absolutely what happened. You know, we went from admiralty law to common law. We're going to see the rule of law come back, because the past does not equal the future, friends. And all of you out there listening to this, I know you've reached your tipping point. You've reached that point of no return where you're wide awake. You know what's going on. But listen to this. I want y'all to sit back real quick. Listen to what I'm about to tell you, and it's going to blow your mind if you don't already know about this. Some lady asked just now, she said, where does this information come from? And I couldn't help but laugh because, you know, I'm 64 years old, okay? I spent a lot of time in the military. I've been a part of some different groups. I think most of you that have been with me for 4 years or so, you know that I've got some real contact, okay? And I even was still participating in a lot of these alliance type things, you know, through the years, even after my retirement. And I don't say that in any way, shape, or form to brag. I don't claim to, you know, be a guru that knows everything going on. But when I know something, and I tell you that I know this to be an absolute fact, you might want to pay attention, okay? So again, I'm to a point in my life where I've seen all the attacks come upon QAnon. I will say that it has surprised me at just how tense the attacks have been. And Clint Kessler is way ahead of the ball game because he came out and put in the text here that Xi, Putin, Modi, the president of India, and Trump are all working together. And you know what? Clint is absolutely right. Friends, we are getting ready to see some things that are going to rock your world, because when you start to realize that Vladimir Putin has never been an enemy of the United States, okay? He is a Christian. Did you know Russia is like the number one? Hey, somebody said fifth Marine. Thank you, Canadian Deplorable. One of these days, you guys will find out what that's about. But anyway, so here is the Putin over in Russia having the same problem dealing with globalists and dealing with Illuminati and these demon Luciferian pedophiles. Do you know one of the first things that Biden did when he so-called became the what was it? Oh yeah, as soon as he got inaugurated, one of the first things he did was contact. Well, he didn't contact. He sent operatives to Russia, especially around Moscow, and had them performing operations and stirring the people up and having street riots and so forth. So I got it from a good source that Putin contacted Biden directly and threatened him and said, stop sending your thugs, your Antifa BLM freakazoids over here to Russia, because we're not going to be kind to them, okay? So then you got, now you know the relationship that President Trump has with President Modi from India, right? When President Trump and Melania went over there to visit, they packed 100,000 people in a stadium to pay honor to President Trump. Modi and the Indian people love him, okay? Now, let's look at China. What if I told you that Xi Jinping has a problem with the globalists inside the CCP, okay? Xi Jinping is not the evil person that Alex Jones will tell you he is. Xi Jinping has been part of the White Hat Alliance for a long time, and you're about to see the work of the Lord take place in China, because the CCP leadership is being dismantled as we speak by Xi Jinping. He's removing his top military leaders, and there's going to be a coup led by Xi Jinping along with his allies, President Trump, President Modi, and who was the third one? Who did we say? Putin, Russia. But you notice over the last 4 years, the number one enemy of America, according to the Democrats, has been who? Putin. Russian collusion. And then you've got congressmen like that old Fartmeister. What's his name? The Schwalwell. Here was Schwalwell having a good old time with his little Chinese honeypot CCP member that he is in a, did he ever get removed? Did he ever get removed from his position in the Congressional Intelligence Committee, where he had access to all of America's top secrets? I don't know. No. But here's what's about to go down. Okay, now y'all know about Taiwan. I'm not going to give you a school lesson other than to say, for those of you who don't know, this is the island of Formosa where Chiang Kai-shek fled after the World War II, when the damn U.S. globalists turned on him and sent him rifles and stuff to so-called fight the communists with, that were missing barrels and all sorts of stuff. The U.S. screwed General Chiang Kai-shek over, but he said, screw you back. Fang. There you go. Thank you, Tina. And anyway, when they went to Taiwan, they became the people's, the Republic, the nationalist. They became nationalist Chinese. So they don't want anything to do with the mainland communists. But the Chinese communists they've had their eyes on Taiwan for a long, long time. And so the U.S. is definite allies with Taiwan, and President Trump made it clear that an attack on Taiwan or Hong Kong is an attack on the U.S. Okay, so we'll wait and see how that showdown occurs. But what's getting ready to happen is the CCP is going to be taken down. There's going to be a military occupation of mainland China with the Taiwanese generals in charge working closely with other allies, the United States, and anybody else that we can bring into the military coalition to be an occupying force and help China transition from CCP communist control to a, vibrant country just like everybody else. We're going to have peace as much as possible on this planet. We have a very bright future to look forward to. I was talking to Deedie earlier today about this mid. We know there's over 5,000 patents with highly sophisticated technologies that can do amazing things to the human body. I know many of you out there suffer from pain. It kind of goes with getting older. But, I've discovered over the last few years, since my 1.5-year medical ordeal, I've become dedicated to finding the best of the best technologies and things that work. And so before we end this video tonight, I told Deedie, I want you to be sure to tell the people about HempWorx and what an amazing company, you and I got involved in about 2 years ago. Now, I don't want you to go right into that right now. I'm not ready to end this video. I think we got some good information flowing tonight, and, we're only as good as the information we got. And I tell people all the time, I say, listen, you can take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm not out to win some popularity contest. I'm a messenger. I'm a guy that's been at it. My wake-up call, my big red pill was 9/11/2001. Okay? I have a background in demolitions. I know how to blow shit up. And when I saw those towers come down, and then I saw that building number 7 at 5:20 in the afternoon, baby, I ain't buying this. So I started researching. I wish I knew how many thousands of hours I have put into researching 9/11, because it came as such a shock to my system that when you served the government as long as I did, and then all of a sudden you see over 3,000 of your fellow brothers and sisters on planet Earth murdered in one day, how can you just forget about that and move on? I've been digging. There's not a day that goes by that I don't look into something relative to 9/11. Because if I had never put on a board or something and people want to know, Steve, tell us what you know about 9/11. Oh, shit. Well, how many hours do you have? And I put it out to the world, and I'll put it out again that I know people up, around the president. There's a lot of people see my stuff. I don't claim to be anything. I'm just a small fish in a big ocean. I'm just another voice out here trying to put some truth out. I had this dumbass troll attack me recently for the way I say minutia. He says, for gosh sakes, it's minutia, not minutia. And I just had to school his dumbass that where I'm from in Virginia, however I say minutia is okay. And nobody's going to give me any shit. And here you are, Freakzoid, out here trying to school me on how I need to pronounce words. I don't think so. I've earned more damn respect for that than that for my years of service to this country. Anyway, Deedie, come on back in here and bring these people up to speed on what's going on, because everybody's kind of freaked out. They're trying to find some truth, and you got the floor.
Well, I think that because we're getting close to having things, because there's arrests going on, I've actually heard that we may have an EBS, emergency broadcast system alert, sometime by Wednesday at the latest. I'm actually kind of welcoming that, and I'll tell you why. Because in my mind, I don't want all this up and down and the craziness to just keep going. I just really don't. I think I would rather have the arrests happen. And when I say that, what I mean is in this country for a long, long time, there's been people that pull strings behind the scenes. And in the last few years, they just got really open about what they're doing. I mean, I think about John Brennan. I think about McCabe. I think about Strzok. I think about, there's just so many people. All the people that were involved in actually working with foreign governments to bring down our own government is how it appears. That's my opinion. And when there's pedophilia going on, when there's treason going on, sedition going on, well, those things ought to be dealt with. And what I would rather see is have an emergency broadcast, since we're under military rule, have those people go through military tribunals, have those people have a fair trial, figure out what's reality, and be able to move on as a country. That's what I would rather see. And I think that when they have these trials, I think the truth about what they did wrong will come out. And I think that there's going to be information that a lot of people don't even realize yet, that there was a whole lot more fraud going on in this last November 3rd election than people even were aware of, because the mainstream media hid a lot of that too. They colluded with the same people that were trying to overthrow our country and establish something that's not even legitimate. So I don't care what side of the political aisle you're in. I don't think any of us want an illegal group running our country that are getting money from China, from CCP China, not the good people, because there's good and bad in every country. But we don't want the bad elements with their money coming in, running all of us and being the ones that run our laws. And like 42 executive orders by Biden. That's crazy. That is just, that doesn't even compare to any president throughout history in our country. And I can't even think of him as a president. And the reason I can't is because I'm a researcher that looks for truth. I don't just listen and follow like a sheep. And what I'm going to tell you is there's evidence out there that proves there was election fraud, and they need to either redo, they need to do something rather than letting it just the lie roll and roll and roll. That's just not cool. That's not okay. And I'm not okay with that. So anyway, that deep state that's been ruling in the background has been undermining our schools. They want everybody dumbed down. They've been hounding the mainstream media. They don't want them telling the truth. They are actually creating like these Arab Springs all over. I don't even know if a lot of you know, but Antifa BLM that was here, there's a history for many, many years going back and forth to other countries and here again and on and on. But the recent deals that's been going on for the last year, a little longer that I know about, which means it's probably been longer, because a lot of times when you find out something, it's already been there a while before. But what I'll tell you is the top trainer, and I'm not even going to say the person's name, that trained people to go over to do the Arab Spring and then to go to other countries, that top trainer, they paid huge money. George Soros and all these people that have money have contributed to these causes. A bunch of them got together and paid this top person to come over and personally train the Antifa BLM groups to do their thing in this country. So when you've paid the top instigator that instigated riots all over the world to come into this country and do this, train these people to do the same thing, then I, for the life of me, cannot figure out why BLM got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize in the last couple of days. I mean, that's a mind blower. So what I'm going to tell you is this is why, for me, I want to know truth. The truth helps me know what I'm dealing with. I'd rather know who the treasonous person is and who the loyal person is. And then I can figure out what path I want to be on. And I'd rather be on the path of truth seekers and loyalists, not treason. I don't want to go down that path. So for me, that's the path I would choose. I don't think of it as Republican or Democrat or liberal or any of that. I think of it as a truth seekers path, because God was with us when we started this country. God was with us. There's actually Bible and all kinds of information that was involved in creating that original Constitution. And I think President Trump knew that the only way to clean up this country was going to be to expose the truth, which made him a target, which meant that then everything that they thought was great about him before he ran, now suddenly it's awful now that he did run and he did win his first term. And I believe he actually won this second term. And I think that during these military tribunals and trials, truth will come out. And that's what I'm praying for, that we can all see the truth. And if they actually do the EBS, and then they actually do put all this on television for people to see the actual trials and see the actual confessions, maybe that's what it's going to take for the people to have the scales over their eyes to actually look and see what the truth is. Once we have the truth, we can heal as a country. And I hope and pray that we all come together in peace and unity on the other side of what I call truth. And what I call truth, it's saying it like it is, because it is what it is. And just because somebody will repeat something over and over and over doesn't make a lie any more truthful. And we're not dumb. We're all smart people, and we can all see that. And like somebody, I can't see the chat, but Steve was saying that somebody was asking, well, where do you get this information? Well, I've been digging for many, many years. I knew back in '98 that there were problems. And that was before a whole lot of other stuff has happened. And you don't ever get your truth from just one place, because if you're smart, you'll get different sources. And that's why I was sharing a lot of sites with y'all tonight. Go over to Before It's News. Go start reading stuff that maybe you've never seen before. Off-world beings exist. They're real. Information about technology, Tesla, and all that information that's out there is real. And there's a whole lot you can educate yourself on and teach yourself that has gotten taken out of our schools for generations now. And it got dumber and dumber. And I know that because I saw this. I participated in helping the state of Florida in some ways. Couldn't get past Governor Jeb Bush to fix some other things, but got other things fixed. Got a lot of other things started and helped, because I started the first long distance learning programs. I was the one that instigated that here in our state, which then became nationwide. And I also started training programs in our state for all kinds of things. And I worked in the getting some healthcare things set up for children in this state. And I know that we can make a difference. I'm just a little somebody in a big world and in a great big country. And if I can make a difference, you can all make a difference. We all can. Because God, when I told Steve he's a miracle, he went through a lot. I went through a lot of medical stuff too. And we are all miracles. I woke up paralyzed and went through 3 years. And that was in '98. That was why I ended up getting red pilled, because when I was on the other side of that medical world, instead of the one doing the examinations and the treatments, suddenly I was on the other side. And I watched and learned. There was so much. It was a blessing in disguise that I watched and I learned. And I'm thankful I did. I'm thankful I went through 3 years of paralysis, going from wheelchair to walker to cane and then walking again. And I'm thankful, because then I dug into the Bible and went back to the original Strong's Concordance and learned all the Hebrew and the Greek. I love to dig and research, so I did that. And I was thankful for that, because it taught me a lot. And it helps you connect the dots when you look into everything yourself and you dig for yourself. And then you'll meet like-minded people and you'll teach one another. And that's what's important. That's why we're all here tonight on this YouTube channel, on our channels, watching and talking together. This is how we learn and how we grow. So that person that asked, where do you get this information? It's all over. And you just have to go look, listen to your friends, listen to your new friends. Let's not put one another down. Let's not say, oh, that's just hogwash, because don't ever just follow the crowd. I am my own drummer. I have never just followed anybody. I've always been a leader because I want to know everything, and I want to ask every question I can find to learn everything I can. And then I want to know more. And I'm going to dig and dig and dig. And if something doesn't seem right, it's probably not. And that means I need to go dig some more. And I do. And I hope that you all get a passion about knowing truth, because then you're going to teach others and share that too. And people will know, they'll feel the passion, and they're going to feel that emanating from you. It's the same way for me when I went seeking God and wanting to know the truth. I didn't want to know just what the person stood up and read at a pulpit. I wanted to know more. And that's why I went back to the original Hebrew and the Greek. I wanted to know what every word was, because I had studied linguistics and semantics and syntax and all that stuff. And I had done the IQ testing, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to know the heart, mind, and soul of God. I wanted to be a part of that God channel, and that's what I call it. And I'm going to tell you, everybody out there, you are a miracle. We're all miracles, and God made you for such a time as this, because you have a job to do, to teach others and share facts, truth, and your opinion by using your voice. Use your voice and share and teach. Sometimes it's love, sometimes it's compassion, sometimes it's forgiveness, sometimes it's truth that somebody doesn't want to hear. But we've all got to have our voice and say it. We've got to just say it. It's time. Nobody needs to be quiet and shut up and go hide behind a rock somewhere or something. No, no, no. This is the time for everybody to get loud and move. Keep moving. Steve says, shoot, move, and communicate. Well, he means you just keep moving, keep searching and seeking the truth. Okay, I said my piece, Steve. You awake? Oh, my goodness.
I keep doing it. I keep talking with my mic muted. I didn't want to make any background noise that would interfere with the truths that you were sharing. You know, I've been reading the comments here, and I'll tell you what, this group of folks in this chat tonight are cream de la freaking cream, man. I mean to tell you, I'm just reading their conversations with each other. You know, somebody said, Mary from Ontario, Canada said, hey, Steve, what state are you from? And then New Frontiersman came out and said, Steve is from Danville, Virginia. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. We've got people in here that know where I'm from. It's cool. I was just in Danville, Virginia a few weeks ago, and there were several things that really struck me hard, and it was what the COVID-19 has done to that poor little town. I mean, restaurants, I went to go visit some of my favorite restaurants. I hadn't been there a while, and they were closed. You know, I drove down the streets, and everywhere I looked, there was something that was closed, had gone out of business because of COVID-19. And as Deedie mentioned earlier, the truth is going to come out. Everything is going to be revealed, you know, as far as how we ended up in this situation as a nation, as a world, and how we corrected it. And again, that number 17, that little military operation that started over 25 years ago to dismantle this cabal. See, it took many, many years for this thing to develop. I mean, we didn't start out in the swamp, okay? I can remember going to Washington, D.C. when it was a wonderful place. I mean, you didn't have to worry about getting mugged on the street or shot by a drive-by. And, you know, I got to tell you something. I went to a couple rallies up there in D.C., but I went to one a month or two ago, probably about 2 months ago, where I flew in, rented a car, and I went over to DC, but I was going to try to take a shortcut, and I ended up in Georgetown. So if there's any of you out there listening or watching this video that live anywhere near Georgetown, you know that I made a big mistake, okay, going into Georgetown, because Georgetown is Antifa BLM Mecca, okay, in Washington, D.C. And I had some very interesting close calls, but I can tell you that God does, in fact, answer prayers, because there was a few times that the only way I got out of there alive was because of God either making my dumbass invisible or something. Somebody said, Steve, do you think John is alive? Well, I do personally, and I didn't at first. And then some people introduced me to some people who know John. And so, I guess only time will tell. But my gut feeling is that he is very real and he's alive. And as that story goes, for those of you that don't know it, on the day that John Jr. was going to take off in that plane, headed to that Hamptons or something, his mechanic, when going over the plane, found some sabotage. And it's believed, I don't even think anybody's ever doubted it, that it was done, the sabotage attempt was done by Hillary Clinton, because in the upcoming election, JFK Jr. and Hillary were going to both vie for the same New York Senate seat. Now, I don't know why she couldn't just take her dumb ass back to Arkansas and try to go to the Senate that way, but no, she wanted, and they don't know how to win unless they cheat. So I would say, from all the information that I've been privy to, all the research I've done, I would say he's alive. And I think once he is brought back into reality and the story is told, Hillary will long since been retired, from the planet. And it's going to be a real healing thing to know that the JFK Jr., the son of John F. Kennedy, is alive and well and was preserved by the grace of God to help participate in the takedown of the globalist cabal, and that he, JFK Jr., has been an integral part of the 17 movement from the beginning. Okay. So that's what I'll say about it. Again, I have absolutely no proof, but I will say I agree totally with Kayla, who said that the plan is to reroute the Potomac River and turn Washington, D.C. into an underwater wasteland. Washington, D.C. is a cursed area. It was drawn up on satanic ley lines. It has to be destroyed. President Trump will never occupy the White House again. That's my opinion. And, I just don't think he would choose to be inaugurated in the White House after so much demonic influence has been brought into that whole DC area. So it needs to be, completely plowed under, I think. And I love that idea of rerouting the Potomac to just completely. I wonder if that's possible, because if you flood Washington D.C., you would probably flood some other places like Alexandria or Arlington, places like that, which you wouldn't really. Maybe if you built a dike or something, and you could redirect the water just to take out D.C. and then go right back around and meander on down through Virginia, you know what I'm saying? Or Maryland, I guess that would be. Well, yeah, Maryland and Virginia. Steve, have you watched The Fall of the Cabal? Yes, I have. And we're all watching it right now. I love old Alex Jones when he tells everybody, he says, QAnon, you don't do nothing. All you do is sit back, eat popcorn, and watch the show. Who you fooling, fool? And it ain't what QAnon's about. QAnon people are some of the hardest working I've ever seen. Now, there I've said it again a couple of times, but hey, it is what it is. What am I going to do? It's hard for me to hold back when I want to share knowledge and truth that's going to uplift your world. But every one of you should go to bed tonight with a feeling of peace and balance and harmony in your soul, because this has been a long time coming. Yeah, it is getting deep, Michael. Yeah, it's getting real deep, and it's going to get a lot deeper before it's over. And that's why, it's imperative that every one of us put a firm foundation and we got a good understanding of what's going down here. I just can't believe the number of so-called patriots that have just completely lost all faith and confidence in President Trump. And I know most of you on here tonight, you haven't. You're Trump people, you're number 17 people. You know the deal. So, again, I'm not out to get anybody to believe anything I say. I don't drag people across the goal line, twist their arm, try to get them to believe something that I'm not espousing anything. I'm just putting the information out. Do with it what you want. So anyway, I'm going to bring Deedie back on here. She's ready to tell you something else, I'm sure.
What do you want to talk about, Steve? What do you want me to talk about now? You want to put us both on the screen?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Try that for a little bit. But go ahead. Just what's on your mind? Catherine says we should be grateful for every single day. Gypsy Nurse Kathy. I love you, Steve. You always have a good word for all of us. I never doubted President Trump. God bless you, Gypsy. And same with all you wonderful souls popping in here tonight. I tell you, Deedie, this has been a real surprise to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a very pleasant surprise. I originally thought that we were only going to have your YouTube channel to do this on.
Yeah.
So imagine my surprise when I found out that YouTube is allowing me to do lives again. When I got put in YouTube prison the other day for telling the truth. What was it George Orwell said in 1984, in the day of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act.
Yeah.
And when it comes to First Amendment abuse or censorship,
Yeah.
I've ran the gamut, man. I've been deleted. I've had YouTube's deleted, Twitter 12-year Twitter account, 76,000 subscribers. Poof, just gone, just like that, because I'm a patriot. But the only thing I can say about that is I'm in good company, because that's the same day President Trump was deleted on Twitter too. So I was in, and didn't you got deleted on Twitter, didn't you? And tell that story. What happened with you?
Yeah, I was going to tell everybody that I got taken off Twitter like within the same time frame you were, and the parlor's down, of course. Facebook, I've been banned for 9 months. Haven't been able to do live shows on Facebook for 9 months now. And that's why I started going around and opening all these other accounts so people can find me again. And I've stuck with Deedie Speaks Truth as my handle for most of them. And so that people can find me and stuff. Isn't this crazy that we live in what's supposed to be a free country? And just because you've got one opinion, it's not allowed. But if you've got the other opinion, they get to say there's twice, and ours we can't even say once. And I can tell you that I want freedom to come back for everybody. I never said they could never talk and say their opinions, but none of us should be shut down and silenced. We shouldn't be censored. That's not right either.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that these people that own these companies, like the Twitters and Facebooks and all that kind of stuff, I hope those are the people that go through the military tribunals. That's what I hope.
Somebody was saying something here about Sidney Powell, and I wanted to tell a little quick sidebar. I went to Dallas, Texas in October of 2018. Okay. Mm-hmm. And it was a fundraiser that was put together by what's that talk show host? He's got the real deep voice. John B. Wells. John B. Wells.
Yeah.
And it was called Operation Classified. And there were a ton of, truth seekers and, people that all of us, admire on YouTube and wherever.
Yeah.
And I met Sidney Powell. She had a little booth set up and she was selling her book. I was just looking around here to see if I see it because I'm always reading on it. It was a brilliant book. Damn, what's the name of that? I don't know. I'll find it later while you're talking. But anyway, I asked her if I could do a little interview with her. And so she said, yeah, sure. So I had my little iPad and I was interviewing her, asking her some great questions. And then my damn iPad broke or it stopped working. And so I had to take a pause and I asked her, would you mind if we did this again? And she said, by all means. So you can see that if you go to my Brighteon channel, I've got that recording of myself interviewing Sidney Powell. So it just means more and more now that she's become so prolific and famous, But she is a true warrior. She loves President Trump. And, I hate to see it when people talk. Tina Marie says, I like Deedie's red shirt.
Thank you. Thank you, Tina Marie.
We have a republic if we can keep it, said Ben Franklin. That was also from Tina Marie. Tina Marie is really up on things. She's been watching my stuff for about 4 years now, I think.
Well, you know what?
Gary says, she'd been looking for me around online, didn't know where I was at. That's amazing. I guess if everybody had known my retired Marine soundsoff.com, oh, by the way.
Hey, Steve.
Anybody figure out what this is all about? The 5th Marine. Anyway, you'll know one day. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Hey, Steve.
What?
Tina Marie and her husband have traveled all around in their RV, sharing truth all over the country. I'm real proud of them.
I got to tell you a story. I had been in a HempWorx for about maybe a month, maybe 2 months, something like that. And I told everybody on a video I was going down to Vegas to visit the HempWorx corporate office and, like that. And I got a call from Tina Marie and she said, you're in Vegas? I said, yeah. She said, we're in Vegas. So, or we're on the way to Vegas or something. So what's that lady's name in our upline that makes millions of dollars a month? What's her name? Is it Judy?
Well, you know what? But there's several of them that are all making real good money above us.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a minute. But this lady that lives in Vegas, she lives up in Henderson where my sister is. She invited me to come speak on a Saturday morning at this, I think it might have been a bar, restaurant, or something. So I showed it, and there was quite a few people there because she's got a lot of people in her group in the Las Vegas area. Well, Tina Marie called and said they were going to be pulling up in the parking lot in about 30 minutes or something, and she showed up, and that's when I got to meet her and Max. His name's Max.
Yeah.
Wonderful human beings, total patriots. I think during the campaign, they had their RV plastered with Trump, 2020 stuff. I mean, they really went all out. And I mean, they were a great example of, I talked about them a lot on my videos because they were such patriots. Hey, guess who's in here? I don't think I told you, Al Prober. Remember Al?
Yeah. Hi, Al.
Yeah, Al showed up in here tonight.
Yeah.
And Michael Beale, he's a patriot, a former military. Hey, guess who's in here? Trucker Dave.
Oh
Trucker
my.
Dave.
Hi, Dave. Hi, Dave. And also,
there's
Kenny.
Jeremiah.
Didn't you see
Valancourt, another patriot? I mean, but hey, Brian Kale from Idaho.
Hi, Brian.
Marine.
Hi, Brian.
Brian, he's funny as hell. He's. I think he should be. Brian, you should be a damn chef. Brian is always posting these concoctions that he cooks up in the kitchen. He posts them on Facebook.
Yeah.
And it's always one of my. I look forward to seeing what Brian is. Now, this is a crazy Marine, y'all. So don't think the Marines are one-trick ponies. We can do other things and kill people, okay?
Hey, Steve, I got to tell you this. Brian has got a wonderful church he goes to, and he sends me messages and stuff, and he's really into music and everything. Hey, Brian, I'm going to see if we're going to say a prayer tonight because you've been asking me to do that, Brian.
No, of course, you're welcome to do that, Deedie, before we get off of here.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I got to say something. When I first met Deedie, she talks directly to God, and she's surrounded by angels. And, when somebody tells you stuff like it, you can tend to be a little bit suspect. Like, is this person all there? But see, when you have an experience like I did in the VA hospital in Durham, North Carolina, in April of 2015, friends, I was in the hospital for 8 days. I had some serious problems with my feet. I'm a diabetic, or at least I was diagnosed as being a type 2 diabetic on my 51st birthday. I was visiting. Well, my mom, she wasn't there, but I was staying down in Virginia at the old homestead, and I knew something was going on. I started having this unquenchable thirst. I would drink a damn gallon of water and want to drink more. And so I went to the VA hospital up in Salem, Virginia. Some of you may know where that is. And that doctor, they took tests and stuff. And he calls me in his office, and he said, Mr. Motley, he says, I don't know how in the hell you're walking around. He said, you should be in a diabetic coma. And I said, what? He said, your blood sugar is 890. Now, if there's any of you medical people out there, I should have been in a damn coma. But I wasn't. But they admitted me to the hospital, kept me for 3 days, put me on insulin, all this crap. Started filling me full of drugs. And I said, man, this ain't happening. So when I got out of there, I started researching and trying to figure out how am I going to get over this death sentence. When you get diagnosed as having type 2 diabetes, in a lot of cases, that's a freaking death sentence. I was going to say that's as bad as taking the COVID-19 vaccine, but no, I ain't going to go that far. Listen, friends, none of you out there, don't you dare take that damn COVID-19 vaccine, because it will kill you dead on the damn doornail. It messes with your DNA. Now, if the first one don't get you, the second one will. We just recently heard about Hank Aaron, 86 years old, dropping dead a couple of days after he got his second COVID-19. Same thing I understand was going on with Larry King. Now, both of them gentlemen left us too soon. They could have stayed around to 90-some, but no, they had to set an example. They listened to the fake news media, and they went ahead and got that damn vaccine. Okay, so again, all I am is a messenger. I can tell you what I know.
Hey, Steve.
You can take it or leave it. If it don't suit well with your, hey, Deedie, I'm going to turn it back over to you. But, it's all about resonance. Hey, who is that? Rick. Hey, Rick Ferguson out there in California. There's Lauren Sanders from Georgia, your old stomping grounds, Deedie.
Yeah, I grew up outside.
Like I said, I love this Steve and Deedie show. Hey, that's pretty cool. Maybe we'll have to continue to do it. I don't know.
Hey,
we'll see. We'll ask for a vote at the end and see if people want to continue with this.
Hey,
but I'm going to turn it back to you. I really can't think of anything to say at this moment. Go ahead.
Well, I wanted to just share back to you. Were going to talk about the angel, and what I wanted to tell you was that one of the things I had suggested was berberine really, really helps when there's a situation of the diabetes and different things going on. But I wanted to hear, you were going to tell about
okay.
angel.
Yeah, I do want to tell that. But I want to say that since my experience with the angel, and that sounds kind of weird. That sounds like, now what the hell is this little crazy dude going to tell us now that he has had a visit with an angel? Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell you, because I did. My last night in the VA in Durham, North Carolina, I came face to face with a damn angel. I don't know how else to describe it. To better describe it, let's just say it was a deep dream. Okay. I think if I say that it was a deep dream, then I'd have more listeners, listening more intently, because they don't think I'm some nut job that was hallucinating because of painkiller. Number one, I hate pharmaceutical drugs. I'm 64 years old, and I'm proud to announce I don't take any pharmaceutical drugs. And Dr. Deedie here is responsible for the blood thinner. I was on blood thinner. They told me I'd be on it. I was on that Xarelto. Prior to that, they had me on the rat poison Coumadin. And I was told I'd be on it for the rest of my life if I didn't want to have a massive heart attack. I just didn't believe it, and I was telling her my situation. She said, oh my God, I want you to tell the story about the nattokinase, because everybody out here, friends, I don't care what age you are, you need to really listen to Deedie when she tells you about what this nattokinase does. I was able to wean myself off of a blood thinner that I had been on since 2013. Okay. And the way I felt, or the way I have felt when I got off of that stuff, is just amazing. And I would never go back to a pharmaceutical drug again. They had me on things like metoprolol to regulate my heart. I'm not on that crap anymore. I take garlic. I take a concoction of coenzyme Q10, things like that. And one of the other things I wanted to mention to y'all before I turn it over to Deedie to tell his story is, I told her she said, what are we going to talk about? I said, listen, let's just talk, get out there and talk about whatever. I'll kind of see if I can read some of the chat, and pass it back and forth. Let's just talk about life and where we are and, where we're headed and some of the things that might actually benefit people. Well, what I'm going to have Deedie tell you about now with this nattokinase can literally change your life. If you or anybody is on a statin type drug, and God, man, you want to get off statins. Statins have so many evil side effects, you won't believe it. But anyway, that's not what we want to talk about. We want to talk about the blood thinners and how, if you are on one of those, how you can get off of that. If you have the faith. Faith precedes a miracle. A lot of people will only listen to their medical doctor, and they do exactly, they'll take 13, 14 different prescriptions. But, somebody like us comes along and says, listen, there's alternatives to that. If you've got high blood pressure, you can take passion flower. Is it passion flower? I think that's what it is. Passion flower, Deedie? Yeah, you can take different things that will work naturally, And so I want you to come on out here and share with the people the true story about nattokinase and what it can do for folks.
Well, and the other thing I want to tell people, because I had the medical training and then the nurse stuff and then speech therapy, audiology. I've had more neurology than a general MD. And because of my own personal experiences and people in my orbit, so to speak, that needed help, I, for the last 35 years, have researched alternatives to medications and prescriptions and things. I've looked more for the kind of the natural way to go. And so I've learned a lot along the way, and I'm real good at connecting dots. When I used to do testing, brain processing and all the things going on in the body, I was always really good at figuring out what was going on with somebody. And I would work with OTs and PTs and specialists and all kinds of stuff. And I brought in a team to the state of Florida to help figure out things for special cases and needs and things. And I just seem to be, God always puts me in the right place at the right time to help people. So what I was going to tell you is, if there's anybody out there listening tonight or as a recorded version, and if you want help to try and figure out something, I'll be happy to help you. I do that with people. I pray with them, but I also can share what I know might help in with their certain situations. I don't diagnose or any of that kind of stuff. I can just kind of gently say, hey, go check this, this, and this out. And this might be something you'd be interested in. And that's pretty much what I do. But anyway, years ago, my spouse that has since passed away, had heart issues, and they had put him, he had pacemaker and different things as well. And they had him on a gamut of medications. And I said, there's natural alternatives. And he had gone to the same heart person for 20 something years, was stuck in this rut of saying, no, I just got it this way and I got it that. And I'm going, well, how about if I get you the research and the paperwork and show it to you? So that's what I started doing. And there were 3 whole pages on the nattokinase called white papers. But what I want to tell you is he listened because he went into a place of almost dying. And what happened was they had put him on these blood thinners, and he had reactions to Plavix. He'd had reactions to the warfarin. He'd had reactions to everything they had at the time. And the heart doctor looked at him and then told me, well, I'm just going to have to let him die. There's nothing else I can do. And I looked at the heart doctor and I said, that's not good enough. And I went and I did my thing. I went and I researched and I asked lots and lots of questions, and I found out about the nattokinase. And what had happened is my spouse at that time had developed clots behind the heart. And the way you find that is through a TEE test, transesophageal echogram. And when they found the clots, that's when the doctor said, well, I can't give him anything, so I'm just going to have to let him die. And so when I found the nattokinase, I immediately went back, made an appointment with that doctor, surgeon, took a bottle of stuff, took the white papers, and said, okay, here's an answer. And he said, well, I see the research and I see it. He said, but I don't know. And I said, okay, then I'm going to tell you. You've already got the baseline data. You did the test. You've got hard proof that the clots are there. I said, let's put him on a 30-day regimen, 2 a day. And at the end of the 30 days, you redo your TEE test and let's see if the clots are gone. And that's what we did. He agreed. And he was right there during the test. He saw that there were no clots. And he looked at me and his jaw dropped and he said, okay, I believe you now. So from that point on, what he did was he was the owner of Florida Heart Group, which became a huge group in Florida. And he then set up a protocol for all of his surgeons and doctors to use the nattokinase as one of the options for clients. So now every year they send all their surgeons and their doctors to a 3-day workshop on nattokinase. What nattokinase is just, it literally is just fermented soy. It's ground up in a little capsule. It will not interact with any other medications. The only known side effect is when you're on the 2-a-day regimen, your blood pressure will come down a little, not much. And then when you go to a 1-a-day maintenance, it's no big deal. But what it does, a Japanese doctor invented it. And what it does is it breaks up clots, current clots, and then it will thin the blood and prevent future clots. Of course, that's going to help with strokes and heart attacks. It's a huge deal, and it's cheap. It's an alternative, and it's an awesome thing. But there's also horse chestnut that works with the blood vessels and the veins and the arteries and everything too. And that helps immensely. It can help lower the blood pressure, and it can also, it strengthens the walls. In which helps obviously with if the vessels are stronger and working better, then your blood pressure is going to be a little bit better as well. There's so many natural things out there. And like I mentioned a few minutes ago, the berberine for bringing down blood sugar issues and things. And there's so many natural things we can all be doing to help our bodies. And during this COVID stuff, quercetin. If you take quercetin, vitamins C, B, D, zinc, let's see, in the quercetin, and selenium, and NAC. You take those things, there you go. That's just what you need to know. Go to the health food store and get your quercetin, and then all that list that I just told you, and you'll be good to go. There's so many natural things we can do, and even our CBD oil and all that stuff. Olive leaf, natural, antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal. There's so many wonderful products out there that people could be using to help their bodies every day in a natural way. And that's why I got into the HempWorx, because that spouse ended up passing away years later from ALS. I mean, yes.
Hey, I think this is a good segue into the HempWorx. So
yeah.
Why don't you just tell the folks your experience, how you got involved, and what it's done for you? I know there are a lot of faithful CBD users here on the call tonight.
Yeah.
But just let the people know a little bit about what's been going on the past 2 years.
Yeah. Well, that spouse that ended up passing away, passed away from Lou Gehrig's ALS. and neurological. And in that kind of a situation, he asphyxiated. What happens with that is paralysis, and then the diaphragm, and very, very difficult situation. And I hadn't found the CBD oil at that point, and he passed in 2013. And it was later that I found out about the CBD oil. I had heard about the farm bill and bringing back hemp, and I started researching, and I realized, I went back to the, I heard Steve actually talking about I'd already been following the hemp bill, and I knew that the president was going to sign this and bring it back and legalize it again, because hemp is just a natural plant that helps everybody, our animals, people, everything, through our food and dairy and everything. And it's been around for a long, long time. They made rope out of it, clothes, you name it, right? But it also helps our bodies when we ingest it. And one night I heard Steve talking about it, and that he had joined this company, and on one of his videos. So what I did was I went back, looked at all the government medical research all the way back to 1961. And when I saw that CBD helps every single system in the body from head to toe, and they had the actual studies and the proof of it, I thought, okay, I want to be a part of this. Because what I realized is with all the neurological help it would give, with it helping every single system, I thought, how could I not want to share this? And so that was when I made up my mind I was going to start sharing it. But I can tell you, with the CBD, you've got receptor sites, thousands of them from the neck up, and you've got thousands of receptor sites from the neck down. And that's why it helps everything in your body. And it literally, for some people, it makes them feel like it just seems to just, their body has this relaxation with the muscles. For some people, it's like a light bulb comes on. For some, because it helps everything. It helps every single system. And you can use it in different ways. And I'll explain. What I mean by that is, they've got products like, our company HempWorx has got products like the gummies. Let me see if I can make it where you can read this. Yeah, the HempWorx gummies. And then they've also got the tinctures, the oils, and there's different strengths. There's a 500 strength, 750, and a 1500. And what it does, you shake the bottle real good, and you just take a few drops under the tongue. The gummies, you chew them and swallow them. And what's the difference? Why would you do one or the other? And this is the reason. And I explain this to the people that I have that sign up with me that do the HempWorx. Some people buy it because they're a customer. Some people buy it and also become an affiliate for free, because then they want to make money off it. And I think in my mind, obviously, that's smart to do that. But what it does is, the CBD oil will take effect pretty quickly, like within a matter of minutes, whereas the gummies will stay in the gut. So like if you want to take it at night to help you relax, and while we sleep, we heal. You know, we have our RIS system and RAS system, reticular inactivating system and reticular activating system. RAS is on in the day, RIS is on at night. So when RIS is working to help you sleep, your body heals. And so on our neurological cellular level, that's when we want to heal. So at night, you would take the oil to help the muscles relax, but take a gummy, because in about 4 hours, when the oil begins to kind of wear off, then the gummies will kick in so that you get a full night of healing and rest. And in the daytime, you could do the oil. But one of the things I actually prefer to do is our company also has the CBD soft gels. And there's different versions of it, but like this one is the CBD with coffee berry. That helps with brain focus and loss of weight. CBD Vitality, that's the one that has the CBD, but then also things that boost your immune system. And then there's the CBD with melatonin, which you could take at night. You could do this instead of the gummy if you wanted. But I actually prefer the gummy at night, and then I prefer the soft gels in the daytime. That's what I do. And they're all really, really good. So if you keep consistently in your system, like with the nattokinase, when you take one in the morning and one at night, take them 12 hours apart. That way there's something in your blood round the clock. And with these products that I just showed you, if you keep that consistently in your system, there's going to be a huge difference. I've heard people say that their eyes get better. I've heard people say that their arthritis is better. I hear people say that they've had pain, inflammation, and I've heard that this is huge. This is really, really huge. Then you also have, your skin is the largest organ in your body. It's the integumentary system. And that's where these things come in. And that's the CBD bath bombs. I'm going to open the box. And I want y'all to see how beautiful they are. And they smell so good. When you have even a box of these sitting in your bathroom, the whole bathroom smells so good because they have, oh my God, these smell so good. And you get in a tub and you soak, and this goes in through the skin for some beautiful, beautiful results. And we've even got, like the whole hair care system, but with the skin. One of the things I love, let me see what I've got here. Revive is for like the little lines that some of us have after we've gotten to be older. This has the collagen in it. And oh my gosh, this is so good. This is really nice. And I actually layer it. And I'm going to explain that. I don't have my jar of the Renew, which they just changed the name to Refresh. But I do have the muscle one, the one called Relief. That is for the leg cramps and things like that. The one that Steve is showing, I put that on first on my face. Then I take this and I can layer that in just 2 or 3 little spots if I want to. It isn't something you have to do, but this one's got collagen, and the one Steve just showed you has got the apple pectin and the fruit stem cells. They're not human stem cells. It is just the natural plant stem cells, which is awesome. And they work great. I use that every single day. Somebody asked me, well, what do you do for your skin? And I wash my face with water. And then I only put the HempWorx products on my face. I don't put anything else on my face. And because when I was at Tyndall Air Force Base, I started having all kinds of crazy things going on, and rashes, hives, all kinds of crazy stuff. It was during the Gulf War. And for 18 years, I could not put anything on my skin. I couldn't put anything on there. I went up to Mayo. They told me I had 2,500 things I was supposed to try and avoid for reactions. And they called it multiple chemical sensitivity syndrome. And I'm thinking, that ain't going to happen. Nobody can live their life and avoid 2,500 things. But what I could do was just use Safeguard soap and water. So that's what I did for 18 years. And then finally, when I found this company, it was like a hallelujah moment, because now I could use stuff on my face again. I was so thankful. And they even have a 60-day money-back guarantee, so I didn't have anything to lose. So if it hadn't worked, I could have sent it back for my money. But anyway, what I want to show you is it's like with the shampoo and conditioner, they have these beautiful hair masks. And oh my gosh, they call this one liquid gold for your hair. Steve is going to show you the shampoo and conditioner that, oh my God, smells so good. And I love their hand cream. He's going to tell you more about that. He's got some special stories that he had that came about during Christmas time. But one of my favorites, I love coffee. They got sprays too, guys, like for weight loss, energy, brain focus, sleep, you name it. You can use all of that too. But there's so many products. There's just so many products. There's no way to even do all of that here. But okay, guys, I love coffee. I'm a coffee connoisseur, and I'm going to tell you, this coffee's good, and it's real good. And it's got the hemp in it. Can you believe this? The CBD. I couldn't believe it. And what's so convenient is, ta-da! Okay, guys, you can put this in a purse. You can put it in a pocket. You can
Deedie,
travel anywhere with it.
I got to tell you something about that coffee.
Yeah,
My youngest daughter, Charlie,
yeah,
she's like you. She's a coffee connoisseur,
yeah.
and she had never tried it until the other day.
Really?
And so I put some in a cup and heated the water, poured it over there, and she stirred it up, but she drank it black. And I said, "Oh my God!" I said,
Yeah, it tastes good.
black. She said,
Yeah.
"I love black coffee." She said, "Sometimes I put a little soy cream in it, because she's a vegan, right?"
Yeah.
And she said, "Dad," she said, "this coffee is off the chain." She said,
Uh-huh.
"This stuff is," and I don't think I've ever had anybody try the coffee that didn't like it. But look, let me say this right here real quick.
Yeah.
Some of you may be saying, "Well, what the hell are you guys shifting into talking about hemp for?" Well, everybody's got to have something to support themselves, right? And there's not a YouTube channel out here that doesn't have people that are, marketing something. And so when I first started my YouTube channel in 2017, I didn't market anything. And it wasn't until January 4th of 2019 that I joined this company. So I've been with them for 2 years now. And I was just talking to Deedie earlier today. I don't know if there's a perfect company in the world. I don't know. But if there is nothing closer to it than what we're doing here with HempWorx. This is a division of a much bigger mothership, if you will, called My Daily Choice.
Right.
And My Daily Choice has 5 independent divisions.
Mm-hmm.
And I happen to have stumbled into the HempWorx division. And the way I got involved in this, I was doing research. Yes, let's get back to the angel. I had an angel appear to me in April 15th. And he said, Steve, he said, we have been sent to you. He always used the word we. He never spoke as an individual. He said, it's come to our attention that you are very, very distraught about your current medical condition. And I had every right to be, and yes, I was. And this angel asked me, he says, do you know why you're currently going through this ordeal? And I said, no, absolutely not. Please tell me, what's it all about? And he said, well, you chose to do this at this particular time in your life, in your particular incarnation. And I said, well, what do you mean I chose to do this? And I said, why in the hell would I choose to go through something like what I know is going to be a rough road ahead? And the angel told me, he says, everything is not, he says, it's for you, but it's also for all of the people that you will come in contact during the next 2 years, year and a half, however long it's going to be, before you're completely healed. And I said, oh my God. I said, like who? He said, doctors, nurses, orderlies, people that you'll talk to in the cafeteria. And he went on to say, everything is an organized plan. Nothing happens by chance. And that we choose to do certain things at certain times in our life. Now, you can believe that's true or not. I really don't give a damn. Because all I can relate to you is what happened with me. We all got our own story. Now, when I mentioned earlier that I had a visitation from an angel, there were 4 or 5 of you people in the chat saying, I have too. And I'll bet you there's a whole lot more of you listening to this right now that have also had an experience with angels that are just not willing to stand up and say it because you don't want to be people to think you're crazy. I used to worry a lot about what other people thought about me, and then I learned from Dr. Wayne Dyer that it's none of my business what the good opinion of other people are relative to me. I don't care what people think about me, but I'm not gonna be mealy mouthed. And if I've got a truth, if we have a truth about CBD oil or about nattokinase, or you take this product, I'm always hawking this product. Alex Jones, Living Defense. Listen to me. If there's anybody out there listening that has never taken a parasite detox herbal cleanse, you need to do so. Because all of you eat fish, if you eat sushi, oh my God, don't even talk about it. Your body is filled with parasites. You need to clean them. You need to go to InfoWarsStore.com and order you 2 bottles of Living Defense. Okay? And it may change your life like it did me. I say it saved my life. I had digestive issues for over 5 years, and the VA ran every test in the world on me. They could not, everything came back negative, but they never tested me for parasites. So one day, I've been listening to Alex Jones for over 20 years, and I said, I'm going to order some of that stuff. And I ordered it. I hid it from the nurses. They wouldn't let you have that kind of stuff. And buddy, I went through a miraculous cleansing of parasites that I had probably picked up in over 120 countries during my State Department tour with Marine Security Guard Battalion. Okay. Susan Wagner says, no seafood here. Okay. Well, how about this? I don't take in seafood or meat. Yeah, about over a year ago, I finally broke down and listened to my vegan daughters, and I stopped eating meat. And it was to me personally, it was the greatest thing I've ever done for my body. I've got more. I have to force myself to sleep at night because I got so much energy. And my energy's like doubled since I quit eating meat. So I'm not telling you to become a vegetarian, but what I am telling you is if you reach a point in your life where you gotta make a cool change. You cannot keep going on like you're going. Try. Okay, you got Monday's February 1st. How about for 30 days or a month of February, go without meat? Now, Deedie, I recommended that to you. Tell the people what happened with you and what you've experienced. Go ahead.
Well, I became a vegetarian right after Steve did because we are business partners. I had signed up in HempWorx under Steve, and so we talk about all kinds of stuff and political stuff and news and our social media and healthcare. Naturally, the stuff that's natural. Like, I don't know if Steve remembers, but there's another product. It's an old remedy. It's called Ceregon. If sometimes Alex Jones runs out of that Living Defense, well, if he's out, just go find Ceregon. It's hard to find, but it works. It's very effective, and it's inexpensive. But anyway, because there's all these natural things that have been around forever. But what did you ask me to say, Steve? What were you want me to talk about? I'm sorry. My mind is jumping all around. I became a vegetarian because I'd actually been considering it, because when I was at Tyndall and going through all those different crazy symptoms that I had during the Gulf War, one of the things they diagnosed was with the fibromyalgia and all the other different things. Well, when you hurt all over, and you've got trigger points, and there's a whole lot. There's a whole lot I've dealt with for different health conditions and different things too. And I am going to tell you, the natural way for me has been giving me the better results. And changing that, I had already heard that would reduce inflammation, to not have the meat. It also affects the blood, and if you can have a cleaner running system, it makes more sense that you will digest in the gastric area, that you'll take in more of your nutrients and the vitamins and things that you need to. So anyway, it's a great way. And you know what? Even if you can't go 30 days straight, then I know I have a girlfriend that actually started eating all raw food. And she tried to go cold turkey to that and couldn't do it. But what she ended up doing was she would go every other day. And then each week she made more and more days. And by the end of, I think, 2 months, she was totally raw. And she ate like that for a year. Then she went back to some cooked things every now and then. And she never did become a vegetarian. And I'm not sure why she didn't. But everybody, it's their place and their decision, their choice. But I'm going to tell you, for me, the vegetarian way has made a huge difference. Digestion's better. which means you're going to absorb and enjoy some of these nutrients and things. Because that's the way I look at like the CBD. It's a nutrient. It's a plant. It doesn't make you high, and it just gives you the benefits without the high. And so I hope everybody out there, if you've never tried CBD, I hope you'll try this. And you'll find my links for my company links. We don't have them posted here. So what I do is I share my links like cbdbydeedie.com and cbdpaydirt.com and here's your hempoil.com. What I do is I put them in the description box under my videos. And then that way people can just go check it out if that's what they want to do, if they want to buy products or if they want to make money. Here's your hempoil.com is the one to just buy products, be a customer. And then you can also join, go to CBD by Deedie and check out the business venture. I have had so many miracles. And when Steve has talked about, I know that this is why God brought us all together, because I've tried to help, like for him, because he's got 5 kids and 9 grandkids. And I've tried to help him in the things he does because God put all these wonderful people in place. I've called and talked to, last year I talked to every one of his people that signed up in HempWorx under him. And I did that. I volunteered to do that. And including obviously talking to everybody that I sign up to. And the reason I did that is because we're all here to help one another. And it might be that I know something that'll help you and you might know something that'll help me. We might pray together. Probably 85 to 90% of his people, we prayed together. And I pray for him. I pray for his family. And I try and help because I know when we invest in one another, we make the world a better place. And these nutrients and these products are going to make us all better members of society too. I really, really believe that. If you're healthier and you feel better, you sleep better, then you're going to work better. You're going to play better. You're going to have a happier life. And that's the way I look at it. And not to mention, you'll have a wealthier life because you can make money from this too. But anyway, Steve, it's a blessing. I love this company. I love HempWorx, Josh and Jenna. And I'm going to tell you something. What's so funny is when I saw their message, the first time when I researched the company, Jenna's story of having gastric issues, I could relate to that. And my son was born with internal bleeding because I was at Tyndall Air Force Base during the Gulf War when I was pregnant with him and he was born there. He had the problems too. And I could relate to her story because Jenna Zweigel had the gastric issues and she found that CBD helped her. And I thought, hallelujah, I am so glad. You know, she's so smart. And you could tell that she was sharing her heart and her story and how it helped. And that she wants everybody else to have that too. That was the kicker for me. I trusted Steve about the business part and about everything. And I had done the research myself about all the medical things that CBD would do for you, how it helps every system in the body, right? And then I figured out how to take it, you know, how to mix and combine all the products to make the best of what you're trying to do. And based upon, that's why I talk to people, because if they say to me, okay, I need something for this, this, and this, and then I'll go, okay, then this is what you do. This is how much, and this is when, and then I help them tweak it to make it better, right? But when I realized all this from Jenna, that was it. That was why I went ahead and joined. Well, now, 2 years later, I listened to Josh. And since he's started having his own kids, he's changed, and in such a way that is so endearing. He's such a good young man, and his heart is growing as he's become a parent. And I like that about him. And it just keeps confirming that I chose the right company, because there's probably a lot of other CBD companies out there. And I'm so glad now that I picked HempWorx, my daily choice. I am going to tell you one thing. I've had people ask me, well, should I do this CBD, this nano stuff and blah, blah, blah? Absolutely not. In this company, they hired their own scientist, and he advised Josh and Jenna, no, 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 don't do that. And I'm going to explain why you don't want to ever do that. When it's in that form, it's an abnormal form. And the minute they do that to CBD, it's going to go straight to the liver. And it's not like that in the natural form. So when it's abnormal, it's just, I would never recommend to go nano with CBD. So anyway, that's just a tip based upon research I did. And I am so thankful they hired a scientist, and Josh and Jenna made the wise decision not to do that. And that's why they didn't, because they listened to an expert, their scientist they hired, and I appreciate them. They're very smart. They're very wise. It's a great company. Best compensation plan out there that just, they even keep making it better and better. Up to 85% they give back to the people that sign up as affiliates. You sign up for free, they give 85% back, and you can make a lot of money with this. They do the whole back office for you. They give you your contact information. They set up the money system for you. You join, you put out the links, the marketing system they gave you. And when people buy, they buy online, they pay online, the company ships it. You don't do any of that. You just get to reap a lot of rewards and meet a lot of wonderful people. And what I'm going to say to you is, if you need something to help you feel better, research this, take a look. Go to my website. Here's your hempoil.com. Take a look at everything. They've got a free tour over there too. That would be at the business one. That would be CBD by Deedie.com or CBDpaydirt.com. And that's where you can take the free tour and find out about the business end. You can't beat it. I checked. I looked all around. It's the best out there. That's what I believe. And I believe in the company. So do you agree with me, Steve?
I do. And I don't want to make this into an infomercial. I want to get back to some of the current event stuff and things that are happening, but I really appreciate you sharing that. And I suggested that we put your Deedie Speaks Truth out there for people to go to and follow you on your YouTube channel. Yeah. But also you've got all the links to your HempWorx stuff in the description tag. Is that right?
Yeah.
So okay. Perfect.
It's the same thing that you do on your videos.
Yeah, I do that with all my videos. I'll tell you, I've had an amazing amount of success recently with the podcast. You know, I have found, I mean, I couldn't believe the number of downloads. Just since the 1st of December until now, I've probably had, I don't know, 250,000 downloads of the podcast in just 2 months. To me, that's pretty crazy. You know,
awesome.
I'm just thankful. But one of the things, you know, we're always telling people that, you know, the information we share, you can take it or leave it. If you don't like the information about the HempWorx, then, you know, go on somewhere else and don't worry about it. But you know, like I said, we're not one trick pony. We're not going to just focus on one thing. This is a reality show. You know, we're going with the flow. If you say something like, I had Trumpets 777. You know, he's putting some information out here. He's a Patriot, you know, just making, you know, very positive comments. So many positive comments. We don't have any trolls in the house currently.
Oh, good.
And that's always a good thing. But Clint Kessler is highly intelligent. He's talking about all kind of, you know, healing therapies with vitamin C and this and that. And
good.
You know, he mentioned, I'm glad he mentioned that. I'm going to say one other thing, and then we'll get back. Clint says, but with all the toxins out there, can drink 8 and be safe. I don't know what he's talking about, 8 ounces of something. But, you know, I've always, you know, since I discovered the living defense and ridding my body of parasites, I started to do more and more research about, you know, what are some other things? Are there any other things? You know, and then I remembered heavy metal. You know, we've all been exposed to mercury, lead, arsenic, cadmium, all these evil things. Well, what are you using to get the heavy metals out of your system? Well, the greatest thing is a zeolite. Well, I used to be involved in a company. I was in internet marketing. When I retired from the military, I said to myself, I want to be my own boss. I want to work from home. I want to market things on the internet. I didn't have a damn clue what I was doing, but I started to go into conferences. I went to expos. The first thing I learned about was domain names. I've made a small fortune over the years investing in domain names like truthisstrangerthanfiction.com.
Yeah.
Have any of you ever said that? Well, I happen to have that domain name.
Yeah.
Or how about kingofcoffee.com? I get a call a week. People offer me $50,000 for that. I paid $8.95 for it. Those are the kind of things. I sold 2 domain names to Sony Pictures a number of years ago for $50,000. Okay, as many of you know that story. It's absolutely true. But only knowledge is power. But I didn't know the first damn thing about marketing on the internet. I just knew it was something I wanted to do. So I started getting all this information, started taking action, and then I discovered network marketing. These programs you get in and where you bring in a certain number of people, and then they bring in people, and you start making this residual override on this entire team. Well, you could say that's a pyramid scam. You can call it anything you want. I call it a brilliant marketing modality.
Mm-hmm.
And so, not to get off on a wild tangent, but what happened with me, I was researching this hemp oil because I wanted to help veterans. At the time I started my research, we were losing about 25 veterans a day to suicide. And I found these reports that said CBD oil, when taken by these veterans with PTSD, strung out on opioids, it was making a visible difference in their health and overall, mental capabilities.
Yeah.
So I researched and researched, but I didn't dare join anything because at that time CBD was still illegal, or so-called illegal, in places like Idaho, where I'm at, or Ohio. I know they had a problem. There were certain counties in Texas that had problems. And so I said, man, I'm not doing any of that stuff until it's legal everywhere. Well, as Deedie mentioned, the Farm Bill, my phone started ringing off the hook in December of 2018. And people were saying, Steve, did you hear President Trump signed the Farm Bill? No, what does that got to do with me? Well, you're always talking about that hemp and the medicinal benefits for the veterans. Well, now hemp can be grown legally all across America. And I said, what the hell are you talking about? And they said, well, the Farm Bill makes it legal once again. We've been through an 80-year hiatus. Franklin Delano Roosevelt took away the right of American farmers to grow hemp. Over 200 products made from hemp. It's the most universal thing in the world. And FDR, who was a damn globalist, he took it away in 1937. So since 1937, it's been illegal for farmers to grow hemp in America. So you talk about being in the right place at the right time. So when I found out about that, I then found this company called HempWorx, where it's now legal to ship CBD oil. I don't know if I have any out here or not. No, I don't. But it makes it now legal to ship this stuff all over the country. And now we're opening up the world. We're the fastest growing network marketing company in the world. We're also the fastest growing hemp CBD company in the world. We can tell you we have the purest product in the world. We set the standard for all the other companies to emulate and follow. Now, again, all we're doing is putting this information in front of you. We're not asking you to get out your wallet or none of that stuff. We're asking you to go to this website here, these 2 websites that we got posted here, and take the tour. Check it out. See if it resonates with you. If it does, fine. Now, somebody mentioned toxins. Okay, years ago, when I was doing my internet marketing, I fell into a company from Florida called Wayora. And this company's flagship product was a zeolite liquid. Now, if you don't know what a zeolite is, you need to know this. Every one of you listening need to know this, so don't go away, because this could be life-changing for you. The Chinese, in their medical practices, have been using zeolites for 5,000 years. And what they're cage-like structured minerals that have a high negative ionic charge. And when you take this into your body, it gets into your bloodstream, and all of a sudden, these zeolite minerals start to attract into their cage-like structure things like mercury, arsenic, lead, silver, nickel, things that you should not have sequestered in your body. Okay. And so then it gets into your urine and you pee it out. Just like you take living defense, and these herbs, these strong herbs, kill those parasites, which are living creatures. Well, once you destroy the living creature, the parasite in your body, guess what? You've got a carcass. You've got a dead parasite carcass inside your body that needs to be removed. And that's why this living defense is so perfectly formulated by this amazing MIT trained doctor in Utah. That's why the parasites have no choice than to die and then be removed from your body. It sounds gross. It is gross. But imagine leaving these damn things inside your body to continue leaching off of you. So, you can say, I don't believe a damn word Motley's saying. I'm not going to order that stuff. Go ahead. I don't give a damn. But I'll tell you something else. You've also got heavy metals all in your body. You want to get rid of them? Grab a pen and paper. I'm going to give you a website. I'm going to give you the most state-of-the-art zeolite heavy metal remover that money can buy. It's not very expensive. Just go to my website, order one bottle. Guarantee. I think it's got a 60-day. You got to try 2 bottles for 60 days. If you're not satisfied, turn it back in. Okay? But I know there's some of you that want to get rid of them damn heavy metals. And if you've never done a heavy metal detox in your lifetime, buddy, you may be very, very surprised how you're going to feel when you go through a 60-day detox of heavy metals. Okay? So you go to Ultra, just like it sounds, Ultra Pure Toxin Removal.com. Ultra Pure Toxin Removal.com. All right? No harm, no foul. All I did was put it out. Some of you want to get cleaned up. Some of you don't give a shit. But I'll tell you this. If your liver continues to get contaminated with heavy metals, sooner or later, you're going to reach what's called body burden, toxic body burden. And that's when something goes wild. You go to the doctor and they say, oh, Mrs. Jones, I'm sorry to tell you, but you've got liver cancer. Okay? Choice is yours. Pay me now, pay me later. You either get the detox, start cleaning up your body. I mean, a lot of you out there take vitamins and minerals. You take all concoctions of all kind of things. Well, if your body's filled with parasites and heavy metals, a lot of that stuff you taking ain't doing a damn thing. Anyway, Deedie, come on back in here and help us out here. Get this thing going.
Yeah, I know it. When I started researching back in '98, I also had I was studying about the heavy metals because, see, when I was at Tyndall Air Force Base, that facility was so old. There was mold. There were heavy metals. There were a lot of people coming down with MS and all kinds of crazy stuff at that site. And so I started researching the toxins and the heavy metals and stuff. And it was funny. Steve and I were talking today, and he and I had never talked about that before. And at 21, I had the only 5 fillings I'd ever needed in my life was at the age of 21, all at one time. And I never had them before and never had them since. And what I did in '98, when I realized what was going on, I actually went and had those fillings removed because they have those metals in them, the old silver gray looking ones, and had them removed and had the porcelain ones put in instead. But I had to make sure I got a dentist that could remove them safely so that none of those metals were released through the systemic system. I didn't want that to happen. So I had to be careful. I took care of that. And I went through the detoxing. So the stuff he's talking about, it makes absolute sense. It does. It makes sense to try and help your body in every way you can. And I'll bet you, and he and I haven't talked about it yet, but I'm sure that they have a safe protocol, dosage, age, and everything is probably, all the information is probably right there because he only joins companies that take care of people and do it right. And so anyway, I'm excited about all this information. I wish I could see the chat. I'd say hello to Ken Eves. He was on there. Steve, didn't you say Shayla V was on there? I would have said hello to her. I don't even know who's still there and who's not, but I love you all. And I'm so glad that y'all came to the show tonight. And I've enjoyed sharing everything because you know what? All the craziness going on in the world, sometimes it makes us even feel physically worse, not just mentally kind of like blah, but even physically and energy levels and things. And sometimes, you know, our immune systems need a little bit of help and need a boost. And don't forget to take care of your body. We just can't forget. I know this past year, I didn't even want to go see doctors. I didn't want to go anywhere near doctors and hospitals this past year. And thank God I know what to do in the natural sense, as far as like what we can do to take care of our bodies. But so anyway, if anybody ever needs any help with that, I'll be happy to share if there's anything I could ever do to help, you know, figure things out for you and stuff. Some things may seem rough while we're going through a transition. I think our country, I think the whole world is in a transition. Everything has a vibration. Every soul, every person, every creature, we all have vibrations. And I think that this whole planet, one of the visions that I had was in 2012, I saw the earth shift. And angels, I do get visitations from angels. And I've actually gone up and communicated with angels too. But the Lord takes me out and sets me up and actually just lets me watch. And in 2012, the Lord let me watch and see the earth shift. And it's something you just never forget. But the Inuit Indians, Eskimo, came out and said later that the sun and the moon were not in the same place anymore. It was literally like right after I saw what I had seen, they started watching and saw that things were changing. And there were newspaper articles and magazine articles all about that. You could go back and research. And everything is shifting. It's supposed to. And what we want to do is help our bodies, help our minds, get close to God, try and do the best we can to help ourselves and help our loved ones. And that's what this is about for me. Being here on this show is to help you because you're our family here in America and all over the world. Anybody could be watching this. And we all need to help one another. And part of that is we can feel. It's hard to explain. I always feel the God channel. It's like I can feel like it's like the top of my head open and I can just feel it always there. And I bet you there's a lot of you that have seen angels. I bet you there's a lot of you that have had visitations. There's probably a lot of you that have been given messages from the Lord, and you may have heard and seen things coming too. And we should all share that with one another and cheer one another and lift one another up. And God's wisdom, God is just perfect. God is perfect. And because of that, God's love is perfect. And God is love. That's what God is. And God is within each of you. That light shines. You know, you've always heard about let the light shine in you, and don't put that light under a bushel and different things like that. And that's why, because God is a part of all of us within. His spirit is with us. God's spirit is with us. And that means that love is with you. And if we were to all give each other a big hug, you'd feel it. If we were to hold hands, you'd feel it. And what a blessing to be here. An absolute blessing to be here. I wish I could talk with each of you one-on-one, and hear your stories. I bet every one of you have stories. I know Ken Eves has a miracle story too. That night I was on the phone praying with his wife when their son was in a really, really bad wreck. He's got a story because there was no way that after their son went off the embankment and the vehicle was all the way, 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 way down below, there was no way with him busted up as bad as he was that he could have gotten anywhere out of that vehicle all the way back up to the top. And he knew that afterwards when he came to that his phone was down in that vehicle, but it wasn't. It was in his hand, and he was able to call his mother, who was on the phone with me when it happened. And he told her to please come help him, that he had been in a wreck. And I immediately dropped on my knees and prayed for him. And she was praying, and she took off. And that little, she's like barely 5 feet, probably 90-something pounds. And that son is over 6 feet, 200 and something pounds. And she lifted him because he was so messed up. She lifted him and put him in her vehicle because she couldn't even find the vehicle he was in. And she ran him to the hospital. And when that night, after everybody showed up and he was there, they airlifted him to another facility and he got tested. They said that not a single bone had been broken in his body. And nobody knew how he got up there. Nobody knew how she lifted him. They couldn't explain anything. And that night when she and I were praying together, we prayed that he would be all right and that God would give him a miracle. And Ken could tell the story about how it all happened. But prayers work. Prayers absolutely do work. And God is out there. His angels are there. Everything happens for a reason. And I know that that family saw many miracles over the following year and began to get closer and closer. He and his wife got closer, and the kids and things like that. Isn't it wonderful, Steve, how God can bring people in our lives and they can share their miracles and their stories, and it uplifts them and reaffirms, that God.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
We've been going for 2 hours and 52 minutes.
Oh,
and
wow.
we got 140 people still here.
Yeah.
And I want to wrap it up, but yet I think, maybe there's still some information that needs to be shared with
Yeah.
the good folks out here. And I guess, people, they go to bed when they want to. You can pop off of here, and God
Yeah.
bless you for being here, and we appreciate it. Hope to see you again next time. But if you want to stick around, then, I would say, why don't we stick around until we get to 99 people? We're at 141 right now. Let's just kind of play it by ear, but see where it goes, I see Susan Wagner must have a little bit of insomnia tonight. She's quite the patriot. God bless you, Susan. Good to see you. Susan is a Gold Star mom.
Oh.
She lost her wonderful Marine Corps gunnery sergeant son, highly decorated, a Marine. He was killed a few years ago, and he was the love of her life. But she's become an amazing advocate for so many things. And I think it was her deep research into exactly what happened with her son that led her to dig deeper and deeper. And then she discovered, the global nature of what's going on in the world, the Illuminati, the UN, and all the hate and discontent they've been bringing. Friends, if you break it down to the bottom line, this is a war of good versus evil, and it's been going on this planet for thousands of years. And most of you by now know that the glue that holds these Luciferians together is their abuse of little children. When we tell you that hundreds of thousands of children disappear from the planet each year, and most of them end up in these deep underground bases, these dumps, There are people that think that this is all made up. This is some kind of number 17 plot. Hashtag save the children. But I'll tell you what, this is one of the main things that brought me on board into this Patriot movement. Was, yes, I've been a Donald Trump supporter all my life. I read The Art of the Deal in 1987 when I was a Marine Corps captain. Okay, so I was a captain then. But anyway, so I know who this guy is. I've followed him all my life. So when he and Melania came down that escalator in 2015, I was fully on board. I said, I'm in. I'm all in. And I've been all in, ever since the beginning. And, I started that YouTube channel in February 2017, and I've never looked back. And I've been doing what I'm doing ever since. Trucker Dave, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate your support. He's given both of us a positive thumbs up there, Deedie. But anyway, we met. There's so many wonderful people out here. Well, even right now, among you 139, I maybe not have ever met some of you. Some of you may be brand new, but I hope you'll come back again. So 007 is asking me what happened to Roy Potter. I have absolutely no idea. The only contact I ever had with Roy Potter is I met him for lunch one day in Salt Lake City, Utah. I think he was living in Salt Lake at the time, or maybe up in Park City somewhere. But I had just gone through the worst snow whiteout storm driving. I was coming up from Vegas, and oh my God, I didn't know if I would get out of that one alive. I've had some of the most amazing snow driving stories. Maybe someday I'll make a video and talk about my snow driving experiences and how many times Jesus has had to literally take the damn wheel. You know what I mean? And buddy, I tell you, if you've never been, okay, I'm gonna tell one story. I was in New Mexico, and I was in this damn whiteout, and I don't know why I didn't stop, but I kept going. These stupid male things. And I was coming down this hill, and on the right side, it was a 2-lane road, and on the right side was a cliff, a complete drop off, maybe 100-foot drop off. And in front of me, at the bottom of this hill, was a wreck. These two cars had collided, and the people had gotten out of their cars. Okay, they're standing there by their cars, and here's Steve coming down this damn big incline in my 2016 Honda Accord. Okay, now everything would have been cool. I could have gone around them to the left, but instead, here comes this 18-wheeler. Okay, 2-lane road. And the 18-wheeler's coming on the left, and I'm calculating in my mind all the time, can I make this? And all indicators said, no, Steve, you can't make this. I don't know what to tell you to do. I didn't hear a voice, but I just said, to hell with it. And I literally got down as close as I could to that car, and I turned it a little bit to the left and sort of lost control. All the time, the 18-wheeler is coming towards me, right? Jesus took the wheel, okay? Because I missed the front end of that damn 18-wheeler maybe that much, okay? So nobody can tell me. You want to hear a funny sidebar to that story? I was in a hurry. I was on my way. I was driving from Boise, and I decided to take the southern route and get down to 40 because my destination was Nashville, Tennessee. I was going to Nashville to attend a Russell Brunson big expo. Now, if you don't know who, most of you probably have heard of Russell Brunson, but if you don't know about him, he's the co-creator of ClickFunnels. And ClickFunnels is a multi-million-dollar operation that teaches people how to use these ClickFunnels to make money online. Okay, I've used ClickFunnels. I'm currently in HempWorx. Josh Schweigel, when he put together the free market, he personalizes the marketing system for every HempWorx affiliate. Okay. And in the course of building that marketing system, this guy's a genius. he used ClickFunnels, which is from Russell Brunson. Well, Russell Brunson, this young 30-some-year-old multi-millionaire, is one of my son's best friends. And Russell Brunson and the ClickFunnels operation is about a mile down the road here from where I live. So all of this stuff is very real to me. I know how many millions of dollars Russell Brunson makes because my son, sometimes lets me know because them guys are getting together all the time doing these multi-millionaire mindset training things. These are some great. I tell you, this area of Idaho where I live, it's probably got more millionaires than any place in the country per capita. And I'm not bragging, Deedie. I just want you to know that it's a fact. And I'm inviting all of you friends out there that if you live in a blue city, if you live in a blue state where you're just sick and tired of being sick and tired, then you need to pack up your U-Haul and come on out here to Boise. I'll hook you up with a good real estate agent. We'll get you settled. Now, you think I'm joking, but I've had 3 families, Deedie, that I know of that have 2 from California, 1 from Arizona, moved to the Boise area because I recommended it on my video. Yep. If you can find a better place, Meridian, Idaho, where I live, it's a city right over from Boise. They call it a bedroom community of Boise. People commute and all. It's been rated 2 times as the #1 most livable city in America. Do I have a right to brag about that? Well, I think so. The retired Marine is the new Paul Harvey. Michael Thomas, man, bad boy. No, I wish, man. God bless y'all for your wonderful accolades.
Yeah.
Steve, I've been living in God as co-pilot. Yes, absolutely. Me too, buddy. Me too. I mean, when you have experiences like that one I just related with that damn truck, I said, man, I got to tell people that. But then getting back, when that angel appeared to me in 2015, he clearly told me, he said, Steve, I said, what do I need to do to get through this medical ordeal? He said, keep the faith and pray mightily. That's all he said, really. I said, wait a minute, just keep the faith in what? Keep the faith that God is with you and that you're going to get through this. And pray mightily to God and let him know that you are all in. You're going to do whatever you need to do. Well, listen, I'm not here to ask for pity or sympathy, but the next year and a half was one of the worst ordeal. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, but they say what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. And I came out of it, the whole thing about finding HempWorx, all of this stuff, because it boiled back to I spent 6 months in a wheelchair in the hospital, 6 months. And that taught me to start looking after my fellow veterans and trying to help them out whenever I could. And then when I got on the internet and I learned that we were losing 25 veterans a day, I said, that's it. So I started searching. I started doing research. My research led me to the CBD oil. Little did I know that the company that I found has the purest CBD in the world. How about it being one of the fastest growing companies in the world, and I happen to have been in it for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And how about this fact to end up with? Let me listen to this. Okay. Fortune magazine and Forbes magazine have both predicted that the hemp industry is going to grow at over 700% for the foreseeable future. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you're an entrepreneur and if you're somebody that likes making money, wouldn't you want to position yourself in front of what they call the green wave, this green tsunami? The CBD oil is the hottest product in the world. And here we are aggressively opening one country after another all around the globe. We're getting CBD approved into your country. We got 3 or 4 countries open in Africa, and the company's booming over there. We're starting to open Europe. I got people in Australia and New Zealand. I don't care where you are in the world. There's again, if you don't want to make money, if you don't want to get involved in the green revolution, then that's all cool. All we do, we're a couple of messengers. We're putting the information out in front of you saying, listen, Don't know if you'd be interested in this or not. Now, let me say one other thing, Deedie. I'm going to turn it back to you, and I want you to comment on this as well. There's a program currently on the internet called Go Founders on Passive. Now, if you've ever heard of that, you might want to put a 1 in the box. I'm curious to see how many of you have heard of Go Founders on Passive. Now, I got a friend in here, Al. Al, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you're from the Miami area. Am I right? Aren't you from Miami, Florida? But anyway, Al heard me months ago, year ago, talking about on passive and this AI technology that was being developed by a friend of mine. Now, when I say a friend of mine, let me explain. The gentleman behind this AI technology, this company called On Passive, his name is Ash Muffar. He's from India. And he has his U.S. operation out of Orlando, Florida. Well, let's go back in time about 18 years ago. And let's go to Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, I've recently retired from the Marine Corps. I'm traveling all over the country trying to learn everything I can from the experts about internet marketing. It was a wide open field there, and it was ripe for the taking, but you had to know what the hell you were doing. And one of the things that internet marketers were guilty of is keeping it to themselves. And if you wanted one of their secrets, you had to pay for it. You know, you might buy a program. And see, I never got into that aspect. I didn't care about sharing my secrets with other people. I just did my own thing. And when I got that call from the president of Legacy for Life in like August of 2005, I get this call, and the president says, Steve, will you be willing to come when you come to conference next month in Orlando? We want you to get up in front of it'd be about 5,000 people there. And we want you to tell these people, these other affiliates, how is it that you're the #1 recruiter online, on the internet? How are you doing that? What's your secret? And he asked me, he said, can you tell me what your secret is? And I said, sir, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no damn clue. I said, I'm going to have to go in and look at this and analyze it and see what I'm doing different that the other people are not doing. Okay. So I said, I told him I would give a speech, which I did. And what I ended up discovering was I was doing several things. I was a pioneer in streaming video. I started doing streaming video the month after 9/11. And I've been using some sort of streaming video modality to market my products and things ever since. I've never gone a month without having video email technology. Can't live without it. You send me a text message or text email, you're going to get a video email back because I ain't got time to sit here and type on this damn keyboard. Besides, my fingers don't work like they used to when I was 40 years old. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is I have tried to utilize technology to my advantage to leverage my efforts. I mean, you can work only so hard in so many given days. That's why when Deedie had never been in network marketing in her life. And when she signed up under me back 2 years ago, she was open-minded. She said, tell me everything I need to know to learn how to do this business. I said, you need to get a YouTube channel. You need to get a Twitter account. You need to do this. You need to do that. Well, now she still got her YouTube. I mean, I still got mine. Here I am. But, you know, through the years, as we find new things that will help you market, okay, I would be remiss if I didn't share it. So, okay, here I am 2 years ago, signed up in HempWorx on the 4th of January. About 2 weeks later, maybe 3 weeks, I got an email from one of the guys in Texas, Michael Moon. Michael, if you're out there, God bless you, brother. But Michael had signed up under me in HempWorx, been watching my videos for quite a while. You see, I went for 2 years doing YouTube videos, and I didn't market a damn thing. Well, at one period of time, I found something that I'm still freaking crazy about, and they're called pure light bulbs. And they're made by this guy down in Rigby, Idaho. And right now, I'm trying to see if I can convince My Daily Choice to work some kind of deal with this guy in Rigby, Idaho, so that we at My Daily Choice can market these light bulbs. They're the most amazing light bulbs. I'm not going to get into it. But not only are they incredible light bulbs that had many, many years of life in them, but they also emitted a technology that killed viruses. And this scientist, this owner of this company had all the video research, and he would use meters, and it was amazing. But that's the only thing that I did from the time I started my YouTube channel until I got involved in HempWorx was the light bulbs. And I'm working on that, because every one of you out there, if you've got these damn light bulbs, you'd never want to use anything else. They are that good. So what do you do when you find something that good and you do what you can to bring it to market, or you go to a good movie? What are you going to do? You go share it with friends? Of course. But the movie theater doesn't call you up and say, hey, Steve, you recommended 50 people to this movie this month. We're going to give you some free money. No, they don't do it that way. But in HempWorx, they do. You join this company for free. You can become an affiliate for free. You start marketing. You get your own marketing system. And you start marketing. All you do, let me ask you, how many of you could share a link with a lot of people, knowing full well that some will, some won't? So what next? It's a numbers game. Some of you can't stand that. It drives you crazy. But there's others of you out there that have big networks already, and all you got to do is take your link from your marketing system and put it in front of people. My first 2 months in HempWorx, I was the #1 recruiter in the world, 2 months in a row. Won all these free prizes from the company. And then I start going around when people would say to me, they say, Steve, what's your secret? Tell us the secret. What are you doing to bring in hundreds of people a month? Okay. I said, well, #1, I don't talk to stupid people. If somebody's going to give me a hard time, if I want to share something with you and you're going to come back at me and say, it's one of them Bernie Madoff pyramid scams, only the people at the top make all the money, that's pretty damn stupid. The epitome of ignorance is judging something that you know absolutely nothing about. So if you've never taken the free tour, if you've never gone to Deedie's sites here and checked it out, you got no leg to stand on. We may be offering you something that can radically change your life forever, but because you're so closed-minded, your damn mind only works when it's open, like a parachute. It's just like a parachute. It works when it's open. Keep an open mind, because you may be surprised at what you, Steve, if silver goes from, I will be looking into Deedie's websites. Okay, silver's one of the best investments in the world right now. Okay, there's only a limited supply, just like gold and silver. I'm not going to get into that. I'm in a gold program. You'll learn about that later, maybe, if you're really interested in taking it to the next level. And all I'm saying is, I got a lot of experience. Okay, I came up through the ranks, but getting back to my story, about 18 years ago, I found myself in downtown Atlanta, Georgia. I was attending an online marketing expo, and I met a gentleman named Ash Mafar. He was he still is the #1 distributor of of another network marketing company. And I'm not going to say anything about that. If you want to look it up, you can. But I also know that Ash is a master in online marketing. So, and I met him, I talked with him, we exchanged some pleasantries, met a lot of other wonderful people at that meeting. First time I ever went to the Atlanta Underground. It was pretty cool back then. But anyway, so I go away, and then I get an email from a gentleman named Michael Moon a couple weeks after I got signed up in HempWorx, and he says, Steve, I hear you talking about marketing, and I wanted to share something with you and see if you like what you see. I'd like to invite you to come join me. And so I said, send me the link, man. So I was in Salt Lake City. I got the email, but I didn't see it until a couple months later. I was in my car. I stopped in Salt Lake City for the night. I was on my way back to Boise. I think I was coming from Vegas or somewhere. And anyway, I opened up my laptop and I saw this email from Michael. And so I opened it up, and as soon as I clicked it, it wasn't 5 seconds into that video that I said, I'm in. I don't know what the hell this is, but I know enough to get in this, because already the technology that they've displayed is off the chain. And what it was, as soon as now I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah, in a Marriott hotel, and as soon as I hit the link, it said, "Congratulations," had my name, and then it said, "We are expanding currently in your area in Salt Lake City." And I went, "Oh my God." Okay, so that thing knows by IP addresses where you're looking at that link from. So that right there is light years ahead of the average marketers out there. Just that one facet. That took programming. Okay. So I signed up, and the deal is it's called GoFounders. And the GoFounders is getting ready to be shut off very, very soon. And we're going to shift into what's called OnPassive. And the OnPassive program is going to revolutionize planet Earth. That's all I can tell you, because I've tracked this ever since it was the 1st of February, 2019, was when I attended my first GoFounders OnPassive webinar. And lo and behold, there's my old buddy from 18 years ago, Ash Mufara, who I know he's straight up. Ash is not a crook. There are people out there right now that will tell you that OnPassive GoFounders is a total scam. That thing is never going to launch. Ash is only taking your money. And I say poppycock. Why? Because I know who Ash is. I've watched him through the years. I've seen him do things. Now, what he started off trying to create 2+ years ago was a simple marketing system. He didn't like the unlevel playing field that had been created out in the network marketing world, and he set out to do something about it. But little did he know that his small project would metamorph into a multi-freaking $million global enterprise based out of Orlando and Mumbai, India. Mumbai, the Silicon Valley of India. Okay. And let me just tell you a sidebar about the Indian people. Remember, I said earlier that the alliance is made up of President Trump, President Modi, President Putin from Russia, and Xiao Jinping. Now, the Xiao Jinping element may come as a real surprise to a lot of you, but trust me, it's for real. And again, February is going to be a red letter month. We're going to see some crazy stuff happening globally in February and especially March, and just the rest of this year, the rest of the eternity, because everything is being changed. Finally, we the people are going to regain planet Earth. Planet Earth has not been free for 6,000 years, okay? But finally, we got a guy, an outsider, a billionaire tycoon businessman that likes to build skyscrapers. He comes in as not part of the globalists and starts straightening things up. And when he says the best is yet to come, trust me, it is. All right, but I got a little bit off track. I wanted to tell you about how the Indian people, okay, China is graying. They're getting older as a population because of the one-child theory, okay? They haven't allowed, couples could not have more than one child for a long time now, okay? And the same thing, well, Russia's starting to gain, they're starting to have more children, but the real problem is the same thing in the U.S. The U.S. is not producing as many children today as they used to. But now when we look at Canada, I mean, not Canada, but India's got freaking 100, they had 100,000 people show up in a stadium just to pay tribute to President Trump. But they got one of the greatest populations in the world. There's, I don't know what it is. What is it? The population of the U.S. is 230 some million. India must be, good Lord, we have 7.7 billion people on the planet. So they probably have 1.52 billion people, but they have people as their greatest commodity. And for some reason, most of the damn Indian people are smart as a damn whip. And you know what? Can I sing a little quick song, Deedie? to my Indian friends real quick. Okay, listen, this is a little Indian love song, and I'm sending this out to all my Indian friends worldwide, okay? Akela hume hum safari doonde daun Mohammed ime iki nasare doonde daun. My friend from Kashmir, Fahim Gazanfer, taught me that song in Switzerland years ago when I was a Mormon missionary. Oh, yeah, that's right. That may come as a surprise to some of you that old Uncle Steve used to be a Mormon missionary. Oh, yeah, man, I was true blue. And that's a whole nother story for another time. We ain't going to get into it. But right now, I don't claim a religion. I don't claim a denomination. I think you're all kind of man-made. I don't believe that I need a mediator between me and God. And Deedie, I don't know what your feelings are about that. I got to tell you quick before I turn it back to Deedie. When I first met her, I thought she was a little too woo-woo. You know, talking about she talks directly to God and this and that, and people call her a prayer warrior. But I didn't blow it off because I'd had the experience with the angel myself. So who am I? I mean, having had that experience, and by the way, I got to finish this. The angel told me that at the end, if I stayed true, continued to pray mightily, kept the faith, there would come a time when I would see that this was for my best good and for the best good of all the people around. Because I was told that there would come a time that I would be influential in the lives of literally thousands of people worldwide. Now, I don't know if I could say, oh, I feel like I've reached Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I can't say that I've reached the apex of self-actualization, but I can say that I know I've made a minor difference in the betterment of humanity because of the feedback I've gotten. You know, the emails, you get one or two emails and you say, oh, that's really nice. These people are really nice. You start getting 20, 100, that you get the text messages, you start feeling good. You think maybe, hey, maybe my damn videos and my podcasts are making a dent in this thing. Maybe people are listening, you know. And so I started listening to Deedie, and I started seeing with my own damn eyes some of the miracles. You know, when I first met her, I was still a carnivore. I was still eating meat. And I would have these bouts with type 2 diabetes gastroparesis where I would go hard down for 24 hours, 48 hours. Sometimes I'd go 72 hours and I could not get out of the bed because I was so sick. And I would sometimes send a text message to Deedie and say, would you please pray? I'm in the middle of a massive throw up session or I've got diarrhea so bad, I'm going crazy. And I'll be damned. You know, I started to see a pattern of how it would subside, like within minutes. And so anyway, I'm not here to, you know, I mean, I want to give you the accolades that you are due, but when I just want to reiterate that when you tell the people that you would love to pray for them, you would love to connect with them, you'd love to have them come to your YouTube channel, make comments, subscribe to your channel. And I told you today, I didn't think I even had a YouTube channel to do this on. So I kind of twisted your arm a bit. And I said, will you do this with me? I said, I don't know if I have a channel. But lo and behold, now this is streaming not only to your channel, but to my channel. So we're kind of knocking out two birds with one stone. But I think that, okay, we're down to 119 people. Again, well, 118. So I'm turning it back to you and let you close it out, okay? I'll come in when we hit 99. So go ahead.
I'm sorry, everybody. Y'all all love to listen to Steve. He probably makes y'all laugh every now and then, too. And I hope I make you laugh, too, every now and then. You know something? Life is really, really good, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, I want you to mention on passive and what you saw after. I want to close that loop because, you know, there's always doubting Thomases. You know, you're going to get them. You know, network marketing and even this channel is a microcosm of society. You know, whenever you find a cluster of human beings, whether they're on Twitter, YouTube, you know, wherever, you're gonna attract. I believe in the attractor factor. I believe that we can manifest. I've manifested all my life, and there's all kinds of people that will tell you all kinds of things about how to do this, how to do that. But I wanted to close that loop on passive because when I started going to those webinars, and I started talking to Ash one-on-one and that sort of thing, and I started to see what was developing. See, the greatest reason for failure in any kind of marketing program is not having enough people to talk to. So when I started initially talking to Ash and learning what he was doing, he was creating an AI type system that you could sign up for it, plug in your current, like you and I are in HempWorx, right? We could plug in our HempWorx business, kind of turn it on and walk away. It's called a hands-off, hands-free program. You turn it on, you set it up, and it does the work while you sleep. Yeah. And so I was able to explain this to enough highly intelligent people who decided to join my team. Al Prober's one of them. And, I've seen Al on a lot of webinars. And so I would tell people that if you don't understand what this is about, don't judge it. Don't just say, oh, it's one of them scams. Look here, we've got almost 500,000. Okay, we got almost a 500,000 people from every free country on this planet. Mm-hmm. I think we're currently in 140 countries, I want to say. And you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you ain't going to fool all the people all the time. And, I'm just here to tell you, as far as I'm concerned, that is the real deal. And you don't even have to be in HempWorx. You don't have to be in anything. If you're interested in making money online with something that I believe is going to be absolutely revolutionary, you might want to get with Al Prober. Al, did you put your – oh, yeah. Okay, so Al has put his website out because we can't do actual links. So he's got it broken down to OnPassive Trim, TRIM, url.co/A as in Apple, 1, number 1, and best. Look, those of you that are in the chat mode, go look at Al's website and then put it into your index box and at least take the free tour. That's what people, getting back to, the question people ask me, Steve, how do you recruit so many people? Okay, don't talk to stupid people, okay? That's number 1. Number 2 is you look for the following type of individual: intelligent, open-minded, they possess critical thinking skills, they know how to analyze facts, they know how to connect dots, they're the type of person they want to see the big picture, they want to get down in the weeds, they want to figure it out. They're people like Deedie. Deedie is a prime example of the perfect HempWorx affiliate marketing rep. That's all I do. And how do I do that? Well, I reach out. I tell people, I say, go to my website. Check it out. No harm, no foul. And all I'm using to build, every day, I don't know. I wouldn't say I sign up a person every day, but about every other day, I get a new customer. I get a new affiliate. I get somebody saying, Steve, I'm in, man. I'm all in. I want to do this in a big way. Just tell me what to do. Yeah. Well, the first thing I do, I send them to my podcast. What podcast? Your TrueNewsPodcast.com? No. TrueNewsPodcast.com is my current events. That's my citizen journalist podcast. And that's the one I've had over 200,000 people download it in just less than 2 months. That's insane. So I must be saying something that the people want to hear. Okay. Well, then I got my YouTube. I got my link to HempWorx over there. People say, oh, this is that stuff Steve's talking about. I'm going to try. And, this past week I had 4 people contact me from my podcast. And they said, Steve, love your podcast. I'm new to your show. How can I contribute? Well, I don't have a PayPal account. I don't have a Patreon. I don't want your money. What I want is your time and attention to go look at HempWorx. Take my free tour. If you like what you see, go buy you a hemp-infused shampoo and conditioner, okay? I have not had anybody that has used the HempWorx shampoo or conditioner that did not come back and just rant and rave. Okay, that's all I can do is tell you the truth. Same thing. Deedie mentioned the hand and body lotion. This was a big hit with everybody, men and women, this past Christmas. I gave this to everybody in my family. Okay, gave a bunch of them shampoo, bath bombs. Everybody loved everything I gave, and it was different. It wasn't a pair of socks, pair of underwear. It was different. I did something different. I believe in giving the gift of health and wellness. Okay, so anyway, I don't know what the hell I jumped in here and said that for. Go ahead, Deedie.
Hey, Steve, we're getting close to 100 now. And I would love to get to pray with everybody before we go. And do you think it's about time to do that?
Yes, I do. I think it's about time. We're down to 105 people.
Yeah.
And
I would love to pray for them. And
okay, well, let me get out of here, and you go right ahead and do your thing.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. When I do my shows, a lot of times I'll have a candle burning. I might play some music in the background. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a deep breath. I can't see the chat. Just remember, I love you all. And I'm just going to kind of bow my head, and because I want to pray for each of you. God knows your circumstances and your situations in your life. I know for me, I've lost loved ones, and some of you probably have too. And at this time, a lot of us have family members that aren't traveling to see us, because of these doggone restrictions going on and things. We may have friends or family that are going through different situations with health things. And so let's just pray for everybody. I want you to pray with me, please. For your people that and God knows everything. God knows what's in your heart. He knows your needs. Dear Lord, thank you today, because it's today somewhere. It might be late at night for me, but early in the morning for somebody else, and for others that come and see the show another time. Lord, I pray that you bring your Holy Spirit, your breath of love. Help us all feel that right now. Your warmth, your being. Help us feel that right now. Angels, come and be with us. Help everybody that hears this know they have angels, and that they can ask them for help too, and protection too. Please send them now to be with each and every person watching this show. Help them feel them. Wrap their arms around them and give them a big hug. Lord, place your hand upon their shoulders, our listeners and people here tonight and all around the world. Bring us all together under your wing, God, your protection, your power. Lord, help us know your mind, your heart, your soul. Help us be that close to you, to know your will, to know what pleases you, to know what makes you smile, God. Thank you for your sense of humor, God. Thank you for showing me that. Thank you for bringing us all together. Lord, I pray that you send resources, help, people, finances, health, visions, dreams, blessings, gifts. Please give all of this to the people that see this show now and in recordings. Bless them especially, God. Give them an extra helping of all of these things. Show each person clearly what their path is, what you want them to be doing right now for such a time as this. Show them where to go, where to be, what to say, and what not to say. And Lord, I pray that you protect this country, our president, President Trump, his family, our military, Lord. I pray, Father, that you help this whole big world. Help your love be what glues everybody back together in peace and harmony. I pray that you heal all of us, heal our minds and bodies, our souls. Comfort the ones that have lost loved ones. Father, I pray that you bless everybody abundantly indeed and enlarge their territories. Keep your hand upon them and keep all evil away from them and bless them in every way. Father, please bring closure to the evilness that's been going on in our country. And I pray that you show this great big world some huge miracles on how good versus evil, the good will win. Your light, God. Show them all that your light and your love has already won, and help everybody know that it's by your hand, God. Your love will prevail. And we thank you for that, Lord. Thank you for helping everybody here tonight. When they lay down tonight and rest, Lord, I pray that you whisper to them how much you love them. I pray that you tell them, job well done. I pray that you tell them that you will hold their hand and carry them every moment of every day and night. And God, please send your angels to help every one of us too. In your name I pray, God. Amen.
Wow, that was cool. I felt that. I know it's, friends. I'll conclude with this. Prayer does work. Okay, there may be some of you out there that have never tried it. You just can't wrap your mind around it. But trust me, I know a lot more about the purpose of life and why we're here than most people. And I don't say that in any way to be braggadocious or act like it's my way or the highway. But when I left the LDS, the Latter-day Saint religion, just past the age of 40, I decided to become a truth seeker. And I didn't know really what that meant. I just remember being outside in the backyard and kneeling down and praying to God. And I felt like for the first time, it was actually getting through. Because I spent a lot of time researching my own religion. I'd never done that. I was cautioned to avoid certain books because they might lead you down to the, depths of Satan, and, you'd lose your soul, all kinds of shit. And finally, I just made up my mind I was going to look into things. I started asking some tough questions that I'd never asked previously. And over a period of, year and a half, I basically educated myself out of the Mormon church because I started to learn things that I didn't know before. And it wasn't my fault. I was 8 years old when I was baptized in the church. I was 6 years old when my mom and dad drove up to Roanoke, Virginia from my hometown of Danville and got baptized in a big baptismal font. And when we were riding in the car back home, I asked my mom and dad, I said, what were those people doing? I said, why were you dressed in those white clothes? And why were they putting you under the water? And my parents told me that they had been baptized as members of this church, and that 2 years from now, I would be able to look forward to being baptized too. Well, it just so happened that I happened to have two truly angelic parents. I mean, my parents were the freaking cream de la cream, okay? So I never could complain about having bad parents. So I just trusted everything they told me, as most of us did. Now, some of you may have rebelled at a younger age. I don't know. But I figured they knew better than me. They were teaching me. So I went ahead and joined. I got baptized at 8 years old. I started going to the church. And throughout my life, it wasn't if you decide to become a full-time missionary, it's when I had a little savings account from the time I was young. Every time I made money cutting grass, I had to put a certain amount in my missionary savings account. So, you had in the Mormon church, you had to be 19 years old to become a full-time missionary. Well, I graduated from high school at 17. Okay. So I had a couple years to wait before I could do that. So I said, what the hell? I'll join the Marine Corps. So I joined the Marine Corps for 3 years, went to Parris Island, became an E5 sergeant, and then got out and immediately went I went to Ricks College in Rexburg, Idaho for 1 year. And then I left there and went to Switzerland for 2 years. And it was in my life, I never questioned it. I just believed that the church was true. I believed everything they told me was right. I believed in Jesus Christ. And so but then at 40 years old, I looked in the mirror one day and I said, Steve, what in the hell are you doing? Why do you keep doing the same things over and over again? And I said, what the hell, man? I don't know. I really don't know. So I had to have a come to Jesus meeting. I had to figure out why it is that I've done the things that I've done in my life, and why do I continue to do certain things that I don't really understand why. Well, I got me a big whiteboard and I started writing. I started taking notes. Okay, Clint says, Steve, what is Akashics? AKASHX. It is a division of My Daily Choice. And again, if you join any one of these divisions, you're in all of them. Well, except for the travel program. There's an extra fee on the travel. And I love the High Life travel. I've saved so much money in airfare and rental cars. But anyway, Jeff says, my mom died last month with hate in her heart for Trump. I didn't speak to her on her deathbed. I will hug her in the afterlife. She did it her way. Well, listen, Jeff, everybody does it that way. But the most interesting thing I've learned through my many past life regressions, and again, I've worked with some of the best. As a matter of fact, when my medical ordeal started in April 2015, when I told you I saw the angel, I was in New York City on a weekend retreat with Dr. Brian Weiss. And if you don't know who he is, he wrote the book, Many Lives, Many Masters. I've recommended that book many times over the years. I know a lot of you bought it. You've read it. You've thanked me for recommending it to you. I will highly recommend that book to all of you out there. Many Lives, Many Masters by Dr. Brian Weiss. That book miraculously came into my hands. It's too crazy of a story to take the time to tell it, but it came into my hands in Forest Grove, Oregon, years ago. It was one of those books I couldn't put down, but I realized after completing the book that not only would Dr. Weiss play a major role in my life as a teacher, as a guru of sorts, but that I would also be put in touch with other past life regressionists, hypnotherapists, if you will, and that I would learn an incredible amount of information through the experiences that I might have. Al Prober, MDC Crypto. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip your question about Akashic, but it's all about investing in gold and silver and Bitcoin. Josh Schweigel, our co-founder, genius owner, is really into Bitcoin, and he knows how to make the money. And he's designed a program where if you're involved in HempWorx or My Daily Choice, you can join Akashics and learn all the greatest techniques of how to purchase Bitcoin. It's basically an education program that gives you real world experience. And I'm really excited about it. And I think it's something you ought to check out. Hey, Brenda, welcome. Welcome to the podcast. I guess this is a video cast. And we've been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes. And we still got over 100 people, though, Deedie. I'm not going to go back on my word. But, I'd like to wrap it up around 4 o'clock. But we got new people coming on board here. Clint saying, Al, I need that link. If possible, could you type it out for us? Try to put it all together, Al, and see. It may not be an active link, but at least everybody will be able to copy it down. But again, I want to highly encourage anybody out there that's interested in getting involved in something that's absolutely state of the art. One of these never before seen kind of marketing programs. Again, I got a background in online marketing. Okay, I'm not in the same league with Ash, but I know a lot more than you might think. And so when I saw what Ash was doing with the OnPassive Go Founders, I said, man, this is a no-brainer. $99 one-time fee locks you in as a Go Founder. Again, Al can testify to it. We've been on a lot of video webinars together. We know this thing is real. We've seen Ash has opened up the back curtain and let us look into the program. So we absolutely know what we got our hands on. And that's the hardest thing to try to explain to somebody or get them to listen to you because they just don't have the experience. I remember I was at Pacific University, and I played football up there. And I had left Rick's College. I went back after I got back from my missionary duty. I went back to Rick's College. I played football there 2 years because I didn't play my first year. And then I transferred to Pacific University up in Oregon. And I remember one day we were sitting in the locker room, and there were a lot of guys that had experience. We had played. I started playing football when I was 8 years old. But I really didn't develop into I never was a great football player, but I really got my feet under me when I was in the Marine Corps because we had these 8-man tackle football teams. And that's where I started participating in these football leagues. And man, let me tell you, these battalion commanders and regimental commanders, they took their football very serious. And I could tell you stories about doors that opened for me in the military because I was able to play football. But, I wouldn't waste your time. But the fact of the matter is we were talking in the locker room about experience and how there's nothing in the world that can compensate for experience. So the more games you play, the more experience you gain. And, you learn to read the offense. I was a free safety. I was on defense. So I would have to learn to watch the quarterback's eyes and see how the linemen were they putting their fingers all the way down in the grass like it was going to be a running play, or did they lift up a little bit? You learn to read those things, so it's going to be a pass play. So you start, doing your thing, right? Or I don't know, it's crazy. But what I'm trying to explain here is I'm trying to bring my experience, in the military, 64 years of life, going through the medical ordeals that I did, and I've just been looking for answers. And ever since I left the organized religion, I've considered myself a truth seeker. And so when I discovered past life regression therapy, I didn't believe in reincarnation. Who in the hell raised in a Judeo-Christian society in America is going to believe that you live more than one life? Oh, no. Christians say you live one life, you go before the judgment bar of God, and you're going to go to heaven, or you're going to go to hell, or somewhere in between. Well, it's all poppycock, because that ain't the way it works. How do I know? Because I've gone back and relived my death. And now you can call me crazy. There's some of you out there right now that I was okay with this old dude until he started talking about reincarnation. I don't believe in that shit. That's of the devil. No, it ain't. Because I'm telling you right now in conclusion, because I know a lot of you are dying to know, when you give up the ghost, when you breathe your last big gulp and your body just kind of falls on down to the earth, your carbon-based spacesuit that you've been wearing for X number of years. When that thing goes to the ground and you have that massive, whatever takes you away from here, you're going to find your ass back over on the other side of the fence in a place called the spirit world or the fourth dimension. Okay? And you're going to go through a process. I'm not going to get into it. But eventually, you're going to get in front of a group of what's called masters. And you're going to stand in front of these masters. It might be 1, it might be 3, 5, 10. And the more advanced you are as a soul will determine the number of masters that you stand or sit in front of. And they're gonna show you a panoramic view of your life. Okay? I'm sorry, I'm gonna turn it on to you. I'm gonna turn it back to you in a minute, Deedie, because we're gonna wrap it up. Okay, listen. So you're gonna find yourself, and they're gonna ask you questions about, hey, Steve, why did you do this? Why did you hit that kid with that stick upside the head when you were 8 years old? I'm gonna say, oh, man, I don't know. But you're gonna be your own judge. There's no God figure that's gonna judge you and send you to heaven or hell. That's a freaking man-made religion. You don't need to listen to that shit. Clint, I appreciate you saying that, brother. Clint says Steve is speaking truth. Yeah, I didn't make this shit up. I'm not fabricating a story to make you feel good before you lay yourself. I lay myself down to sleep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take. Damn right. I know that the Lord's going to take my soul. They're going to take your soul too. Every one of us, unfortunately, we're not going to get out of here alive. I don't care what you think. But when you find yourself over there, maybe you'll remember some of the stuff that Uncle Steve told you. Now, how do you know this, Uncle Steve? Because I've been there 30 plus damn times, yo. I've been to the spirit world. I've gone to the healing center. I've met with my guides. I got more than one guide. Do you? Do you know your guide? Some of you do. I know some of mine. Guides change places. You may not end up with the same guide that you came here with, depending on your spiritual progression. And every one of us that come here and decide to spend however many years here on planet Earth, hopefully you're gaining more knowledge. Look, let me cut to the chase. The main reason every one of us are here, let me help you with your mission if you haven't figured it out yet, is to learn how to treat every other human being with unconditional love. Love is the glue that holds the universe together. And each of us come here, and this go around. My name is Steve. Hello, I'm Steve. I've been sober for 64 years. I'm not a drinker. Never been. I've tried. When I left the Mormon church, I tried a beer. I tried a little wine. That ain't my bailiwick. I've had people accuse me. Steve's a damn drunk. Can you imagine? If I was to take a drink of alcohol, I'd be sick for 3 days. Okay, so I don't need that shit to get along. You know what I'm saying? And if you drink, if that floats your boat, then God bless you. But that's just not something I do. But when I went into these hypnotic regression therapies, and I started going back to previous lifetimes, I had a lifetime as a Swiss guard at the Vatican. Okay, I'm just telling you one example. And I passed away at the age of 34 from some sort of dysentery. Now, during this particular past life regression, I was taken back deep into the subconscious of my memory, and I relived my miserable death in the Vatican as a Swiss guard. I grew up in Switzerland in that particular lifetime, and I was Catholic. I was an extreme Catholic. My parents wanted me to become a monk, and live in a monastery. But I had a warrior background in other incarnations. the warrior thing has been a theme with me throughout my existence, from my very first incarnation to the one I'm on right now. But I've gotten to a point where I'm kind of burnt out on the warrior thing. But in that particular situation where I was in the Vatican, I was taken back. I was regressed to my death. I was laying on a cot in a cold room in Rome, Italy, or at the Vatican. Okay? Call me crazy. I don't give a damn. But I can tell you this, when you go through this stuff, normally what will happen is you will be regressed to the last lifetime, not the last one you lived, but the one that caused the most trauma, which has continued to follow you through your soul, your genetic soul imprint to this pleasant day. I've known of people that had a pain in the back of their neck that they don't remember ever not having. They grew up with it. As they got older, the pain got worse. They went to see somebody like Dr. Michael Newton, who was my all-time favorite. They went to see Dr. Newton. He regressed them. Guess what? In 1860, on the plains of America, that person got shot in the back of the neck by an arrow, an Indian arrow. They relived it all the time, being reassured that they were not actually going through that experience, but they were an observer. They were looking at it from afar. And the mere viewing of the death of the Indian shooting the arrow relieved that pain immediately. Now, I contend, and I've said this for years, I'm sorry, Deedie, that I hope you don't mind sitting there. Okay. I've said that there's two therapies that are going to revolutionize medical technology as we move into the future. One of them is hypnotic regression therapy, because you cannot deny the success of taking a person back to a former. You see, you could say, oh, those are just memories from watching a movie. We didn't really live before. Yes, we did. And when all of you American Westerners start waking up, do you know that reincarnation is the missing link in Christianity? Yes. Jesus understood reincarnation. Before he began his ministry at the age of 30, he toured the Far East. He went to India. He went to Kashmir. He probably went to the Shaloi temples. I don't know. But I do know from the Apocrypha, which was taken away from the canonized Bible by the Catholics in the Vatican, okay, there's a lot of stuff that's been taken from us through the years that we don't know anything about. And up until the 1550s, the Catholic priest ran everything, because guess what? The people couldn't read. But when Gutenberg came along and created the printing press, all of a sudden we started seeing the written word, and people started getting educated, and then they started figuring it out, saying, oh my God, something is rotten and wrong. And yes, it was rotten. And it's been rotten ever since Donald J. Trump went over with the military and cleaned out the Vatican vaults of gold. Yes, that actually happened last year. We have every bit of the Vatican gold that has been stolen from God knows how many nations around the world for so many years. Most of it, we couldn't fit it all in Fort Knox. So it's been spread out in preparation from Nazareth for the gold standard. Somebody was talking about we got to get rid of the Fed. Hey, friend, the Fed is gone. The Fed is all, the IRS has basically been rolled up. It's going to be a small group of people working over at the, what's it called? The Financial Secretary of Treasury. It's going to be a Treasury. But for all practical purposes, the Nazareth is going to be rolled out very, very soon. And you can think about that what you want, but you just need to know that all your debt's going to be forgiven. If you've got a mortgage, if you've got car payments, it's going to all go away. Okay? I've done entire videos on Nazareth. You know, I've explained it, and I'm done talking about it right now. But just, and I'm not saying sit back and watch and eat popcorn, but you'll all see the work of the Lord soon enough.
Yeah.
Steve, how do I get into On Passive? You contact Al Prober, who's still on here, and you go to his link. That's all. See, I signed up Al, so I don't really. I mean, it don't matter. See, it's a win-win. We in it. Where we go one, we go all.
Mhm.
So if you sign up under Al, you're going to be helping him, but you'll also be helping me and a lot of other people. Okay, and I'm really glad you're interested, Clint, because it's the real deal. Okay, I tell people all the time. I say, listen, I'm 64 years old. I got 5 grown kids. I got 9 grandkids. I am not in a place in my life where I'm going to get on a damn video and make up a bunch of crap. Okay, not going to do it. It's no reason. I don't need to. Truth has a certain resonance. If what I'm telling you is not true, it's not going to resonate with you. You're going to go to bed with a stupor of thought. Your mind and heart are not going to connect. However, if you come on here and you hear pure truth, like Deedie said, it's all about energy. It's resonating. I know a lot of you out there. I take Al. I've never met Al, but I've had a lot of communication with him online and stuff. He's the real deal. You can feel safe signing up with Al. He's not going to sign you up and run away and never help you, But the thing, I understand that a lot of you out there listening to this video, it's 4 hours now. We just went over 4 hours, and we're going to wrap it up. I promise. I'm not going to do an 8-hour marathon. That ain't going to happen. But Clint says he wants 2 spots. Take care of him, Al. You guys exchange emails, whatever you got to do. Let's get Clint going, man, because we're running out of time. The GoFounder positions we're launching very soon. And some of you are saying, oh, it's been 2 years in the making. You guys have never gone. Yes, we are. And when we launch, it's going to be the shot heard around the world, because we are going to revolutionize how small-based businesses, large businesses, I don't care what, the way you do marketing online is going to radically change, okay? And it's going to be very simplified for you. So if you are currently in any kind of company, brick and mortar, if you've got a shoe store, you got a damn pizza outlet, you better get you a position in GoFounders, because there's going to be those people that are glad they signed up and those that wish they had. I'm not making this up. I'm telling you the facts. I met this man, Ash Mufar, in Atlanta 18 years ago, and I've had contact with him through the years until we get to where we are. He didn't reach out to me. I had a guy in Texas reach out to me, who had a guy in New York, a lawyer in New York City, approached my friend in Texas, who approached me. See, this thing is attracting the best of the best, those that can see through the minutia and realize where I said it like that because I had a troll try to correct me on how to say the word minutia the other day. He told me that I was pronouncing it all wrong. I said, screw you, buddy. I said, I'm from Virginia. I speak the Queen's English. Don't none of you forget now that Jamestown, Virginia was the first English settlement. So the folks like me from Virginia are the only ones that speak proper English, because as the people went northward, southward, westward, they perverted the English language. So if I pronounce it BS and minutia, then that's the way it's going to stay from that on. Just kidding. All right, Deedie, get in here and wrap us up.
Yeah, I joined in GoFounders as well. And I think that it's going to be a really, really phenomenal marketing site. And what's cool is you pay your one-time $99 fee, and then you're going to have access to all these wonderful marketing software programs and different things that they're going to have. And it means that you can use it to market anything that you've got. And they are worldwide. What?
I think Michael Thomas is correct. He said the Sandman just dusted Deedie.
Yeah.
I agree, because we can see it in your eyes. It must be. What time is it back there?
Well, it's probably after 4 in the morning.
It is. Oh, my God. It's
Well,
4:02 a.m. on the East Coast. Okay, well, listen.
and
I think go ahead. Final comments, and then we'll get out of here. Let these good folks get some shut up.
yeah, I apologize for getting tired, but it's been a long day. But anyway, I have little kitty cats that I feed and strays that I feed, and I have not fed them yet. So I'm going to be doing that as well. I'm a little late to go do that tonight. But anyway, Go Founders on Passive. I think that it's a really, really smart thing to do. And I would suggest you do it. And then the HempWorx company, My Daily Choice. Oh my gosh, I can't say enough good things about that. But I want you guys to come visit my YouTube channel, and we're showing my live channel right now too. So everybody that's here that goes to my channel, thank you for joining me tonight. Steve Motley is a co-worker, business partner, and we wanted to do something different tonight and get together and do the prayer time too, but also share about all kinds of world events and what's happening out there and truth, and just visit with everybody. Have everybody have time to get together with some like-minded people, and it's almost like a family reunion is what I found every time we do these things. So God bless you all. I love you all, and I hope you'll go to deediespeakstruth.com. That's my redirect for my YouTube channel. I have my Brighteon channel. I don't spell my name out. Deedie is how I spell my name. It's my real name from the Tennessee mountains, from my parents, my grandmother, Deedie. And so on YouTube, it's Deedie spelled out, Deedie, speakstruth.com. And for my Brighteon channel, where I put everything, where I put political, I put everything, that's just 2 capital D's, DDspeakstruth.com. That's my Brighteon channel. And I always put my HempWorx links, my Go Founders links and things like that are on there too, but mainly the HempWorx. And thank you again for joining us. And God bless you all. And Steve, I'm glad you thought about doing this tonight, and that we had a little technical things at the beginning, trying to pull together 2 YouTube channels. We've never done that before.
No, that was all on me, man. I didn't know what the hell I was doing, but I'm awake and aware now, and so we won't have it difficulty next time. But Deedie, I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna take you off the screen here.
Well, I wanted to tell everybody, God bless you all.
Well, thank you so much. I want to take just a couple minutes and kind of, put a bow on it, wrap it up, put a bow on it, and kind of give you some hope for the future. I know a lot of you out there are really concerned right now about what's really going on with Biden and all of that. Let me just tell you that it's all a facade. There is everything that Joe Biden is doing. He's not in the White House. It's a Hollywood set. You can ask yourself what the hell's going on. Why are they doing that? I think they have come to the realization that they've been had, that the trap has finally sprung. They went for the big chunk of cheese, and now it's going to come back on them. So I'm going to take this just a couple minutes. Hey, Suzanne, a polka dot Suzanne, how are you? Good to see you. God bless all you wonderful souls. Deedie said it, but I'm going to say it again. It's been a great surprise to see so many old faces and names that, I've known for a number of years. And I might just say, I'm back. We're back. You've seen all of Deedie's links, and I encourage you to please follow her on YouTube and all that. Get with her on the. See, I like promoting other people on my team. Deedie was one of the first people to join me in HempWorx 2 years ago, and she's got a huge group of people because she didn't quit. And I'm really glad she could come on tonight and share this information. And see, if you sign up with her in HempWorx, you're actually benefiting me too. That's the power of networking. I talked a little bit about this on Passive. If you join us in on Passive, you're going to be one of the founders. You'll be perfectly positioned to ride the wave of what's going to happen when on Passive goes live. But I can tell you, there's nobody out there that if you do join us in OnPassive, it will greatly impact facets of your current life that you can't understand right now because you haven't spent the last year and a half like Al and I have going to these webinars and getting peeks behind the curtain and just, having our mind. I've come off of these webinars with my mind just, did I just see what I thought I saw? I mean, it's that kind of stuff, okay? If you like technology, if you're a technology buff and you just like cool internet stuff, then you don't want to pass it up. Again, I know that's kind of a weak testimonial, but so good night, everybody. Those of you that are leaving, we still got 93. So we're under 100. I said I wanted to get under 100 because I wanted to, get as much information out to you tonight as I could. But here's the deal. So Joe Biden and his team and everything you're seeing on the fake news media from the Mockingbird, CIA, rogue operators that are still there, that's what that is. It's a facade. I mentioned earlier that the Hollywood set where if you look over Biden's right shoulder, you see the car sitting out there in the parking lot. There's no car sitting right outside the White House, okay? He hasn't been in the White House. He's not going in the White House. I doubt President Trump will ever step foot in the White House again. I mentioned before, it may sound absolutely crazy, but the decision has been made to completely remove the seat of the United States, the Capitol. We're getting the hell out of D.C. D.C. is a cursed area. It was laid out with satanic ley lines, and President Trump talked about plowing it under. That may not be a bad idea. Kayla talked about rerouting the Potomac River to put that current area where the White House and all that is, put it underwater permanently. Not a bad idea. I'm all for it. So people said, well, where's the new Capitol going to be, Steve? Well, if I got anything to do with it, it's going to be in freaking Boise, Idaho. I've already put the word out. I told President Trump to get a team out here, check this place out, because this is one of the most livable places in the country. And we're a solid red state. We have not been overran by freakazoids yet, okay? So again, I want to extend a personal welcome. If any of you want to come to Boise area, contact me. Let me know. I'll set you up with a great real estate agent. And don't forget Trump walking by the window, a silhouette of Trump going by the back window where Joe Biden is sitting there signing those blank executive orders. Now, how many of you watching right now, all 95 of you, how many of you believe that Joe Biden that we're witnessing is the original Joe Biden? Put a number 1 in the box if you think that Joe Biden that we're watching on TV is the real original Senator Joe Biden who had to run in with corn pop, who did the fighting outside. Tonight is the end of the 10 days of darkness. Interesting that you should say that, Emeralds, because I think maybe you're right. There's been a lot of I've been the biggest speculator out here about what constitutes the 10 days of darkness. I was so impressed with 10 days of darkness, I even bought that domain name. If you go to an index browser and type in 10daysofdarkness.com, most likely you're going to find a website that belongs to Steve Motley, okay? If you go to QAnonsentme.com, you might find one of my sites. I don't know, but I do know that Q sent me. I've never denied that. I was the first guy to, I can't say this for sure, but I think I was the first YouTuber to put up a video about number 17 on the night that it first showed up online. Okay. Now, I'm not boasting or bragging. I'm just saying I was one of the original, we the people out here in cyberspace that discovered I knew, but I had a head start though. I cheated a little bit. I knew it was coming. And so little doubt that I was the first one to talk about it. but a lot of you started discovering my YouTube channel because of Q. Okay. And I'm very thankful for that because that drove my subscriber base to over 50,000. I wasn't a, big shot out here with hundreds of thousands. I'm not an X22. Never claimed to be. But I know I have a unique style, and there's certain of you that like my style, and that's why I've been queued since day 2, Jeff Scott. Oh, you wouldn't, hey, Jeff, that's great, man. You wouldn't hear some of the stories. You wouldn't believe some of the stories about mainly truckers. I have a lot of trucker friends. Put a number 1 in the box if you're a trucker. I know we got truckers out here. I just absolutely know it. But the truckers are the backbone of America. I've said that before, and I'll say it from now on. Because if they stopped rolling, we'd dry up in about 2 days. 202-456-1111. White House is temporarily closed. Call and see for yourself. All right. That's great information. Grab your pen, friends. Let's write this down again. 202-456-1111. Mike Lewis, Steve 17. Right on, baby. Hard way to watch AJ these days. Yeah, look, I ain't going to deny it. I've always liked Alex Jones. I've been with him for 20 years. I think any of you that have listened to me for a while, you know what I'm talking about. I had such a miraculous experience with the Living Defense that I even did I'll give it to you. Maybe some of you might like this, okay? If you've never seen it, go to InfoWarsPodcast.com. Now, I never got that domain name because I wanted to use it. I've got a video that I did sometime in early January 2018. That's when I still had long hair, had the big Fu Manchu. So you might be interested to see what I used to look like a couple years ago. But anyway, if you go to InfoWarsPodcast.com, you'll see a YouTube video that I did entitled Alex Jones and InfoWars Saved My Life. Now, that may sound rather bizarre, but that's the absolute truth. I suffered with that digestional problem for 5 years. And then when I came across this stuff, I said, I got nothing to lose, man. I'm going to get me a couple bottles. And look, I've had people come back to me and say, Steve, I'm so glad you recommended that stuff to me. Who's running the country right now? That would be the United States military combined with FEMA. We're under, you might say, a continuity of government situation. And those of you that don't know this, let me put your mind to rest that the FEMA is currently being ran by a gentleman named Pete Gaynor. And Pete Gaynor is a 26-year retired Marine Corps Lieutenant Colonel, combat veteran from Anbar Province, and he's in charge of FEMA. So, and then you take, I told you about Chris Miller. He stepped down. He resigned as Secretary of Defense. Biden, I keep wanting to say Biden. Do any of you make that mistake? Like Biden, like Charlie's, whatever, O'Brien's. But anyway, the military, when President Trump, he did in fact sign the Insurrection Act. And there's 2 things you need to know about that. Number 1, it extended him as the president for an unforeseeable time period. Well, the way it's worded, it says the president will remain the president until all of the demons, all of the deep staters have been indicted, rounded up, sent to Gitmo, put on the gallows, whatever. But the fact is, and I want to get back to this, this is very important. The world is going to have to witness what's going to happen to these Luciferians when they are, and I do believe many are being arrested right now, okay? And today, the 30th, was supposed to be the end of the 10 days of darkness. I just don't know about it. I don't know. But like Deedie said, we've been told that the emergency broadcast system will go off before Wednesday of next week. I would love to see that thing go off and President Trump announce to the world, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless America. Once you see that, if you get an emergency broadcast and that's from the president, you will know that you are seeing the beginning of the end of the globalist. And there's so many special operations that have been going on over the last 4 years. See, a lot of you don't know about these things, but President Trump has not been sitting on his butt doing nothing. He's been taking these freaks down all over the world. So we're really much further along than some of you may think. Okay? People have asked me, Steve, what do you think about Juan O'Savin? I love the guy. I think he's wonderful. Is Juan O'Savin JFK Jr.? Yeah, probably. If I was a betting man, I'd say yes. So if you don't know who Juan O'Savin is, you might want to get up to speed. Oh, by the way, you also want to join his new patriotic website. It's 107 daily, DAILY.com. All patriots are welcome to join. I think that 107daily.com is going to become an integral part of the Freedom Network. And if you don't know what the Freedom Network is, that is what Don Jr. announced the other day. Is something it's in the works. It's coming soon. It's going to be it's going to be like a secondary internet, so to speak. It's going to have components like Twitter, like Facebook, except we're going to have free speech. You're not going to get shadow banned. You know, when I used to hear Alex Jones talk about it, I thought to myself, man, that stuff will never happen to me. I mean, I'm sorry it happened to Alex, but it ain't going to happen to me, okay? Now, getting back to Alex, and then it happened to me. I mean, I've been censored worse than anybody, okay? What a ride, Steve. What a ride. Meet you someday. Absolutely, Jeff Scott. I hope to meet every one of you. Daryl, there's Daryl out there. There's Clint, Frank, Emerald 5, Chris, Polka Dot Susan, Al. See, there's so many of you patriots, 95 of you. I'm not going to leave yet. You know, I go ahead. I went ahead and excused Deedie because she was falling asleep at the wheel. But I'm really thankful she was able to come on tonight and share her knowledge and wisdom. I really appreciate that prayer at the end. God knows we all need more prayer. I hope all of us here on the live right now can agree to pray for each other, pray for our president, pray for his safety, pray for those Marines who are guarding his life. You know, the assassination attempts are going to continue. They know just what a threat Donald J. Trump is to the cabal. I mean, think about this, friends. 6,000 years we've been living as slaves under the control of these demonic forces that have been working behind the scenes. You know? And now we have an opportunity to break free, not only as a nation, but as a planet. This is a planet. This is a disease that has covered the planet. And the more that you and I expose the truth, you know, I had some lady on here tonight kept asking, she said, where are y'all getting all this stuff? Where are you getting all this information? Well, I just happen to be one of the top 9/11/2001 researchers in the world. That's something I dedicated my life to. I lost so many friends. You know, I just couldn't understand why more people couldn't see the damn writing on the wall right in front of them. And yes, I know I drove a lot of people crazy shortly after 9/11 because I started to put it together. And within the first 30 days, I had a very rough working layout of what went on that day. And I've just been adding more and more and more knowledge to, I hope I'm not a total freak about it. And I don't talk about 9/11 that much anymore. Ever since I did that little video, the man in the MAGA hat. If you don't know that site, write it down. It's an interview that I did with a reporter from LA about, it was in October of 2018. I was in Las Vegas at a Trump rally, and this guy saw me doing some little mini interviews with my with my iPad, and one of his people came over and said, "Hey, man, can we interview you? We'd love to interview you, put it out there on our channel." And I said, "Absolutely." And I think it turned out great. So I did a redirect because I didn't have anything to do with it. They just did the interview and then they spliced it, put it all together. I think they came up with a great production, but it's called The Man in the MAGA Hat. And once you watch it, if you haven't seen it, you'll understand why these guys labeled it as such. But I got to get up with those guys again now. I love that crew. The interviewer was fantastic, and I think you'll enjoy it. So the man in the MAGA hat.com. And for those of you that don't know really what was going on with 9/11, it'll be a good, quick introduction. Steve, I recommend David Sereda. Man, I've been a David Sereda fan for many, many years. I used to hear him on Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. I go all the way back to the Art Bell days. And then, of course, I've met and talked with George Norrie probably 4 or 5 times over the years at different expos and conferences and things. Some of you may know the name Daniel Brinkley. And if you recognize that name, you'll know that he wrote a book, a best-selling book called Saved by the Light. If you haven't read that book, let me highly, highly recommend it. Now, Daniel, if you don't know, was a Marine. He was an enlisted Marine. He's a little bit older than me. He gets out of the Marines, and like so many, he goes into the CIA. And he had served. You don't really ever get out of the CIA, okay? If you ever are employed by the CIA, and especially if you ever go to the farm down outside Williamsburg, Virginia, you're in for life whether you like it or not. And you better hope that you're a white hat and that you're part of the alliance and not part of the dark side rogue elements. So getting back to Alex Jones and what happened, at some point along, maybe within the first year, number 17 came out with a post one night and accused Alex Jones of being a Mossad, as an Israeli Mossad agent. And so I didn't believe that. And it, being a 17 fan, it really kind of, hit me. And I'm thinking, what the hell is 17 saying? And then in another post, it was said, the number 17 said he was paid opposition. And as hard, I just didn't want to believe it. So I kind of blew it off. And in the process of doing so, I had a lot of my 17 friends get really upset with me. And they said, Steve, don't stay with him. Get away. We don't like this, that you're supporting him. Well, number one, I'll tell you, everybody, because of the power of the living defense, I'm never not going to promote that product. I may not promote his show, which I'm currently not doing. I'm a little upset, as I'm sure a lot of you 17 people are. If you've heard any of the nasty things, he calls us 17 tards, except he uses the letter 17 tards, okay? I don't like being called that, especially given the fact that I know what I know. Now, I know a lot of you can't bet your life that 17 is real. You might think that, hey, you got to see this. Look at this. Look what Deedie put in her chair. Okay, she's got the smiley. I thought you'd appreciate that. Anyway, we really appreciate her coming on tonight. But anyway, so he went so far as to make jingles, making up little songs about how stupid all the 17 people are. And, I can't take it, man. So I kind of went off on him. I did a video. I know it was seen by his people. Pretty sure he saw it. But that's the one that YouTube took down and put me in the doghouse for for 20 days. So again, when I started this video, I told y'all how surprised I was to actually be able to do this live feed here on this YouTube channel, because they had put me in a doghouse. HempWorx shampoo is made in Israel. Okay, so what? Steve, is Living Defense available in Rite Aid or CVS? No, you cannot get the equivalent of this anywhere that I know of. If somebody knows, please tell us. But I send everybody to Infowars.com. And just because I'm telling you about a product that'll save your life, don't mean I'm all, for everything else Alex Jones does. But I'm not going to throw Alex Jones to the curb forever. I'd really like to continue. I'm sure I'm going to continue to listen to Owen Schroyer and some of these people. Why should I just shut those people out? He's still a patriot. Alex Jones has still red-pilled more people than anybody else on planet Earth. And I know a lot of you were talking about William Cooper, Bill Cooper, that former Navy intelligence officer. If you haven't, write this down. If you have not read Behold a Pale Horse, if you have not bought and read that book, you need to add it to your library. Because did you know, now the internet won't attest to this, but I've heard this through some very good sources, that Bill Cooper's book, Behold a Pale Horse, is the #1 book read and passed around in the prison system, in the U.S. prison system. Ali Alexander bad. Okay, Catherine, I don't know enough about Ali Alexander, and I would never pass judgment on somebody that I really don't know that well. I've seen him on the show. I got nothing to say about it. If you could give me some specifics. But getting back to Alex Jones, his first wife was Jewish. And I had several people tell me that early on, Alex converted to Judaism. Now, how true that is, I don't know. Some of you out there may be able to confirm it. I don't really care. But if that is true, now I know his wife was Jewish, but if he did convert to Judaism, which you can do that, Sammy Davis Jr. did it. And what reminded me of Sammy Davis Jr. is this Ali Alexander. If you've never seen him, you got to see him. Clint says Ali is bad. Fraud, convicted of fraud. Oh, shit. Okay, I did not know that. I did not know that. Okay, but, you learn something new every day. He is being exposed now. Okay, well, I don't know. So give me a 1. I want to see from those of you listening right now, please type in a 1 if you still like Alex Jones and you're still listening, and type in a 2 if you're kind of done with Alex and you're not going to listen to any of his stuff anymore. I kind of like to get a feel. Cabal. Jeff Scott says cabal. Alex has done a lot of the cause. Remember when President Trump called in for war? Yes, absolutely, Frank. I was listening to that show live. Okay? So 1 means you continue to listen. 2 means you're not listening anymore. Okay? 1, 2 equals 3, 2, 1.5. Okay. Yeah, I'm about a 1.52, Al, right now. That's about where I'm at. Okay. Well, okay. Anyway, the bottom line is, I guess we will find out sooner or later if Alex is part of the Mossad. I mean, it would be a shame if he were one of the people got arrested. I wouldn't want to see that. I don't hate Alex Jones. I just called him on it. when he started attacking 17 the way he did, you know, I mean, Alex, on my last infomercial, when I called into his show on the 18th of December, I talked about Living Defense, and he was so impressed. And he told the world that I had saved their bacon this Christmas season because they had sold over 2,000 bottles of the Living Defense because of my infomercial. And if you've never heard my infomercials that I did with Alex, go to my podcast. All of you, if you haven't heard about my new podcast, grab a pen. You need to write this down. Okay, the podcast is TrueNewsPodcast.com. TrueNewsPodcast.com. Go there and look down. They're listed, and I think I've done 27 of them. But go down until you see the commercials, the infomercials that I did with Alex. I had to word them different because I didn't want them to shut me down on my podcast. But anyway, listen to those things. They're powerful. And according to Alex, he sold thousands of bottles of the product based on your testimonial. Okay, so I'm happy for that. God bless him. And he invited me. He told his producer, he said, take Steve's information and let's have him back on the show. Okay, I probably have blown my chances of ever showing up on the Alex Jones show. And if I could show up on an actual time slot and give out some of my websites, I'm sure that I would become quite wealthy very quickly because his audience is over 2.5 million on any given day. So when he started attacking number 17, I had to make a decision. Do I want to counterattack? Do I want to put Alex in his place and tell him why he's dead wrong and he shouldn't be alienating millions and millions of 17 followers worldwide? Or do I want to keep my mouth shut and get myself invited on that show someday and expose millions of people literally to my YouTube channel? Well, you know, I would like to think that I got some kind of integrity and honesty. And so I just couldn't take it anymore. I mean, I'd go to bed, I'd toss and turn thinking about how he was maligning and putting down the most amazing phenomenon to come around in a long, long time. And that is the global expansion of 17. Okay. So that's why I did the video. Like I said, you can't find. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, you can. It's on Brighteon. Remember what I said. Every time I do a video, I'm going to download it as quickly as possible to Brighteon because we don't want it to go away. Now I've got a record of it. So even though YouTube took down that 17 video I did, and a lot of it was I was talking directly to Alex Jones. But anyway, I know Bill Cooper, the author of Behold a Pale Horse, he couldn't stand Alex Jones. And you can go to YouTube and type in Bill William Cooper, Alex Jones, and you can find some of Bill Cooper's rants about what a bad person Alex is. Now, I don't know. I listened to Bill Cooper. I discovered him before he got murdered. He was the one that predicted 9/11, not Alex Jones. I'm sorry. Alex Jones claims that he was the guy that predicted 9/11, but no, he was not. That was clearly William Bill Cooper, the author of Behold a Pale Horse. Okay? So I wanted to clear that up. I don't want to end on a sour note. Steve, maybe AJ had to bash 17 to save his own life and the life of, you know what, Emerald, that's possibly true. I'm not going to deny that. Alex could be too big. I don't like how he treated Jerome Corsi. I've always liked Jerome Corsi. Now, Emerald says Corsi bad too. Corsi double or triple agent. That's possible. That is possible. I'm not going to say no, but I never saw anything about Jerome Corsi. I've read almost all his books. You know, one of the books he wrote a number of years ago, which I found fascinating, and it was the first time I'd ever heard it. Santa surfing on Telegram. You know, Dan, Santa surfing is right a lot of the times, but she's wrong sometimes too. Okay. And I guess that's true for all of us. I mean, he that's without sin, let him pass the first stone. I'm not throwing no damn stone anywhere. I don't know, but I remember a book. I've got it on the shelf here somewhere. But he was talking about how oil is abiotic. In other words, oil regenerates itself. And I know that's true. There's not a limited supply of oil. Oil is never ending. And when they, down in Texas and all across the country, they're now, these oil drillers are now going back to these oil rigs that had been tapped, blocked off years ago. They're going back and finding a whole new fresh supply of oil just gushing up out of the ground. So the earth itself, inside the mantle and all of that, it generates. I always had a problem with fossil fuels. Fossil fuels? Are you shitting me? Are there really that many dinosaurs and dead trees that we're busting through and bringing up this oil from the earth that's coming from, plants and animals that are dead? I just never could wrap my mind around that. So when I read that book from Corsi about abiotic, if you don't know anything about it, take the time and look it up. So whether Corsi's a damn double or triple agent, he has put some factual knowledge out to the public over the years. So again, I'm going to step away from that. I ain't judging Corsi. I ain't judging nobody. It says in the Bible, in the book of Matthew, it says, "Judge not, that ye be not judged, saith the Lord. For with which judgment ye judge, with which judge not, that ye be not judged, saith the Lord. For with which judgment ye judge, you too shall be judged." Okay? So I thought to myself, oh shit. So I don't want to be judging anybody because I don't want to be judged accordingly. But in the Bible, it also says, judge not unrighteous judgment. So that must mean that according to God, there is such a thing as righteous judgment. So when I tell you that we are going to see the demise of the pedophilic Luciferian freaknuts that have been running this planet, I'm judging them, but I'm judging them with righteous judgment. Because with anybody that would harm an innocent child, anybody that would that would scare the shit out of the child and get the adrenaline pumping and then remove blood from their arms, from their legs, not giving a shit about the welfare of the child to create their adrenochrome, which most of these actors and actresses are strung out on, then I got a problem. And then I'm going to start righteously judging some of these nut jobs. You understand? Susan says she said she did not open Telegram. Whoever did has been posting bombs. She says it in her video the other day. Now, I'm assuming we're talking about Santa surfing. Is that right, Susan? You can probably get more fuel from a farting cow. Probably. Or from that Fartmeister Schwindel or Schwadel. What the hell is his name? Eric Schwadel. Anyway, that dumbass. I got no use for him. Anyway, let me catch somebody abusing a child would go crazy in a blind rage. Hey, no kidding. No kidding. That would be the worst. I can't imagine if I caught somebody harming a child. I think about my grandkids, I just think if somebody harmed one of it wouldn't have to be my own grandchild. If I found somebody harming any child, I ain't going to say what I'd do because I don't want to get banned. Why did David Knight leave InfoWars? Oh my God, Frank. David Knight, from what I can gather, he left InfoWars because, number one, he became anti-Trump. I mean, those of you that listen to David, he talked a lot of junk about our president. He kind of lost his way. But he was even more fanatical about number 17. He got very, very upset at Alex Jones for bringing people on his channel that also supported 17. So I guess we should at least give Alex the credit for, I wish he'd had me on. I told him in my video, I said, listen, bring me on your, Schwalwell, there you go. Bring me on your damn show and let's have an open discussion. Let me represent 17. You represent your twisted ideas and logic. You know, he sent those damn things out called I Am 17. No, you're not 17. You ain't got nothing to do with 17. But he actually printed these little bumper stickers that you peel off and y'all know what those of you that have been following InfoWars, you know damn well what I'm talking about. But that pissed me off. When he produced that one says, I am 17, I said, that's going too damn far. So I did a video back then, blasted his ass. I'm surprised they ever took my infomercial and did anything with it because I did several negative videos, where, you know, taking Alex Jones out back and, you know, explaining to him why he shouldn't be attacking the 17 people. Okay. But he just chose to get worse and worse. And I know why he attacked them after the DC incident at the Capitol, because so many of the demons were attacking Alex, saying he was the catalyst behind the storming of the Capitol. So what does he do? He blames it primarily on the 17 people. Okay. Which that's just Steve Pachinik and the bet. Yeah, I remember the bet. By the way, 107 on Telegram, somebody, Dan Broom says, but what I need you all to go to is 107. That's like 107. Go to 107daily.com and sign up as a free member of this new Patriot site that 107 is behind. We are 17, where we go one, we go all. I would venture to say, Clint, I would venture to say that most of the people on this live feed right now, the number's going back up to 108. That's good. But I would venture to say that most of you, can I get a little consensus? Let's take a quick poll. If you're a 17 person, put a 1 in the chat box right now. I want to see. If you're not, put a 2 in. If you love 17 and you believe it's real, put a 1 in the box. Come on. Help me out here, y'all. I got to see. Okay. Susan, Emerald 5. Come on. Let's see the 1s. Let's see the 2s, whatever. Jeff Scott, number 1. Lena, number 1. Daryl, number 1. Okay, there's 107 of you on here. And I know a lot more than that have access to the chat box. Mark, there you go. Mark K, 1. I haven't seen any 2s yet. I think we're in good company. Well, friends, while you're continuing to put those numbers in there, I have been absolutely amazed at the attacks that I've had on my podcast since all of this stuff went down with the inauguration. You would be surprised. And I'm telling you this because it's incumbent. Dan says 1.7. Okay. Dan's a good man. He's a patriot. He's just telling the truth. Tell it like it is, Dan. If you like it, 1. If you don't, 2, you know. But fact of the matter is, there's Brian. There's that damn Marine, buddy. Semper Fi. Get some. That's what we say in the Marines. You know, before we start shooting rounds down range, we always say, get some. That gets you in the mood to start throwing some lead down range. Q and all my military. Yeah, Jeff Scott's former military. He knows. Clint, was psyop to awaken the masses to what? Well, yeah, it's a psychological. You know, Clint, you're absolutely right. It is a psyop. But it's a positive psyop, and it's a truth psyop. I mean, you know, no, okay. Let me tell you. I figured this out early on, okay, and I started making videos about it, and it really caught on. And the deal is that it's a back channel. It's a back channel communication modality that President Trump and there's certain, look, the members of the 17 team have it's been fluid. You know, okay, you should know that Edgar Cohen Watnick is a big part of 17. Okay, very, very involved in 17. If you don't know, Edgar Cohen Watnick is a child prodigy. He is a stone cold genius. He is very, very close to General Michael Flynn, who I have a relationship with. Okay. And again, these are facts. General Flynn is very much in charge of the digital warriors, and you know who you are. I know many of you are. Yeah, thank you, Emerald 5. Ezra Cohen Watnick. He was serving as the he was Under Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. He's a brilliant young man. He's in his early 30s. He was discovered in Afghanistan by General Flynn. He came over when General Flynn took over DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. He brought Ezra Cohen Watnick with him. Catherine, I don't use that email anymore. Okay? The best way to reach me is Marines4, F-O-R, Trump, Marines4Trump at gmail.com. And make sure when you send me your email, just forward it from where you sent it. Send it over to the Marines for Trump. And put fossil fuel in the subject matter, and I'll get it, okay? Listen, I know there's a lot of you out there that have had trouble reaching me over the years. I'm trying to do something about that. I'm trying to get caught up. And that's that email I want y'all to use. If you're looking to reach out to me, you know, I'm on Telegram, but I don't know how the hell to use Telegram. Can anybody out there send me to a website or something that will, I know it sounds crazy. I'm technically challenged in a lot of ways, but I don't know how. Everybody's going to Telegram. I signed up for it a couple of years ago, but I don't know how the hell to use it. So if there's anybody that can give me a step-by-step, paint-by-numbers thing to help walk me through, to explain to me how Telegram works, I want to get on that, okay? And I guess everybody's going there. But don't forget, 107daily.com. That is a platform that all of you should join. Look for me on there. You follow me, I follow you back. Don't forget Brighteon.social. Now, you know about Brighteon, the video platform that Mike Adams created. I think that's the safest. It's a vault. I look at it as a damn video vault. And every video, like I'm going to start making videos on, what is it called? What's one of the, okay, not BitChute. What's the other news site out there that is real user-friendly with videos? It's it's very secure. What's it called? Help me out, friends. Mahalo? No. Come on. What is the new YouTube? Not YouTube. What is the new video platform that allows you to upload videos. Gab, okay, Rumble. Thank you, JD. Rumble. Okay, I've had some folks investigate Rumble. It's supposed to be pretty good. I've heard this name, Fox. What is it? Foxhole. I've heard this from several of you tonight. See, this is why we do this, man. You know, if I can pick up some knowledge from you guys that I can use to, you know, make things better, or if you pick up something from me, I mean, I doubt many of you had heard of 107daily.com because it's brand new. It's only about a week old. And when I looked at it the last time, it was messed up. And within like 2 days, they've made, now is this Mahalo, Mahalo, is this Catherine, is this an alternative site? Or are you just saying thank you? I know Mahalo's thank you in Hawaiian, but Simon Parks. Okay, Simon Parks is very good. I'm going to be doing a video interview with Simon. I'm also going to interview Dr. Charlie Ward. You know, I tried to hook up with Robert David Steele maybe a year ago, but he kind of blew me off. You know, as a former Marine captain, I don't think he has the right, he shouldn't blow off a fellow Marine, but he was already, you know, I wanted to do an interview with him, but it was like he didn't have time for me. I wasn't big enough. You know, I was just a small fish in a big ocean. But Gab, yes, I highly recommend Gab. Is it Gab.ai? What is it? Who is that? Jeff Scott. Is it gab.ai or is it .com? Help me out here. Bongino may get shut down. Are you talking about he may get shut down on Fox? Or do you mean, or his platform? What are you talking about? Mike Adams said he was moving some of his platforms to the dark web. Okay, I don't know nothing about that. Maybe look at what Lynn, are you talking about Lynn Wood? I think Lynn Wood is the real deal. He has been, Clint said, I had to wear my I Love Q, the Motley Crew t-shirt the next day. Okay, I'm missing part of your conversation here, Susan, but I really do you know what? I had this really great little store. It was an online store, and my son helped me set it up. It was through Shopify. I think it's called Shopify. And one day I got a frantic call from my son. You know, JD, he's the oldest, and then I got 4 daughters. But JD calls me in a frantic. He says, Dad, he said, I got to take down those freaking Q, those number 17 shirts, because Spotify is threatening to delete my account. And I had a bunch of damn really good 17 shirts, and I didn't make much money on it. I split it with my son 50-50. It was his channel, and he's, you know, you can still go to, what is it? Oh yeah, you can go there. Go to motleycrewstore.com. Check it out. There's a lot of cool shirts there, but I used to have a whole layout of 17 shirts. And, you know, Susan says she bought one. Susan says she bought it for the Evansville, Indiana rally. Okay? Susan, I need to apologize to you. I think I got you mixed up earlier in this video with another Susan from Florida, who I know, and maybe she was on here. I don't know. I can't, you know, when I'm making these videos, it's very hard to see all the comments. But Joe says Shopify is a libtard tainted platform. Well, I don't doubt that a bit. You know, like I said, I was piggybacking off of my son's site. So, you know, he has the site, and then he has these different like rooms or different divisions. And mine was called Motley Crew, I think. Anyway, if you go there and check it out, you'll see what I'm talking about. But I sold a lot of damn shirts. We were selling shirts all over the world. I had people in Australia buying them, in Europe. And, I was making $1 or $2, but I wasn't making a fortune. Excuse me. COVID-19. No, I ain't got no damn COVID. Ain't no such thing as COVID. It's an exercise in punishment. It's an exercise in conformity. Now that dumbass Fauci's coming out saying, oh, it's always better if you wear 2 masks. 2 masks. So I'm not only going to wear this freaking face diaper. Okay, so I got my, you know what? There's just some stupid people in the world. Okay? And I gotta admit, if you wear these damn masks every day, you know what? You're gonna kill yourself. You know why? Because just like after the pandemic of 1918, they wore the mask too. But wearing the mask on a regular basis creates bacterial pneumonia. So you may not die of COVID-19, and then all people always pulling them up over their damn nose. Some people wear them like this. Some people wear them like this. Some people just, wear, I don't know, shit. Hate these freaking things. I know y'all do too. So we got to stand up. We got to exercise a little, what do they call it? Civil disobedience. Libtards are still out there spreading lunacy, anal swabbing. Oh my God. Friends, if you haven't heard, the newest testing method coming out of China is anal swabbing. Now, if you want to bend over and let somebody take a damn swab and rub it around your anus, then God bless you, okay? But this Idaho cowboy ain't doing nothing with no damn anal swabs, okay? And look, my biggest concern is that the damn COVID vaccine is going to be required at the VA. And I'm already preparing myself because, again, I ain't taking no COVID-19 damn vaccine because that sumbitch is a death sentence. And if you don't believe it, go ahead and take it. And you may not experience nothing. But then again, you may be like those nurses back in the Midwest that have got uncontrollable convulsions. I ain't shitting you. This is what they look like. Shortly after they took the vaccine, they're walking around. Can you imagine walking around in your damn kitchen and trying to cook some dinner like this? Well, go ahead. Take the damn vaccine. Don't believe Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve going to steer you straight. But you go ahead. You get the first one, you may survive. But shortly after you get that second one, chances are you're going to be leaving the planet. So I would recommend if you plan to get it, or if your grandparent, I had somebody on here said, I feel so bad. Lena says, my husband is VA. He refused the other day. No problem. Yeah. Oh, it's not a problem yet. VA wants me to get an anal probe. Jeff, I think you're pulling out. I think you're BSing, man. VA ain't gonna get no damn Susan Wagner says job security is wonderful. Yeah, but if your job security requires you to get a damn anal probe, are you gonna do it? Probably not. Probably not. You know, I mean, if you know it's going to affect your DNA and cause all kinds of problems, and it's a death sentence. It's part of the depopulation. Come on, man. I know all of you know about. If you've never heard of the Georgia Guidestones, Steve, get on Gab TV. Dan, I don't know the first thing about Gab TV, but now that you mentioned, let me write it down. I'm going to check it out. You know what I want to get on? And if any of you know anything about this, Gab TV. Apparently, what is it called? Roku. Apparently, there's a way for people like us to get a Roku channel where people all over the damn internet, all over the TV that go to Roku can find your channel. Does anybody know, is that true? Can a freaking amateur like myself set up a Roku TV? Yeah, I know Hank Aaron was a Patriot. And that's what's so sad. Just a couple days after Hank took the second vaccine, he dropped dead in the damn floor. LOL, Steve is lost in conversation. It's about the DNA. Yes, I'm lost in conversation, but I'm loving it, man. This is why we're here. Why we still got 103 people on this damn site at 3 o'clock in the morning Mountain Standard Time? Now, I know some of you, it's 5 a.m. on the East Coast. God bless you left coast people, because it's 2:02 a.m. But I do believe I need to wrap this up real soon. So let me see. Let's do one more round here. If you've got any questions that I could possibly answer. Brian says, good night, hitting the Rex, shut eye. Hey, Brian, I'll be back on Facebook in about 22 days. I got 22 days left in Facebook prison. I can still go on there. I just can't make any comments. So I'm still looking at some of your crazy concoctions. I still think you ought to look into becoming a chef. You're putting out some pretty crazy stuff there, Marine. Red Pill 78 on Roku. Okay, I love Red Pill 78. He's really good. Oh, by the way, let me pass this word on in case y'all haven't heard, okay? Okay, here's the deal. I told y'all I have a website called here'syourredpill.com, okay? And I had over 100 Patriots listed on there with their YouTubes and stuff. But since the great purge of YouTube, about 50% of the people on Here's Your Red Pill have disappeared. Now, I'm working right now to get those missing links put back on there. Because, Steve, still drinking Mountain Dew? Yes, I am. Occasionally, I am drinking a Dew. I know it's not good for you, but if it's the worst thing I ever do, so be it. Yes, I'm a Dew freak, okay? I'm weaning myself. I don't drink as much now as I used to. But you ought to carry a knife on you at all times, because you never know when you might have to cut some cream cheese, some cheesecake, or you might have to defend yourself. So anyway, Red Pill is all over now. Red Pill 70. What do you mean? What do you mean, Clint? Red Pill 78 is all over now. What does that mean? Give me some more knowledge. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. Dan says Sidney Powell on Telegram. And we know, highly recommend that guy. He's a retired Marine. Okay, I think he was enlisted. I think he was like a master sergeant or something. But if you're not familiar with we know, he's also got a channel on Roku. Okay, man, what do I got to do? Tell me, if any of you know how to get a Roku channel, send me a link or something, okay? Try pomegranate juice with fizzy water. Already beat you to it. Quit Pepsi forever. I don't drink Pepsi. I got nothing to do with Pepsi. But, I judge my health by the way I feel. Emily says she went to sleep and woke back up, and here we are. That's right, Emily. We've been going on here for 5 hours and 8 minutes, and I'm about ready to shut it down because I got to get some sleep. Now, tomorrow's not the Super Bowl. Super Bowl is going to be next Sunday, but I don't like sleeping a lot. Sleeping's for dead people. You'll have plenty of time to sleep when you're dead. You know, as long as I'm alive and awake and full of energy, which I am right now. Emily says, yeah, I know Dew is a Pepsi product. I know. Okay. Quit beating me up. I'm gonna change my ways. Oh, Clint was saying Red Pill 78 is all over the internet. He's on Gab. Okay, I see. Yeah, Roku. Well, that's what I want to do. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get all over the place. I'm trying to get more friends, you know, that I can share some knowledge with. And sleep is for the weak. Well, JD, I don't know, man. When I get to sleep, shit, I'm a good sleeper now. And when I get to sleep, I usually don't want to get up. But I'm on combat hours right now. I don't know how anybody can sleep a lot when we're in the most exciting times on planet Earth, okay? Every one of us in this room right now, all 109 of us, we are making history because we're witnessing every day you wake up, you're tuning in. You're trying to, where am I going to go for my knowledge? Well, if you have not written down, I ain't beating you up, Steve. I'm just saying because I'm hooked on Dew and can't stop. Been hooked on it since 1998. Oh my God. Shit, I had no idea that you were a fellow Dewer. Red Pill is on Brighteon, Rumble, Gab, says Frank. I recommend Matthew Walker book about sleep. Okay, let me write that down. What's your name? Matthew Walker. Okay. See, that's what I love about these get-together sessions. You know, this shit is, well, you know what we ought to do? How many would like to do a Zoom call sometime? How many would like to join me on a Zoom call where you can all participate and ask questions and sound off? You know, one time I'm using this StreamYard, right? And this thing allows me to simulcast. So when I set this up tonight, I sent the link to Deedie. And so she clicked on the link, and that's how I brought her into the site here. That's how we did this. Well, I know most of you are familiar with Zoom, right? Well, we could do a freaking Zoom. Let's see how many people show up. You know, some people may want to come on live with their video running. Sign me up for Zoom. Joe, I wish I knew how to. See, I know there's a way. My Zoom friends have told me, and some of you may know this to be true, they say that you can use Zoom for quite a few people for free, but there's a few things that having a free account do not allow you to do. So, want to get to the beginning of this video. So, love you in the beginning and end. I could do Zoom, Skype, or anything. Okay, Scott. Fantastic. Thomas says, do you have a Rumble account? No, I don't yet, but I'm going to create one. Now, here's a quick question for the Rumble. Okay, so you guys want to do a Zoom sometime? All right. And we know on Rumble. Yes, David. David Russell is absolutely correct. This channel is called And We Know. Now, this young man, he's a retired Marine. He's a Christian. He produces some great videos. So if you're not familiar with his work, go to Rumble and look up And We Know. Now, here's my question, since I'm not on Rumble yet. Can I sign up for Rumble, get behind the camera like this right here, and shoot videos on the Rumble, on my desktop, and then upload them directly to Rumble? Tell me if that's capable of being done. David, those of you that are on Rumble that know. Steve, if you have a smart TV, you should be able to link your iPad to the TV. That's coming from Frank. Okay, Susan says yes. So, Susan, are you on Rumble? Check out Patriotically Correct. Okay, listen, David, this is what I need you guys. I need all of you out there that have websites that you want to recommend to me. Go to Marines marines4trump@gmail.com. Send me the link. If you think it should be added to my here'syourredpill.com, send me the link of these sites. I don't have time to look them all up, but so David Russell, send me Patriotically Correct. And if you can send me those links to my marines4trump@gmail.com, then I've got my programmer standing by. I'm putting together the list right now. And within the next, they're going to work on it as often as they can, but it may be 5, 6, 7 days into February before I have Here's Your Red Pill completely caught up and up to speed. So go there, please go there, bookmark here'syourredpill.com and look down that list and tell me if there's people that are not listed. I'm not sure and we know is on there. I may have to add him strictly. Any links that y'all can provide for me, send them to that email, and in the subject put Here's Your Red Pill. And that will alert me in big capital letters. That will alert me that your email has links on it that you think that I should add to Here's Your Red Pill. Okay? Now Here's Your Red Pill, I don't mean to sound corny, but it's a labor of love. It took me, now what you're looking at when you go there now is a completely different site than the original one I created. But I had some friends take my original Here's Your Red Pill, which got hacked, but they saved it, and I was able to have it reconstructed. And so if you go there now, that's what you're seeing. You're seeing not the original that I created, but a much better reconstructed site. And I want to keep that thing because it's very useful. Those of you that download it, if you want to say, okay, who are the latest channels that, Uncle Steve, retiredmarinesoundsoff.com, who is he now recommending? And I'm going to count on you guys to keep me in the loop as to who are some, you may discover a brand new channel that you've never seen before, or somebody recommended Red Pill 78 to you and you don't know who the hell he is. Well, if you want to just keep up to speed, you go to here'syourredpill.com and they're all listed alphabetically. Now, seriously, I want all of you to bookmark that site. Don't forget, write it down, here'syourredpill.com, okay? And that, when I started that, when I first started my YouTube, I would get people emailing me, texting me, hey, Steve, just found your channel, love your videos. Who else do you recommend? Who are some of the other Patriots that you follow? Where do you get some of your information from? Yada, yada, yada. So I started out, I'd email these people back individually. And I said, wait a damn minute. This is too time consuming. I got to do something about this. So that's when I, not knowing anything about websites, but I was able to build here'syourredpill.com. And a lot of you seen it. A lot of you may have discovered me there. I don't know. It was getting a lot of hits. I know that. And down at the very bottom of my here'syourredpill.com, I've got a link to my son JD's car dealership. The guy's one of the top used car dealers in Boise. You know why? Because believe it or not, he's a freaking honest. He never rips people off. He's got a repeat client. He's been in business about 12 years, and he's got this repeat customers that come back again and again. They recommend their friends, and that's why he's one of the best used car dealers in the whole Boise Treasure Valley. The valley here in Boise is called Treasure Valley. But anyway, so I've had a lot of fun, with the YouTube over the years. I've met some wonderful people. Talking about Boise, I know some of you may be from the Boise area, but I always like putting out a plug for my friend Mike. Mike here in the Snake River, or in the, Treasure Valley, he has a business called Snake River Yamaha. The Snake River runs right around the outskirts of Boise. And, this is a beautiful place to live. And I want all of you that want to move somewhere, you want a cool change, just go ahead and pack up your apartment, put everything in a U-Haul, and come on back here to Idaho and find your paradise. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to keep rambling, but the fact of the matter is I'm trying to get as many of these platforms going for myself as I can. So I really appreciate any suggestions, any knowledge. Like, I had no idea about Roku TV. Okay. So if I can get a Roku TV channel, holy shit, that's a no-brainer, right? Clint says she used to work for Brent. Who are we talking about? She is a whistleblower. I kind of got lost in the conversation. Anyway, I hope you all are keeping up in the chat mode. SGT report. Absolutely, Catherine. He's fantastic. Everybody knows X22 Dave. But seriously, if any of you go to, I don't want to be redundant, but it's very important to me, and especially right now, if you go to here'syourredpill.com and you see that I'm missing somebody that really should be on there, or even if you see some of the missing links, and what was the address again? The email address, David, is Marines, Marines, Marines 4, FOR, Trump at gmail.com. Marines for Trump at gmail.com. I want to know the links. This is a community effort here. We're only as good as the weakest link. And I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I don't know. Jeff says, going to find your podcast, holler out again where to find. Okay, grab your pens. If you listen to one of my videos or one of my podcasts, you always want to have a yellow legal pad and several writing utensils close by. So my podcast address is, once again, True, TRUE, News, NEWS, podcast.com. TrueNewsPodcast.com. And when you go there, you'll see my military stuff at the top, and you'll see Retired Marine Sounds Off, aka TrueNewsRadio.com. So I'm trying to get my former Marines for Trump at Gmail. Yes, that's it, David. That's it. And let's see. Let me go ahead and type this one in too. And sometimes maybe you can't understand me. Okay. There is the podcast, TrueNewsPodcast.com. And by the way, if any of you out there have ever wanted to start your own audio podcast, this platform that I'm using, you can check it out if you're interested. And it's not an affiliate program. I don't make money. I'm just telling you, if you want to start your podcast, if you're technically challenged like I am, and you're looking for something really, really user-friendly, then by all means, go to Spreaker. This platform is off the chain, man. And it allows me, I go on my iPhone, I have an iPhone 12, and I hit this record button, and I get it all set up, and then I hit play or record. And, for an iPhone, the sound quality is amazing. And I don't have all the high-tech stuff, and I'm hoping to move into that area one day. But for right now, the iPhone is amazing. And I haven't had any major sound complaints, about my podcast. So, hey, my philosophy is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Thank you, David. Good podcast app. Okay, yeah, great. Jeff says Spreaker. Yes, Spreaker. And when you go to my podcast, you'll see the Spreaker information. You can probably click on one of those links, and it'll take you to their site. That link shows up. Okay, Al says that link shows up. Okay, Clint, I don't know about Stroopy. That's that one's Stroopy on rumble.com. Okay, I'll check it. We'll check it out. But whatever floats your boat, whatever works for you. But I've been wanting to start are there winners in your area? Jeff asked. Yes, but we've only had one minor snowstorm this year so far. Now we get some major snowstorms sometime. But like I was saying earlier, my town, Meridian, Idaho, has twice been rated by these major Fortune publications and Retired Living and stuff like that. We've been rated the #1 livable country or city in America 2 times in a row. And a lot of that has to do with our booming economy. Plenty of jobs out here. People are looking for good employment. Now, I will tell you that the housing market, my damn house is going up in value like unbelievable. So if you want to move out here, you better get out soon. Grab you a house, and watch your equity skyrocket. I think the reason for that is there are a lot of California patriots up here in the Boise area. So I'm dead serious about this. I've had 3 families move to Idaho that I know of over the last 4 years based on my continual recommendations. I need more friends. I don't have enough Patriot friends up here. Now you got my friend Mike over at Snake River Yamaha. If you're looking for a good bike, go there and see him. If you're in the area, tell him Steve sent you, Steve Motley. But I got some people here in Boise that are dead serious about supporting me to run for governor of Idaho in 2022. Now, some of you may say, that's absolutely ludicrous. That's crazy. You're not going to be the governor of Idaho, Steve. Well, I tell you one thing. I'd be a hell of a lot better governor in Idaho right now than that freakazoid we got in there. See, we got a governor called Brad Little, and he hoodwinked us. He fooled us Patriots that he was a Trump supporter. Guess what? His dumb ass showed up on the list of 20 U.S. governors who were found during the big hack of his name is on the Chinese Communist payroll. Okay? The Idaho state governor, Brad Little, his name was one of 20 other governors across the country to have his name found on the Chinese Communist payroll. And what he has done to the citizens of the great state of Idaho with the mask regulations is criminal. We had been moved out of the emergency status, and that dumbass went and he put the state of Idaho in emergency again. So now we got to wear more masks. We got to continue doing the social distancing. Where can I access that list? Asked David. Oh, boy. I would go to DuckDuckGo or somewhere and type in list of 20 governors found on Chinese Communist payroll. How about that? You can find it. But I'm telling you, Steve, you can replace him sooner. Contact me. Yeah, well, we've already got a do a writ of quo warranto on. Well, the state of Idaho requires signed petitions. So we've had Patriots. Brad Little banned HCQ prescriptions. Absolutely, Dan. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. So any of you freaknut governors that ban HCQ, they're demons. They're getting some underhanded money from the Chinese or somewhere. But hey, you want to hear something interesting? Remember I told you that Xiao Jinping is a patriot and he's part of the alliance. He's hooked up with Trump and Putin and President Modi from India. Okay, get this. It was Xiao Jinping that came out on YouTube not YouTube, Twitter, and told President Trump that the cure for the COVID was, what do you call it? HCQ, hydrochloroquine. And President Trump went back on Twitter and thanked him. I don't know how many of you remember that. I know I talked about it on one of my, okay, Clint says this thing is not a petition. Okay, I'll have to, HCQ, says Susan. That's right, hydrochloroquine. I took that stuff when I was anytime in the military, if we went to, like when I went to jungle warfare school in Panama, we had to take HCQ. It's nothing more than a malaria, what do they call it? Anyway, it prevents getting malaria, and it makes you dream very vividly. That's what I remember about it. But anyway, there's a lot of cures. We've got over 5,000 patents that will be released to the public in the next number of months and year or so. These are the ones President Trump talked about. Listen, if you want to understand what the planet is going to look like once we get President Trump back, you all need to go to YouTube and listen to his 2016, January 20th, 2017, 2017 inaugural address. Listen to that again. If that doesn't motivate you, and nothing's changed. President Trump has not gone away. Now I got to get out of here. I really got to get some sleep, and I know all of you do as well. But let me leave you with this: the U.S. military is in total control of the government, along with FEMA. We're in a COG, continuity of government situation right now. Dan says, please talk about the mid bids with Simon Parks. Oh yeah, Simon is aware of them. Do you remember, folks, tonic water quinine? Absolutely, Jeff. I'm doing that. I'm drinking tonic water now. I mix it with grape juice, cranberry juice. It's nasty. I couldn't drink that stuff by itself if you paid me. But mixing that quinine in with the juices is great. But anyway, some of you may remember from Star Trek, Dr. McCoy had this wand. I can't remember what they called it. Some of you may remember. But when somebody was hurt, they'd lay them on this bed and they'd run this wand all up and down their body. And whatever was broken or injured, the wand would self-correct. The body would go through this massive, quick healing. Okay, would you believe we've got technology like that, except it's not a wand, it's a bed. It's called a med, M-E-D, med bed. And you lay down on it. Did any of you see the movie Alexium with, okay, help me out. Who is the actor that played in the movie Alexium? I think he won an Academy Award for it. He's the same, what the hell's his name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, tell me the name of the movie. If you saw Alexium, who was the actor that played the major role? But anyway, it was, Alexium was this place out in space away from the earth where people would go, and they had in the movie they showed one of these med beds, and people would lay on it and they would pull this canopy like thing over them, and then the vibrational frequencies would commence. G Val says, welcome back, Steve. Great seeing you again. Sorry to log on so late. No, you didn't log on late. Yeah, we're wrapping up, but if you want to go back, I think Woods. No, Al says Woods. That's not him. Shit. What is his name? He played in the movie with Robin Williams. It bugs me when I can't think of stuff like, well, man, it's late. I'm in sleep deficit too, but the Sandman hasn't came. We are held together by God's voice. Yes, indeed. I agree with that, Jeff. Come on. Did some of you out there see that movie Alexium with shit? What is his name? Okay. Elysium. Matt Damon. Thank you. Praise God. Joe came up with it. Matt Damon, Elysium. Okay, you were looking at a med bed. They have used, Al says, I saw that a long time ago. The globalists have used modern technology, hidden technology that most of us know nothing about. They've been using it for years. Okay, one of the best movies, if you want to see what the Space Force has and what they're going to be rolling out to the world in the near, thank you all, Matt Damon, I got it, thank you. If you want to see what's available, go watch the movie Captain America Winter Soldier. Okay, you'll see technology in that movie that's very real. It looks futuristic, it looks science fiction like stuff, but it's very real. And the main reason President Trump formed Space Force was to combine the two military outer space programs. We had the Navy has a program and the Air Force has a program. They're constantly bickering with each other. They can't get on the same sheet of music. And President Trump said, enough of this crap. We're going to form Space Force. So you're going to see, we all are going to see anti-gravitic technology roll out very soon. And the Space Force, of course, will say this is newly created technology. Friends, we are hundreds of years ahead in technology that most of us scroll down, Steve. Okay, what am I scrolling down to? I am scrolling down. Okay. But anyway, so this is something we've all got a lot to look forward to. I mean, the med bed is as real as it gets. Imagine you got diabetes, okay? You go lay down on the med bed. Maybe you got to do 2 sessions, okay? But after that, you're completely cured of diabetes. How about if you got a heart problem and you lay down on the med bed and the frequencies, the technologies cure your situation? Now, the nearest thing to that, and it's really funny that Matt Damon is the guy, because I'm going to tell you a story about Matt Damon. I know this to be absolutely true. A number of years ago, back, I'd say around 2006, 7, 8, 9 timeframe, I was involved. Well, I wasn't involved. I was using some of these incredible beds made in Korea, and they're called starts with an M. Some of you may have heard of them, I don't know, but you lay down on this bed-like structure, and there are these rollers and stuff that start at the top, at the base of your skull, and they work all the way down your spine, going all the way down to your butt, and they roll. You got different programs that you set up, but these rollers have jade tips, and they transmit far infrared into your body. Now, these programs last anywhere from 25 to 30 minutes, and there's about 10 different programs you can choose from. So you drink, you before you get on this thing, you drink a big glass of water, and the place where I would go had a water thing mounted on the wall, so I'd go drink a couple things of water, and I'd get on this bed. Is it shit? Not MAGA bed. It started with an M. Anyway, Megan bed. M-I-G-U-N, Migun, M-I-G-U-N. Write that down if you want to research it. And look, let me tell you this. If there's anybody out there that writes this word down and goes and finds out that there is a location in your city, in your town, that has these Migun beds, M-I-G-U-N, you got to go check it out, okay? It's one of the most amazing. I don't know why I don't have a damn Migun bed. I should have a Migun bed in my house. I'm going to get one. But anyway, it's the most amazing thing ever. And when you go through a 30-minute session, it's like you just ran 3 miles. Well, speaking of Matt Damon discovered these Migun beds. And I remember at the location I went to, they had a big poster up on the wall, and it was a picture of Matt Damon standing next to one of these Migun beds. And the Migun bed is made in South Korea. And I don't know why the Migun bed hasn't been, probably because of the deep state. They probably kept a lid on it. But it's an amazing technology. And in this poster, it showed Matt Damon standing next to one of the Migun beds, and it had a write-up, and it said, Matt Damon discovered these beds, in such and such a time. And he was so impressed that last year for Christmas, he bought a Migun bed and had it shipped to all of the following friends. And he had George Clooney was one of them, Ben Affleck, that group of guys that run around together, all them different guys, they played in Ocean's 8 or something. I think he sent one to Julia Roberts. She's in that little crowd of actors, and I hope and pray a lot of them. I've heard rumors about some of them people and that they're pedophiles and stuff. And, some of the people on that list, 17 told us Rife machines. Yes, Clint, Dr. Royal Rife. He was curing cancer with these energetic machines down in Southern California for years. And they basically destroyed him. Meaning the globalists, the deep state, South Korean. Oh my God, Jeff. Come on, man. Come on, Jeff. I heard George Clooney was executed. Okay, I don't know. Maybe. All right, friends, listen, I think we've reached the tipping point. We've reached the point of no return. Migun, M-I-G-U-N. Anyway, friends, if you look it up, and again, if you have a health or wellness center anywhere near where you are, and they have Migun beds that you can go and pay a certain amount of money to use, do it. I promise you, you will not come back to me and say, Steve, I'm really pissed off. I went and tried that Migun bed, and that damn thing didn't do a thing for me. Oh, yes, it will. Okay. Why would I tell you some bullshit? Why would I tell you to go try a Migun bed if you have to drive 100 damn miles from where you live to try a Migun bed? You ought to go try one. I haven't looked lately, but I need to. I'm going to look and see. Matt's gone. What do you mean Matt's gone? Matt is gone also. Okay, all right. See, this is what I can't understand. I see these lists floating around the internet. David Russell says they're demons. They probably are. But a lot of these damn demons have perfected the art of acting. Because Matt Damon, in my mind, has always been a damn good actor. And I'll give him credit for that, just like Ben Affleck. I mean, who did not like Ben Affleck's role in Pearl Harbor? He did a great job. Now, whether he's a demon or not, damned if I know. Damon, okay? Damon, all at the same time. Matt Damon, okay? So, now look, I got to tell y'all a quick story about Tom Hanks. Yes, I know Tom Hanks is a pedophile. We all know that, right? All right, he recently came out with a movie called News of the World. And when I saw the couple trailers to it, I said, now what the hell is this freakazoid doing in this movie with this little girl? Now, there's a little girl in this latest movie, and I'm going to guess that she's probably 10, 11, maybe 12, okay? But somewhere between 10 and 12. And I kept seeing these trailers on the internet, and I've started to return to the movies. I'm a quasi movie critic. I love watching movies on the big screen. It's not unusual for me to go and watch a movie at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If I get a wild hair, I go to the movies, grab me some damn buttered popcorn and grab a good seat, enjoy the movie. All right, some of you can say I'm still supporting the pedophiles in Hollywood. I don't know, because I know not all of Hollywood. I mean, you look at John Voight. I mean, you look at Hercules. What's his name? I can't think of it. But you look at some of these actors, they're incredible. Kurt Russell. These are patriots, okay? So you can't stereotype and say all of Hollywood are pedophiles, even though a majority of them are, and they're demons. So I'm asking myself, what the hell is Tom Hanks doing making a cowboy movie with this little young blonde-haired girl? All right, so I figured I'm going to go check out the damn movie. And with my knowledge about the pedophiles and the Luciferians and who this guy really is, he may be a Oscar-winning actor, but let me see what he's up to in this movie with this little girl. Okay, number one, it was a damn good movie from a cinematography view. It was a damn good movie as far as the storyline and also some of the things that went on in the movie. It was good, some of that. All right, but the theme was that here, his job, he is what they call a reader. Kevin Sorbo. Thank you, Dan. All right, so Kevin Sorbo was Hercules. He can't wait to see all the new movies coming out. You're right, David. There's going to be a hell. I watch these. I love watching the trailers, before the movie starts. James Woods. Yes, everybody knows James Woods is a total patriot, Trump lover. He hates the globalist. So anyway, go to this movie, and I don't know if I should get, well, hell, I mean, anybody can figure out the theme of it, but the bottom line is he's this reader, and he's very knowledgeable. He gets newspapers, both local and, news of the world. Now go back to 1870. 1870, this was the year before Ulysses S. Grant canceled the United States as a republic and made us USA Inc. The United States became a corporation. We shifted from a republic to a corporation in 1871. Now, in this movie, it took place in 1870. I remember seeing the date plastered at the beginning of the movie. Well, Tom Hanks is this intelligent former professor that travels from town to town and reads the newspaper to the people. So if you want, remember back in the 40s during World War II, you would go to the movie theater to watch these reels. This is before television. People would go and watch on a movie screen what the latest happenings in the Pacific or the European theater with our troops, all that, okay? So go back 1870, they didn't have any of this stuff. So Tom Hanks travels from town to town and reads the newspapers to the people. And if the people want to come in and listen, they pay a dime, okay? All right, so he's on the way. He's got a horse and buggy. He's riding along, and he comes upon this turned over buggy, and he looks up and he sees these three white dudes hanging in a tree. And he kind of deduces that the carriage was attacked by Indians. based on the way they treated the white guys and some of the things he noticed. But as he was looking around this rumble, around all this rubbish, he heard something in the woods. Turns out that's this little 11-year-old blonde-haired girl, blue eyes, and he finds some paperwork that gives her true name. She's German, and her parents were massacred by the Indians, and the Indians took this little girl when she was probably 2 or 3 years old and raised her as their own, okay? So he finds this paperwork. He finally catches the girl. She's running away. She's acting like a freak, Indian. But then he doesn't know what to do with her, but he can't leave her out. Now, watch this now. Watch how this movie starts to develop and see where this freakazoid comes in with what he's trying to portray. So he takes the girl, and they ride to this nearest U.S. Army fort where the cavalry's located. And he knows that there's an Indian agent at each of these cavalry posts. So he goes there looking for the Indian agent, and instead he comes across this cavalry lieutenant who's signing people in for something. And so he says, "Excuse me, I found this young girl out in the wilderness. She's been abandoned. I need to find the Indian agent because she's been taken by the Indians. She speaks Choctaw, whatever the hell the language was that she was speaking." And so the cavalry guy says, "Hey, I'm sorry. The Indian agent is not here. He's somewhere out of town. This girl is your problem. We can't take her. We don't want her." So he goes to another town trying to find some kind of facility or something that will take this girl. Well, he goes, and then nobody will take her. And so he tries to find where this girl's next of kin is. And in this paperwork, it listed the location of the next of kin to this girl. And it was somewhere in the Midwest, and the wife could speak English, but the husband spoke only German. And, eventually, towards the end of the movie, he makes his way back to this town, finds this family, and tries to give the girl to the family. Okay, I'm almost finished. But in between, there's a bunch of things that happen in this movie, like these 3 hoodlums approach him. Now, he had been a captain in the Confederate cavalry, okay? And so these 3 hoodlums approach Tom Hanks in this town, and they say, "Hey, Captain, we want to buy that girl from you, and we're willing to pay big money." Well, you can only imagine what these hoodlums would do if they purchased an 11-year-old girl, right? So the captain says, "Hell no, she's not for sale." Well, the next morning, he takes off, and they're trying to get with the girl, trying to get out of the city because he had a feeling that these hoodlums were going to try to kill him and take the girl, steal the girl. So he rides out of town, and this is somewhere out west, and he's riding, gaining altitude, and he finally gets to this point, and he gets the girl out of the carriage, and they run up, and they go up the side of this mountain, and they get up in the rock. This is a real rocky area. Looked like maybe South Dakota, somewhere like that. Might have been Idaho, I don't know. But anyway, these 3 hoodlums, they're kind of gunslingers of sort. So they go up, and they start climbing up this mountain, and they're going to kill Tom Hanks and take the girl. Well, he has only a small shotgun with buckshot in it, and he's got a pistol that only has a certain number of rounds, and there's 3 of them. So he's got to figure out a way to make every shot count. He does. He kills all 3 of the hoodlums, and then he finally makes his way eventually back to the next of kin. And when he gets there, the woman is the sister of the little blonde girl's mother. And so he tries to pawn the girl off on them. They don't really want her, but they got no choice. So they take the girl, and she gets real upset because she's started to build up an affection towards the captain, right? Okay. And you see that, you feel that happening in the course of the movie. All right, so he drops the girl off, and then he makes his way to the next town. He does a reading of the newspapers, and then he realizes after the reading that he made a big mistake in leaving the little blonde girl with her next of kin. So the next morning, you see old pedophile Tom, jump up on his horse and ride as fast as he can back to the family where he dropped the girl off. Well, when he pulls up to the farm, he sees the man's out in the fields plowing. The woman is standing up on the porch of the house, and here's the little blonde girl out in the yard. There's a stake driven in the yard, and she's got a rope tied. There's a rope tied on stake, and then there's another one on her ankle. So they're basically treating this little girl like a wild animal. And when old Hanks pulls up, he's like, "You sons of bitches." And then he goes over and he unties the little girl, and he looks at her, and she looks up at him, and he says, I knew I should have made you mine. I knew I should have kept you. I never should have dropped you off here." And so he takes the girl, they get on the horse, and they ride back into the next town where he had been reading the paper. And then the next thing you know, the scene shifts. You see him and the girl in another town. He's up there on the stage doing a reading of the newspapers. ETs really scare me. I don't want to see them. Arlene, no worries. ETs aren't going to mess with you. That's the least of your worries. You got bigger concerns with Antifa and BLM, okay? But ETs, for the most part, they don't mess with you anymore. They're still, well, never mind. I don't get into that. I don't know why I even read that. But anyway, I got to finish the story. So you see Tom Hanks all dressed up real nice, big crowd of people. They're laughing at his jokes. And the little girl has got a new dress on. She's setting up on the stage with a veil-like thing over her face. It's really creepy. But during the course of him telling stories, she's got this big stick, like about that big around. And anyway, she's sitting there in the chair, and every time Tom Hanks talks about somebody knocking at the door, the little girl will go, dunk, dunk, dunk. That's all she does. She just makes knocking sounds, okay? And then the crowd erupts in joy and praise and clapping. And then you see the little girl bow to the audience, doing like a curtsy. And then you see her look up at the pedophile, and you see him look down at her like there's this weird moment, okay? But the reason I wanted to tell you this story is that was obviously a very subtle but very strong message that it's okay for dumbass old 60-some-year-old pedophiles to have a relationship with a young girl or a young boy if that's what floats their boat. Does that make sense? Okay, I'm done. Yeah, I thought I'd tell you that because I'm sure many of you are not going to want to go see it. If I didn't want to know what the hell it was about, I would not have gone to see it. But if you're interested in action, drama, it's a good movie to see. If you want to see the end, like I said, and realize what this asshole's up to. I mean, friends, this is the most sinister, evil thing that has ever happened to planet Earth. When you're willing to harm a child, when you're willing to jab a needle in the arm of a child and drink the blood in the form of adrenochrome, you are a sick bastard. And you need to be removed from this planet by any means necessary. You want to go through the guillotine? You want to be shot at the stake? You want to be hung by the neck until dead? But I can promise you, I know enough about Donald J. Trump to know that there are very few pedophiles, human traffickers that are going to get away. None of them are going to get away. Minimum, you will serve a life sentence. And you will only serve a life sentence as a plea bargain, depending on who you are and depending on how much information about your fellow demon rats you're willing to give up. Save the children. Hashtag save the children. When number 17 jumped on that bandwagon and all of us got behind the movement, look, I've been trying to say, look here. I got all these plastic things these rubber things I wear on my wrist, but I'm proud of this one right here. This black one right here says break the chain. Break the chain, okay? Break the chain of pedophilia. ourrescue.org. This is an organization that I give money to. ourrescue.org. Write it down. If you want to do something worthy of humanity, if you want to help the world, give generously to ourrescue.org. These are former military operatives that are going into these countries and saving children, hundreds now, thousands. There's my Trump rubber thing. There's my HempWorx. HempWorx. I wear rubber bracelets for things that I believe in. There's my Daily Choice. Of course, that's a parent company of HempWorx. Anyway, all right, friends. God bless you all. I am done. It's 6 a.m. No, excuse me. Holy shit. It's 6 hours. This video has been running for 6 hours. I can't believe it. I told you that my record before this was 8 hours. I'm sure that if I continued on for 2 more hours, there would be people that would still be here. But I'm not going to torture you anymore. I'm just going to tell you that all is well. The military's in charge. President Trump will be returning very soon. He'll be returning as the 19th president of the new republic. The USA Inc. is no more. The trifecta of the London Bank and the Vatican is no more. So I want you all to go get in your bed, snuggle up under those blankies, and realize that the best is yet to come. You have no need to fear. Joe Biden, everything you're seeing is a complete fabricated mirage. It is a ruse. There is nothing true about it. So if you choose to turn on mainstream fake media and listen to those dumbasses at CNN, MSNBC, all those places, then all the best to you. But if you want to get away from that crap, tune in to alternative sites like this one here. And what's my podcast? Somebody type my podcast into the comments box so I can go sleep in peace, knowing that everybody's got my new site. What is it? Somebody type it in. Does anybody remember? What's my podcast? What is it? Come on, somebody. Help me out. Clint says, peace and love to all. Thank you, Steve, for another wild night of chat. Back at you, Clint. God bless you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. Thanks, my friend. We love you, Steve. Thank you. God bless you all. You're the salt of the earth. You people out here, you 97 souls, are truly the salt of the earth. You're the best of the best that humanity has to offer. Thank you, David. God bless you too. Thank you, Clint, once again. I need to finish reading my law book. Okay. David says Sprecher. Yes, Sprecher. No, but what is the website? Give me the domain name. If you want to go see my podcast or listen to my podcast, what website are you going to go to? All right. If you don't know, I'll type it in here again. Get those pens ready. Trust the plan. God wins. Absolutely, Susan. TrueNewsPodcast.com. That's right, Robert. Let's keep it simple. Keep it simple, Steve. TrueNewsPodcast.com. And I'm sure all of you know retiredmarinesoundsoff.com. Now, yeah, that's what I'm using right now. This YouTube channel that you're seeing me on live is retiredmarinesoundsoff.com. So if you want to see future videos, that's where you go. And if you want to hear the podcast, you go to TrueNewsPodcast.com. So once again, friends, God bless you all. Thank you from the bottom of my Virginia heart. Thank you for showing up. I really do appreciate every one of you. We're going to do this again real soon. I'm going to start doing videos, one of my videos. I'm going to start publishing them again. I'll probably do one tomorrow. I know I'm going to do a podcast tomorrow. The podcasting, with the Sprecher is a hell of a lot easier than doing videos, in my opinion. When you get behind the camera, you got to at least, wear a Drain the Swamp shirt or, let's see, what the hell do I have on under here? Oh my God, you're not going to believe it. The man, hashtag the man. See, in the winter out here in Idaho, I like to wear a long sleeve shirt and one over it. So I'm a two-shirt kind of guy, but it's been an absolute pleasure spending the last 6 hours with you amazing patriots and truth seekers. It's so good to see all of you. God bless you. We'll do it again real soon. If you know anybody out there that has lost track of me and wants to know where I'm at, please pass out my podcast. Tell them I'm back on retiredmarinesoundsoff.com, okay? All right, friends. Y'all take great care. I hope you have a wonderful night of sleep, pleasant dreams, but just rest assured that we're in a good spot. The military's in control. The best is yet to come, and we're going to have a very, very bright 2021 and well into the future as President Trump comes back and helps us completely rid the planet of all of these demons. Susan says, I'll be sharing. Clint says, we'll contact you. Sprecher Sie Deutsch. That's pretty funny, Jeff. Jawohl, ich kann immer noch ein bisschen Deutsch sprechen. Ich habe mir viel Mühe gegeben, die deutsche Sprache zu lernen. Und ich freue mich auf die Gedanke, dass ich kann wieder hinüber nach Deutschland, der Schweiz und Österreich gehen. Ich liebe die deutsche Sprache, aber die Deutschen sagen, dass die meisten Amerikaner sprechen Deutsch, als ob sie Kartoffeln im Mund haben. Okay, enough of that craziness. But I love the German language. Je m'appelle Etienne, j'habite aux États-Unis. Je voudrais un bon vin blanc, s'il vous plaît. And even know a little beaucoup dikadao, little Vietnamese. All right, you guys. God bless you. Sehr gut, Herr Motley, says Dan Brown. Vielen Dank, Herr Brum. Vielleicht Herr Brum ist aus Deutschland. Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles in der Welt. Hey, how many of you remember seeing the movie called The Battle of the Bulge? Do you remember that old movie? And when the Germans were setting up in their Panzer tanks, they were singing this song. It was called the Panzer Lied, or the tank song. And it went like this. They went, Ob stürmt oder schneit, oder Sonne uns leicht, wir Tag gulen heiß, oder eiskalte Nacht, wir strömten die Gesichter, ja strom, ja Unser Sinn, ja, unser Sinn. Wir stürmen und wir stürmen in Sturmwind dahin. Yes, I know I look like a German Panzer commander. Where's the damn scripting? Why don't they make a movie that needs a older Panzer tank commander that can sing Sturmte der Schnee or the Sonnen's like? Anyway, German language is kind of fun. You can do some fun things with it. And it's so much more effective than English. I know you hardcore English-speaking Americans, you're not going to believe that. But in German, you can say the same thing like 2 or 3 different ways, depending on the situation you're in. You know, crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, gute Nacht, alles Gute, schlaf wohl. I want everybody to sleep well, schlaf wohl, gute Nacht. And we'll talk to you again soon, friends. God bless y'all. Now, I got to figure out how to stop this damn thing. Okay, I guess it's in broadcast. So I'm going to click the button. And I know nothing. I see you, David. You're talking about old Hans, right? On, what was the name of that show? Oh, God. Okay, I can't stop. Hold on, I got to get the name. What was the name of the show that had Hans, and he would say, I know nothing? What was that show? Hogan's Heroes. You guys are the best of the best. Damn, Dan Broom, you need to get on one of them talk shows, son. You've been right on. Every time I've asked something like that, Dan's jumping right in. He knows Hogan's Heroes. And you don't forget the old German on Laugh-In. You know, let me put on my round German glasses. That old guy on Laugh-In, he had the little cigarette. He'd go, I know nothing. I know nothing. Anyway, those old shows are fantastic. Remember Goldie Hawn on Laugh-In and the Fickle-Fingered Fate Award? This was the Fickle-Finger Fate Award. And no, I'm not flipping you all off. I'm just reminding you of the original Laugh-In. Who were those guys? Were they the Smothers Brothers? Who the hell? What was the name of it? They were the Smothers Brothers, right? All right, somebody help me. Come on, Dan. What was the name of the 2 damn guys on Laugh-In? Hey there, Deedie. Deedie's not here. Oh, she'll see this tomorrow, I guess. The Sandman came and visited her. She's on East Coast time, so it's 6:09 on the East Coast, and it's 4:09 here in Mountain Standard Time. Okay, somebody gonna tell me the name of them brothers on the Laugh-In, please? So I can go rest in peace. I won't be able to do so. All right, help me out, somebody. Come on. Who were those 2 brothers on the show? I know some of you go back this far. Oh, I ain't leaving. Rowan Laugh-In, Rowan Martin. Okay, but wasn't there 2 of them? There was Rowan Martin, and who was the other guy? I'm waiting. Laugh-In had Smothers Brothers. There you go. It was the Smothers Brothers, right, Jeff? Somebody said Rowan Martin. Well, I don't know. I thought it was the Smothers Brothers. Rowan and Martin. And was it Rowan? Okay, Rowan and Martin Smothers, right? They weren't brothers? Holy shit. Okay, it was Dan Rowan and Dick Martin, according to Joe. Okay, Joe, you're right. I remember now. It was Rowan and Martin. They weren't brothers, says Shayla V. Okay, Shayla. Hey, Shayla, how you doing? You must have gone to sleep and woke up early, and here we are. We're 6.5 hours into the show, but we're wrapping it up right now because I can't keep my eyes open any longer. I'm going to start getting delirious. I would have gotten some of these names if it had been earlier. But Joe is right, says Shayla. So, okay, we're all good. Everybody's got the information they need. Now we can all go back to sleep. And But I'm on them combat hours. I'm only going to put in about 4 hours and I'll be up again. So stay tuned. Come back to Retired Marine Sounds Off whenever you can. If you haven't bookmarked the site, please come back. Love John Barron's Twitter. John Barron's Twitter. Okay, I don't know John Barron. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to check it out. Well, what the hell? I'm not on Twitter. Twitter sent me, you know what the dumbasses did? When they canned me, they sent me a message and said, hey, don't try to sign up into Twitter using a different email because we'll shut your ass down again. That's basically what they told me. So to hell with Twitter. I'm done with them completely. I was really digging on Parler. I had probably 20,000 followers on Parler. That thing was blowing up. But again, if you have not gone to, let me tell you again, 107daily.com, if you have not signed up for that free platform, that Patriot platform, you did a good thing deleting Twitter. Twatter. She says twatter. Okay. Anyway, friends, God bless. Take good care. And I will see you all one of these days on the beaches of the world. That's right. Let's have a celebration. Once we get into Nazara and everybody's debt-free, oh, listen, I know there may be one or two people out there that don't believe that shit's going to happen, but it is. It's called the Day of Jubilee. Your mortgage payments are going to be paid off. All of your credit cards are going to be paid off in total. You're going to be given a lump sum of money, a large sum of money, with the stipulation. Now, get this. I don't know how many of you have heard this, but I have delved very deeply into Nazara Jazar, okay? I've done complete videos about it. And I'm here to tell you that before you get that big money, everybody out here that has a job, you're going to have to promise, you're going to have to sign a contract that you will continue to be a bus driver, you'll continue to be a cook, you'll continue to do whatever it is you're doing, because if everybody just gets this lump sum of money, you know, and you just say, well, what the hell? I'm rich now. I'm not going to go to work. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. If you're if you're a doctor, if you're a surgeon, you're not going to walk away. I don't give a damn who you are. You're going to have to sign a contract that you will continue to serve humanity for X number of years. And it may be 3, it may be 5, depending on your age. But you're going to have to agree to continue to be a Southwest Airlines pilot for the next 3 years. And then after that 3 years, you're home free. And you'll have so much damn money when you retire. But that's what's going to happen. If you don't believe it, you look this up. I guess it was about a year ago, maybe, that Chase Bank deleted the accounts owed, or the money. Everybody in Canada, and some of you Canadians may be able to verify this. I read about it in several different places. They used this as a test sample, but Chase Bank nullified the money owed. Anybody in Canada that had a Chase Manhattan credit card, their debt was fully forgiven. Okay? That was a test run. Same thing's going to happen. If you've got credit cards and you got a lot of stuff on those cards, start paying the very minimum now. Same thing with your house payments. If you've been paying, a complete mortgage payment, and then I know a lot of you go ahead and make another payment on the principal so you can shorten your mortgage time, stop doing that. Trust me. Stop doing it. Make your minimum payment and wait and see if not very soon Nazara is going to go rolling out. Okay? The income tax is going to go completely away. You will never pay income tax again, because most of you don't realize that the income tax you've been paying all of these years is nothing more than interest that you're paying to the global cabal the international banking cabal called the deep state Federal Reserve. Okay? So, Shayla, you're in good shape. If you own your house and everything outright, you're still going to get a ton of money. Okay? But if you don't own your house yet, don't worry about it. It's going to be paid off. Because what President Trump understands is that the Federal Reserve, which most of you know started in the Christmas break of 1913. It started on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. It's a beautiful resort island. It was started 1 year after the Titanic was sunk. And the Titanic was not sunk by an iceberg in the Atlantic Ocean. It was sunk by a German U-boat. It received a torpedo, which caused the death of all those people, to include John Astor. Yeah, John Jacob Astor. He was the richest man in the world, and he was aboard the Titanic. Had John Jacob Astor not been murdered and went down with the Titanic, the Federal Reserve would never have been able to form their cabal the way they did on Jekyll Island. If you want to read a great book, get G. Edward Griffin. G. Edward Griffin wrote a book 25 years ago called The Creature from Jekyll Island. And it is all about the true story. Heard something about their credit cards. Not sure if that happened. No, I got verification. Yeah, go look into that, JD. But that was just a test run. Don't know why they chose Canada, probably because they got such a smaller population than the 320 million people here in the U.S. I saw an article written about Canada and credit. Yes, okay, David, there you go. Anyway, look into it. Look into it, and you'll discover the truth about what's going on with the Federal Reserve. So basically, for those of you that don't know this, when the Federal Reserve was started, everything changed. And the Federal Reserve would lend money to the U.S. federal government. And then the income tax that you and I worked for so long was used to pay the interest back to the Rothschilds, to the Rockefellers, to all of the international banking cabal members that have made up the Federal Reserve for all these years. Like I told you, the Federal Reserve no longer exists as it did before. President Trump very stealthily disbanded it. And I told you, the IRS is going away. There's no need for the IRS if all of you good folks with jobs out there don't have to pay an income tax. So when you come to the realization that the income tax has only been to pay the interest on the money that these demons have loaned the government. Well, I can tell you right now that on the 19th of January, 2021, the United States Inc., USA Incorporated, was completely bankrupt on the 19th of January. On the 4th of July, 2020, the United States became a republic again. But President Trump didn't tell the demon rats that. So when they went ahead and formed the inauguration with their Hollywood CGI technologies, all they're doing is showing their ass and showing you just how corrupt they really are. So friends, you don't have to worry about Biden. It's all a facade. The master himself, Donald J. Trump, will be rolling back in on the scene very soon. And you might want to, if you get that EBS, that emergency broadcast system releases before next Wednesday, you'll know that the storm is upon us and the best is yet to come. So with that, friends, I'm going to sign off. God bless you all. Good night. Sleep well. Sleep in. Tomorrow's Sunday. You don't need to get up and go to church. It ain't gonna make one damn bit of difference in your eternal salvation. You're gonna get back over there to the fourth dimension, and you're gonna ask yourself, why in the hell did I spend so much of my time going to church and sitting there putting money in the plate? Now look, I ain't preaching I ain't saying nothing bad about churches. There are many good churches all over the planet. My cousin Bill is a pastor back in Danville, Virginia. Him and his wife, Bill and Sharon Motley, they are co-pastors at, I don't know what kind of church it is, but I believe they do a good service. You know, they treat the people right. So I'm not putting down churches. If you want to go to a damn church and sit on the pew, front or back, if you want to put the money in the plate, if you want to go to the free chicken dinner that's going to take place out in the foyer after the meetings today, God bless you. I miss those damn free chicken dinners. Well, I'm a vegetarian now. I don't eat chicken. I don't miss it either. And I tell you what, there's some plant-based artificial chicken that's got plenty of protein that'll serve you well. Anyway, there I go. I'm getting back on that shit again. I don't want to go there. But again, if you ever feel yourself getting too bloated, if you can't get into your old pair of jeans and you wonder what in the hell is happening to your body, stop eating meat for a month. February 1st is Monday. If any of you have thought out doing it, there's no time like the present. You know, I'm not some damn, what do you call, PETA, PETA loving. I mean, I don't think we should be eating animals. I mean, does that really make sense? I guess it does to a lot of y'all. But the more I'm a vegetarian, the more I abhor the thought of putting dead, rotten animal flesh into my body. And all I know is when I stopped eating meat, I have not had a single bout with, type 2 diabetic, what do you call it? Type 2 diabetic something or another. Anybody out there know what it is that makes you sick, makes you throw up, makes you have diarrhea? Type 2 diabetic paresis. Diabetic paresis. Oh my God. I wouldn't wish that shit on my worst enemy. Okay? But since I stopped eating dead, rotten animal flesh, Susan says mashed potatoes. Oh Lord. There you go. Now you're getting me hungry. Shit, here it is. 4:30 in the morning, and I'm gonna have to go in there and fix me something to eat. I love Simon Parks. I love old Simon Parks, that crazy Brit. He's a good guy. He's a truth seeker. You know, a lot of people attack him. They say that he's fake news. No, he's not. You know, I'm a friend of his. I'm a friend of Dr. Ward. You're going to see both of those fellas on one of my YouTubes here in the very near future. I promise you that. And if you're fans of those guys, oh my God, let me leave you with one. If you do not know the Patriot Street Fighter, damn, Patriot Street Fighter, Scott McKay, MCKAY, Patriot Street Fighter is one of the best sites out there. I fully endorse this guy. I'm hoping to get on his channel soon. I hope to invite him on my channel. I'm going to start doing a lot of interviews. I'm sick and tired of my numbers staying kind of low. There's no reason for that. You know, and if you guys like my videos, or if you like what you heard Deedie say tonight, share these links. Share them with other people. Bookmark them. Subscribe to the channel. You know, make them a part of your daily information seeking. But if you're not looking at Patriot Street Fighter, McKay, no, it ain't McKay. It's MCKAY. It's yeah. I love the Patriot. Who said that? April Terry. I love the Patriot Street Fighter. Clint Kessler. Yes, he's good. Okay, David says it's MCCAY. Okay, I stand corrected. I don't have to be right all the time. Shit, I'm the most open-minded person I know. I've told y'all, do the same. Don't make a decision about something that you know absolutely nothing about until you've taken the time to do some research. Okay. All right, guys. God bless. Now, David says MCKAY. Well, whatever. Look up Patriot Street Fighter. Bookmark his stuff. He's now become my number one. He's the first video I look for every day. And, of course, Charlie Ward, Simon Parks. They're all good. There's a lot of good sites out there. Those guys take a lot of flack. That's because they're over the target area, So there you go. All is well. I would tell you all to be very judicious about who you choose to spend your time with. And I'm so thankful that you've decided, many of you have been with me now for 6.5 hours. Okay, but we're going to say goodnight. I want all of you, X22, yeah, he's great. Night, y'all. Can't spell. Maybe. Okay. Dr. Charlie Ward channel on bitshoot.com and charlieward.com. Simon Parks videos on Simon Parks. Hey, thanks, Dan. Who's that sharing that? Is that Dan? Thank you, Dan, for putting that information out there. See, that's what we got to do, friends. We just got to all continue to support one another. We're going to get through this maze together, I promise. But all is well. The best is yet to come, and I am absolutely done. So good night. See you soon. God bless all of you. Bye now.